Hello, hello, hello. This has been quite some time. As the whiteboard explains so nicely, I've been working at a new job, and today is just kind of like a for fun thing. I had a little bit of a little bit of a neurodivergent moment where I had this like huge urge to map out what was going on in this MrGirl conversation. I got maybe like 30 minutes into it and I was like, if ever there was a time to backtrack, it's gonna be now because I'm not too far into it given it's like 3 hours long. And that's the nerdy way that I'm gonna spend my weekend off. Um, I was gonna go out today and do a bunch of stuff, but hella tired, so I'm not really feeling like it. Just want to stay at home and chill and smoke a bit and just relax. So, what's up, Ben? I'm happy somebody was looking forward to me coming back. Who the fuck is this guy? This is a good question, bro. That's a good question. Why don't you think real hard on that one, bro? Just Google it. Book boy, how have you been? I've been all right. I'm just tired. So yeah, I was gonna do this anyways for fun off stream, and so I figured I'd stream it. But I am a little bit toasty, okay? And I am gonna go smoke before we continue with this. So that being said, the way the Twitch poll works, I get out of jail free card as long as you say it at the beginning that you're tired, or you have autism, or whatever your excuse is. You have an attachment disorder. You have to say it before you say the stupid thing, okay? So this is me saying it before. Worst case, delete the VODs. I don't really care, bro. I'm not really in this space to keep up the connections and whatever. I just want to have fun today. Make jokes, not care. Bookup is just wondering, where'd you go? Yeah, I went to work and then I'm barely coming back now. Return to the books. Yeah. So yeah, everything's going well personally. In case you're interested in that sort of thing, everything's going fine. I'm doing fine. Just saving money, trying to be responsible, trying to really focus on doing a good job. And like a part of that is I just don't have the time or energy to like stream regularly right now. But I think if I get a better hold on how to like balance work and life and stuff, it could happen in the future. Like if I can reduce my time commitment down to like maybe an hour or two plus recording for the week, I could probably do a stream or two a week. It's just the problem is what I like doing needs a bunch of prep. So I'll figure it out at some point, maybe. Anywho, I'm going to give you guys some music. I probably shouldn't play Spotify music. That way we can keep the VOD. Let me find something to play for you guys real quick. But yeah, I'm just looking to have fun today, guys. Just looking to have fun. Just looking to chill. Not looking to do any drama. Literally, this isn't for drama or views or whatever. I just want to like hang out with you guys, talk about something that my little children on the internet like. Oh, you guys like Destiny and drama? Okay, well we could talk about that. I was gonna do something anyways. Trying to get to SoundCloud. There we go. Are you working on site or remote? I'm remote. Oops. A little bit of a premature pop off of the music. I'll play Electromagnet because I miss it, and then we'll just jump into the stream, okay? No cam today, by the way, in case that was going to disappoint you. What the fuck? Sam, no cam. Thank you for that. I do appreciate it. And once we come back from
Books and one disgusting.
Nice. Once we come back from our musical interlude, I'm going to also have to ask the Twitch people in the room to leave. Okay, we're going to close up the Twitch stream once I come back because, of course, Steven is banned on there, so can't cover it on Twitch, but I wanted to start the stream on Twitch. All the Twitch people that get their alerts, they know that the stream is happening because I know YouTube alerts can be fickle. Yeah, I'll talk to you guys in a bit. I will be right back, and then we'll jump into it. I have made it back to the computer in time. I'm going to turn my volume up a little bit. I am using the webcam microphone today, so we're going to have to deal with that. Where's my pen? There it is. You only got 11 viewers. I think you can get away with it. Okay, that's good. Then I'll go ahead and close out the Twitch stream because I don't want to risk any problemos with Twitch today. And then I just got to make sure that closes. Let's see. I think it should have. Let me check. Yeah, it just gives you the little man with his hands on his head. Okay, great. If you think about it, Booksmarts is much like a real book in that he has both a face and a spine. Bro? Another spineless joke? Making fun of my lack of a spine? Holy shit, Wicked and Booksmarts come back to stream the same time. Yeah, it works weird like that, doesn't it? All right. Everything is done. Everything is done on my end. Should be good to go. Now, brand new scene. Sorry if it's janky. I was gonna spend a bunch of time like thinking this through and doing it nicely, and then I was like, this is just a hobby. If I spend all this time on it, I won't be able to actually stream. So this is the layout that we've ended up with. Some brand new stuff for all the party people out there today. We're trying a bunch of new things. So firstly, this little program that you see here is something that I use quite a bit at work and in my personal life to like organize stuff. It's a program called draw.io. And I'm using the desktop version so that I could record it a little bit more easily. But basically, it lets you do flowcharts and stuff. So I could like set these things up and like connect one to the other, just like that. And this is what I'm going to be using to kind of track what's going on. And then another cool thing that we could do, let's say we have a bunch of arguments going on here. So all sorts of things going on. And then we start to notice a pattern here. We could highlight the pattern and you could start to see how my brain works between Notion and this program. We can kind of, and as a colorblind person, it's very interesting, but I love using colors and color coding. We color code some patterns that we're seeing. So if you in the chat or me watching it starts to notice a recurring pattern, we could start to color code those themes a little bit. So that's the program that we're using. Again, that's draw.io. I would highly recommend using it. Are we going to see VTuber Smarts? No. I thought you quit streaming because of that new job. Yeah, I mean, I'm not doing it professionally. So like today is not about making money or anything. It's just about community. I like the community part of it. I like having a Discord with people in it that I could talk to. I like clubs. I like that part of it. If there's a part of it I want to save, it's that. And like BGG, we've postponed work on it a little bit because I've been super busy and so have the devs that are volunteering on it. But I could see in the future us kind of starting that back up as I solidify how streaming fits into my life, and we could even kind of focus that a little bit on this. Like one really cool thing at work, and I am going to rant for a little bit just before we get into it. Let the Twitch people roll into here. One thing that I will say is at work, with what I'm doing, I'm kind of learning a lot more about how to manage like in a very time crunchy type of situation where like things need to be done like relatively quickly, and if you take your sweet ass time you will be left behind. Like that kind of pacing I think has shown me different ways of approaching things like development on BGG, because I've been very lax about it, not rushing a ton and not trying to push too much and whatever. I think moving forward, I'm learning a lot about management at the new job and about doing tasks and stuff. So I think BGG could happen in the future, and it would happen quicker and at a speed that I think would give you guys stuff to look at quicker. What color is this? I don't know, bro. Probably a white hand, right? Given the context. Has BGG relinquished resources to Destiny's side project? No, but now that Destiny's doing that, like that's another big question mark on BGG. Anyways, we should probably get into the content. Wouldn't be a book stream without a pre-content rant. Read with love. I'm not a hater. Okay, thank you, Chippy Chip. Cool. All right, let's get into it. Kappa.
If you're framing this as it is, you will never capitulate to a demand by moderation.
Oh, you guys can't handle that, can you? Wait, hold on. Now that I don't have to do this professionally and serve people, can I dead ass just have this on 2.5x? Or can you guys not handle that? I could play like a minute of it.
Almost never. I don't agree with that. I think that I'm trying to make a point and you're trying to disintegrate the conversation. So
I think the conversation is meaningless. Like, is some level of conformity.
I think you have a conversation.
Okay, I think he's going to do this right. I think you're wrong. He wants to YouTuber as an artist because he is an artist. He put a lot of effort into that channel. It's super sad. They got shut down by a bunch of losers. Yeah, so he's feeling bad about that.
No, I'm just kidding. There's no way I can do that and do the chart thing at the same time. It would be very annoying and I'd have to be going back and forth. I don't like being spoiled, so I'm going to skip all this shit at the very beginning. I can't that fast. Yeah, I figure most people cannot. So we're just going to jump in.
I want to talk to you because it feels like, you know, things seem tense.
There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on. I'm upset about a lot of different. What would you say the purpose of this conversation? Should we agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the first actual point. And this is where, like, having watched it already really helps for knowing what is important and what isn't important, because especially with MrGirl and Steven in their conversations, there's a lot of like meandering, you know what I mean? Like we kind of beat around the bush for like quite a few points. Like we'll go to this one and then we'll go to this one and then we'll go to this one and then we'll go to this one, but eventually the arc starts to go in such a way where it's like back in line with the rest of the conversation, and you could start to see like, oh, okay, this is what he was going to. How do I go that far? Oh, there we are. Like he did all this meandering because he really wants to do this thing and he wants to like push in this particular direction. And then you can kind of reword what this is here to represent that we have this arc going on and ignore all the irrelevant fucking little side tangents that he uses to get somewhere. However, I think Steven does that in this conversation in the very beginning of it, at least, because I've only seen 30 minutes. So to catch you up on my spoilers, MrGirl will put forth like a premise, a reason for like an action that he wants Steven to take. In this case, it's like, I think you'll benefit all of the orbiters if you do this thing, and yourself and all of these other things. But the one thing he doesn't touch on too much, but is like Steven's main focus is like, well, this benefits you. So instead of hearing you out 100%, I'm going to rephrase it back to you as like, this is something you're asking me to do to benefit you. And I think that's immediately going to be like nails on chalkboard for MrGirl. But off the top of my head, it kind of seems like something that MrGirl does, right? Like where he just completely rephrases what you're telling him to like a pretty awful thing and then says like, yeah, but that's what you mean, right? You just can't say it because we're not allowed to say it that way. But that's essentially what you're telling me, right? So tough to feel bad for him in this situation. But yeah, let's see where this goes, and you'll kind of see what I'm saying. If we were to note every single argument, we would have. Hi, welcome back. I'm pretty sure this is like a restream related problem, but that's just my guess. Apologies. I hope that doesn't make a new VOD. That would be very annoying. Give her a minute. Yeah, she'll come back around. Still good, right? Yeah. Okay. Anywho, continuing on. Let's just kind of watch this. Let people come back.
I mean, it's your
Just a lot of different. What would you say the purpose of this conversation? Should we agree on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's your conversation, so you tell me whatever you want the purpose to be.
I want to I don't like how things are going.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah. And it seems like maybe you don't too, in some ways.
Yeah, you know, I'm just kind of floating on through.
Right. Okay, well...
This is one little thing that I'm not, like, really gonna... Well, here's what I'll do. This is like a way oversimplification of this. Bookboy, are you gonna keep the VOD? Yeah. You seem to lag hard every time you restart the YouTube. I mean, I can turn the bitrate down. I don't think we're streaming like super high quality, so I don't think it matters. Let me open up my settings real quick. Because the other thing is I'm using a gigantic monitor, and it might literally be my video card as well. That's a tough thing to know. Output. We'll set this to 5,000. We'll just kind of limit that a little bit. Steven does this thing, and I think it would bother MrGirl that he never really admits that he never gives any ground on the idea that, like, it's making him uncomfortable, like something in the conversation is making him particularly uncomfortable. And MrGirl normally puts like feelers out there for him to step on that, and he doesn't. Like, if we listen back to this one more time.
Maybe you don't too, in some ways.
Yeah, you know, I'm just kind of floating on through. Understandable.
Yeah. And seems like maybe you don't too, in some ways.
Yeah, so that little part there, I don't know. We're already at 240p? Really? I mean, if it's that bad, I'm just not going to stream it. Let me check on YouTube. Let me ruin the experience even more by checking it. Check on YouTube. It's in HD. What the fuck are you talking about, brother? Destiny has made up his mind. It's been a week of this, and he isn't going to budge. Is he just hearing him out for content? I don't know. I think he has this principle where he just lets people on no matter what now. So he's kind of obligated himself. Don't worry about it. I spoke too soon. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to have to focus. Okay. I'm going to be in deep focus for a little bit, and I will read you guys, but I'm going to try not to stop. We're going to try to make progress.
I'd like things to change, and I guess worst case scenario is like if I don't like the way working with you is, then I'd like to just be friends.
That's a very key point. Let me.
Okay.
Working with you is, then I'd like to just be friends.
What did he say? He just talked so fucking slow in the beginning of this.
Working with you is, don't like the way working with you.
Oh my god, you're so fucking bad, bro.
Is like, and I guess worst case scenario.
Bruh, it's all one sentence. Oh my god. I missed my 2.5x.
Is like, and I guess worst case scenario.
Oh my god.
In some ways.
Yeah, you know, I'm just kind of floating on through.
Right. Okay. Well, I'd like things to change, and I guess worst case scenario is like if I don't like the way working with you is, then I'd like to just be friends.
Okay, gotcha.
So, people keep talking about like me attacking you or like turning into Osh or Hassan or trying to destroy your career or destroy you somehow, which I don't want. I want things to change, or I basically just setting boundaries. You know, there's like certain stuff happening that I just don't want. And, I don't want this to turn into
He says I want things to change again, so I'm just gonna I'm gonna make that blue because we got a little bit of repetition here. That's a good thing.
Like it's
You want this one to say the last thing? I'm sorry.
to a debate.
Oh. Okay.
Booksmarts is on stereo mic. You guys bitch about every little thing. In my brain, after not having streamed for a while, I think it's gonna be one thing, and then I jump on and I'm reminded of the many tiny things that you asked for. It's on mono. Wait, is it? This one, mono. Is it better now? I think it shouldn't be on stereo now. You know what? Actually, you're the same person that's been bitching the entire time. It's just one person, bro. I don't like the AC. It's so cold in here. Can we roll down the window? It's so nice outside. Could you roll the window up? You're ruining my hair. Oh, that music is awfully loud, mister. You just whine about every fucking thing. I enjoy bitching to get you going. All right, I see.
Okay. Can we agree on a premise?
Yeah, well, yeah, sure. Go for it. Well, I mean, I don't know, but we'll see. You can suggest it.
I have been dogpiled by your community.
Yeah, absolutely, of course.
Okay.
So that's wonderful. We get some agreement. That's some good ass agreement. Let's put that shit in the can. That's feeling good. All right, so we can agree. He's getting shit on. I'm gonna put dogpile because they end up agreeing on dogpile.
Fact 1. 2. I cannot defend myself in the subreddit, nor can other people.
You definitely can't post Civil War and everything. It's pretty hard for other people to, I'd say, right now. I think I'd probably agree with that.
Okay.
Bada bing. These two things are happening at the same time.
So it is within your subreddit. It is a hands tied behind my back dogpile.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Okay. You could stop that if you wanted to. You could stop the hands tied behind my back part if you want. You could have unbanned me at any point, or you could have told Forethought to stop banning my fans at any point. You've not done that.
Yeah.
Okay. I have posted a total of 9 times in your subreddit. Made posts on my own.
Okay.
Starting 6 months ago. I think my first post was after the doll review. And that was my first dogpile in the subreddit. And I think I did a AMA. I was like, I need some control over the narrative, because like that was the first time I felt like you're really just writing a story about me that's like very unfavorable to me. And I was like, okay, I need a way to add my voice to this. You know, it's your subreddit, it's your stream, whatever. So since then, I think every time I have felt like you.
Wait, hold on, real quick. Just on that. You said you'd written some posts, right?
Yeah.
9 posts,
Yeah.
more common. You're not kind of.
I'm not gonna note all this because it ends up not being important. I'm just gonna take a chill approach, not a very anal approach. Just gonna kind of let it play for a bit. I think a lot of this stuff in here isn't super important. It's kind of that meandering arc that I talked about earlier.
Comments there, right? Just checking.
Right, I've commented a ton.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. All right,
I've only written nine total. 9 times I've been like, I need to tell a story.
Gotcha. Okay.
I don't like the story Steven's telling about me. I need to tell my own story. And I think the way you've kind of taken the higher status position in most of our interactions has been okay with me. I noticed it like immediately. But usually, like, there's never a conversation where you do a stream with someone and I come in and I'm like, buddy Steven, let me tell you how you gotta talk to people. Like, you did this all wrong. Let me give you some pointers on like how to have a like human conversation. Like, you're autistic. Like, we don't have conversations like that, right?
Okay.
Do we agree on that?
Yeah, generally.
Premise. Okay. So usually, if we're having a disagreement about communication styles, it's you telling me why you think I did something wrong or spoke someone the wrong way, and you giving me your advice. And a lot of times you're like, that's not.
I just want to be clear. I think, and I could be wrong, but I think every single time it's generally you've come to me for it. I'm not like messaging you like, hey, we need to talk about how you spoke to this person, right?
I don't think so. Like after the Lauren conversation, when you're telling me to rub the cat, like get the cat to roll over before you rub its belly.
Yeah, but I don't think that conversation started with me saying like, hey, you need to come on, we need to talk about how you talk with Lauren, right? And then
Well,
just
you DM'd me asking me if you could come in and moderate.
initially I did because you guys got stuck in on thing, but
okay, right. But there's never been a conversation where I was watching you and then
Oh, hold on. I was totally wrong. Let me jump back in the chair for a second here. You see, I knew that this thought here would be and now we can edit it and pretend we were geniuses. See, this is the benefit of prepping before the stream, is normally these things could develop outside of the public eye. So we have another instance of this happening. What is he? Let me listen to this one more time.
Yeah, but I don't think that conversation started me saying like, hey, you need to come on, we need to talk about your popular lore, right? And then
Well,
just
you
kinda
DM'd me asking me if you could come in.
Okay. Put this again. Oops. Gotta highlight that whole thing, otherwise the text won't change. You understand? It's too large. Let's make it this size. It's all right. I'll just put that there because we've got a whole new point that we also have to add in here during this whole debacle that's going on. Whatever. I'll keep them all the same size. So Steven doesn't care. He. How do I explain this? Too much weed. Let me just type it out and then I'll explain it after. Actually, I feel like this square is larger than the other ones, but apparently not. So what MrGirl says here is that I'm just gonna write it in my own words. Hope you guys don't mind that. And we're in a whole new arc here. We've moved along, okay? There was some nonsense in between, so I'll leave some distance, but now we're on this chunk of things happening. But like this is a possible theme, which is why I'm putting it in the fart cloud. I think it's probably going to keep repeating, that we're going to keep hitting this part where like the theme is that Steven doesn't care about something, and so it kind of deflates what MrGirl is trying to say. Like, I think in Steven's mind, there's a very big difference between like having reached out to him and shown some interest in communicating to him a new way that he should be discussing things or some kind of critique, and having that fielded from him. And I think for a big part of the audience, it's probably the case too. There's probably a big difference in most people's minds between those two things. I would agree. So by asking that pointed question, when MrGirl is bringing up how most of the time it's not me correcting you, it's you correcting me, I think Steve bringing that up undercuts it really, really well, and the conversation just moves on. I don't know if MrGirl picks up on the impact of this, because I feel like it's pretty big. I feel like that was a pretty good undercut of his whole point, but this is going to continue for a bit. We'll listen to it and see what comes up next.
And brought the cat, like get the cat to roll over before you rub its belly.
Yeah, but I don't think that conversation started me saying like, hey, you need to come on, we need to talk about your popular lore, right? And then
Well, you
just
DM'd me asking me if you could come in and moderate.
initially I did because you guys got stuck in on thing, but
Okay, right, but there's never been a conversation where I was watching you and then I DM'd you and I was like, Steven, you need a translator.
I don't think you've done it explicitly. You kind of did with the lab stuff, but maybe you'd say that's a little differently because you felt like she was getting dogpiled. Like, argue there was a translation thing on there, but sure. But I mean, I think for all intents and purposes, yeah.
And see right there, like that little inclusion also kind of like wins him the point. I like that he's gotten a lot better at that. I feel like personally, having watched him for a while now, I feel like he's gotten a lot better at these rhetorical victories.
Glad to see you're streaming again.
Yeah, what's up, Kuma? Happy to have you. Kuma is, of course, a very active Discord user. If you guys didn't know, we do have a Discord. We got quite a few people on there. Thank you for the $5. I do appreciate that. But yeah, I think he's doing a very good job of like undercutting points with like little rhetorical slights, and I like it. I like it. It's effective, and I think it's doing something here. But if you disagree, let me know in the chat for sure. I have the patience for it. Okay.
Yeah, obviously there's one way that tends to go. Sure. Yeah.
Okay. That's okay. I'm okay with you being my streaming big brother. You know, I'm alright with that. I don't need to be like the expert in our conversations.
And this is another reason why a lot of the shit that MrGirl says, like, if I'm making a chart that's like trying to map it out, it's just not important because he undercuts it with a point like that. And now, like, in the grand scheme of things, it really doesn't matter. Now he's just basically, Steven's taking 2 or 3 chops at this tree, and then MrGirl's like, move on over, bro. I can just do the rest of it. And then Steven is just standing there confused, holding that axe. But yeah, Mr. Girl does this sometimes. He just like self-destructs an argument and then it just becomes unimportant.
But
What's up, Baba?
sometimes when you come in and say, here's how things are, you'll say it in a way that starts a dogpile against me, or in my point of view, fucks me over somehow. And so it's been very important to me to, I mean, trying to navigate this, figure out like how do I want to talk about other streamers, how do I want to communicate about it, how do I want to talk about like conversations after they happen. Like you've got the pre-talk, you've got the post-talk, you've got the breakdown, you've got the status in the conversation, you've got the audience on your side. With all that stacked, I've still been kind of okay with like, okay, as long as I can tell my story and have my essay, which are usually well liked, then it feels like I can handle the setup. But now that's been taken away. Well, it was starting to be taken away from me, I think, when Forethought started disbanding people for supporting. And then like the narrative was like, there's a mod with a hate boner against MrGirl, which is obviously chilling. Has a chill.
So, two things to note. Run back inside from going out to smoke. Two things to note here. That will become important and they will just keep repeating, I think. Oh no, we're at the edge of the document. Whatever shall we do?
Chilling effect on support. They're usually well liked. Then it feels like I can handle the setup. But now that's
Oops. Let's go ahead and bring this image up to the front. And then we'll send this one on to the back. How sad. Mr. Girl can't defend himself. That's the big point. He cannot defend himself anymore. That's really unfortunate. Now that's just going to have to start curving back the other way, okay? I don't like how that looks. Let's see if I can fix that. There we go. Aesthetic. Okay. Well. That's where we're at so far, party people. It is coming together. I'm liking it. We'll probably edit it later. I also wonder how much of Max's criticisms book actually agrees with as a former aggrieved orbiter who got dogpiled. Yeah, you know what? I like that you asked those questions because I don't want to volunteer that information necessarily. Because I think that's a smarter way of handling things and like keeps my tongue in check and whatever. Yeah, I understand what he's saying. I can understand his position. But one thing I want you guys to highlight, and it just popped into my head, was another thing I wanted to think about here. There we go. That'll fit in there. I will send that to the back. I want you to notice the focus on himself. Oops. Let's go ahead and finish that. Like, because later, I think in about 30 or 45 minutes, he'll start to talk about how like, oh, but I'm presenting you an argument about how it's for everybody else and whatever. But Steven is talking at the level of like, no, you came in here and your intent is to like get this change put through to my moderation team to benefit you individually. And now that I'm looking back, I could see why that's Steven's impression. If he pays the most attention to the very beginning and then uses the beginning to overwrite anything else that MrGirl says and looks at this as his main intent, whether you think that's right or wrong, then it would make sense that that's where he would be at, right? Okay, interesting. So that's probably why that happened. I didn't remember if MrGirl had opened up focusing on other people because it didn't feel like that to me, but I couldn't remember as I was watching it, which is also part of the reason why generally these are prepared. And I like to prepare my reviews, because something like this, it's like, oh, it's like if I witnessed a crime and I totally missed like what was actually happening. Like I'll just, my brain fills in the blanks, and I didn't know how to fill in this blank, and now I do. He totally focused on himself in the beginning here, and that was most of his focus. So yeah.
That's been taken away from. Well, it was starting to be taken away from me. I think before I started banning people for supporting. And then like the narrative was like there's a mod with a hate boner against MrGirl.
Oh, let me slow that down for you guys. I'm sorry. I only did that because I was re-listening.
Which is obviously chilling. Has a chilling effect on support of me. Do you agree with that? Not that it was banned, but that it's not encouraged for sure. Okay, so I mean, I guess what it just comes down to is like, I feel that you are defining me unfavorably, particularly when we are in a disagreement with each other. And if you're going to do that, I need to be able to be defended somehow. And so I heard what you said earlier where I'm saying that it's intentional and that there's no way I can get around that. Because if you're making a conscious decision to not delete good criticism of yourself, then you must be doing all this consciously. That's a good point. I guess I see it this way. You're not intentionally preventing yourself from like hyper defensive moderation. Like you're not, there's no like separation of powers where you're like trying to stop yourself from impulse banning people, like obviously. So I understand from your perspective it's that some posts seem like bullshit criticisms of you, but in swearing, like, how does it have 500 upvotes from your own fans if it is truly bullshit criticism?
Okay, yeah, this happened. It is right. Let's just put a pin in it, party people. This is the we're just that this is that little arc that happened, so I'm just gonna let that play out. We'll put a pin in it. Book, I love how unbiased you are. But also, now you can see how Max argues. When it's convenient, he uses arguments as though it affects everyone, when at the end of the day, he cares about himself. I don't know, bro. I wouldn't go that far, but I do appreciate the remarks. Sometimes when these big content creators focus on what the subreddit is saying, I just start tuning out. As someone who does not engage much at all with social media, it sounds wild to me. Yeah, it's all pretty wild. But remember, if you're doing like content creation and you're a professional, you're a brand, right? And so there's lots of different marketing strategies and stuff with your brand. So if you think that you can pick up viewers and you need to maintain your image and you need to be carefully minding a certain corner of the internet to protect your interests, like I could see that making sense. You could take issue with that strategy, but I think that now that I'm back into like normie lifestyle, I'm remembering that you guys are, or it's very easy to forget that they're at work, right? And so their work, their job is to protect this brand, and they're able to dedicate like 24 hours a day to it, and they have to figure out where those hours go. If you could make your job just like replying to people on Reddit, a lot of people would take that, bruh. So it's like an easy task to do, or to like get involved with, especially if you care a lot about your image and you're very like fiery about it, like MrGirl is. He's very personally invested in it. It's super easy to imagine somebody spending that time replying and spending a bunch of energy on that. Dude, I've been there, right? When I don't got a lot else going on, I would focus on Reddit stuff, sure. When I'm bored, I'll look up my name on Reddit and then be disappointed in all the posts that are on there. That's the extent of my engagement on there. At the beginning, I tried replying to people, and then these folks in Vash's community, or one in particular, like threatened me, and so I was scared off of replying on Reddit at all after that point. But yeah, you know, it makes sense to me that he's spending that much time. If it was a normal person, for sure, but these are all content creators, right? The way Max talks about Destiny's subreddit feels like complaining about Tina in accounting talking about me in marketing. Um. Yeah, maybe, dude. Maybe.
I guess it just.
Happy to see you, but happy to see you, Samuel. Hydrate.
Do you think that the upvote system is a good way to foster the most intelligent type of conversation you could have on Reddit?
No.
Then why would I use upvotes as an indicator for whether or not criticism is good or bad?
I don't think I was saying good or bad.
You seem to imply that I'm saying some criticism is bullshit, and you're saying, well, how could it possibly be bullshit when there's so many upvotes? And then my question is, do you think upvotes are indicative of whether or not a particular post is good or bad, or criticism is good or bad? And you said, well, probably not.
No, they're indicative of they're indicative of resonance.
Okay.
And if a criticism resonates with your own fans, that is an indication that it's probably not bullshit.
Sure, possibly. But I could also just not want that criticism.
Yes. So that's a different idea than the criticism is bullshit.
One thing, like, I don't know if you guys pick up on this. To me, the line, like, or maybe I just don't want those criticisms or whatever, like, rings a little bit funny. But nobody reacts to it but me, so let me know if I'm crazy. But when I heard that, I thought for sure he would reply or chat would like do something, and they did nothing. Like, I feel like that's a bit of a quite a thing to say, but and I don't mean in a bad way necessarily either. It's just like very definitive statement that I feel like for MrGirl, I could see it going like, you know, what are the examples of these? Oh, you missed it? Here.
That's a different idea.
I could also just not want that criticism.
Yes.
Yeah, like.
So that's a different.
That bit.
That's a different idea than the criticism is bullshit.
I guess it doesn't
yeah,
be bullshit. Like, because I wouldn't say.
I don't know, bro. Like, there's some Giga Chads, but I don't know if that's. I don't know if that's related to what he's doing. You're not tripping? I flinched a bit when I heard it. Okay, just wanted the reality check.
The criticism is good or valid is the same as it resonates. There's a lot of things that resonate that I wouldn't care about, right? But sure, we can say that the criticism resonates, for sure. That's probably the case.
Yeah.
I took it as he doesn't find value in the criticism. I think you can interpret it well, but one thing that here, I'll just put it as a little thought bubble, okay? I'll put it as a thought bubble. Hey, come on, let's just put a fucking thought bubble on it, bro. Just send that shit to the back. Let's put it up here so it's a little bit easier to see. So one thing, I mean, it fits in with Steven doesn't care, bro. I don't care for those criticisms. I'm just gonna deadass put Steven doesn't care, bro. That's where we're at with stuff. It's another instance. Steven doesn't care. I'm beginning to see a repeating pattern. Do I have permission to just start color coding this? I'm gonna do it. We're at the color code point. Should I also color code the things they're attached to? Probably. Yeah. Is that everything? Yes. So we'll just go ahead and color that color. I get what you're saying, and I am aware of my bias and the fact that I don't have any more patience for Max. Yeah, I don't blame you on that end. And this could be a fine thing, you know. I don't know. I can hear in Book's voice that he's in a better place mentally, and that makes me happy. Yeah, I'm smoking weed, bro. I'm smoking weed and drinking Monster, bro. I'm riding the Green Demon, bro. That's what I'm doing. This is my happy place.
And I think even criticism that resonates, if you're going to create an environment that is fair to your orbiters.
Why am I creating an environment that is fair to my orbiters? I don't know what that means.
You're not.
Well, no, or what should I?
I mean, that's my whole.
Yeah, of course. It's not. It's my environment. It's not. I would never.
He said, "That's my whole brother. It's your whole fucking nothing." That you have not been focused on the orbiters this whole fucking time. All right, so this is where orbiters gets brought up. Oops, that's all good. Probably has to be. I don't know. Where's my fucking arrow? Give me my arrow. Man, you kidding me? Where's my arrow? It doesn't give me an arrow to the left. Why is that? I can only go down. Oh. Oh, okay. I didn't know it worked like that. Whatever. Let's bring that in closer. And we'll do it like that. That's fine.
Why should you?
Yeah, my subreddit is a place where everybody can come for equal representation and have equal access to my community. Like,
that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so you said that I'm creating a subreddit that is unfair to a group of people that don't own the subreddit, which seems to imply that I ought to make the subreddit, the contrapositive is I ought to make the subreddit fair to most or all people. And what I'm saying is, well,
just orbiters, not all.
Okay, say orbiters, yeah. But then my criticism would be, well, why would I do that? Or why would that ever be my why?
For two reasons. One, I think.
Is this still Notion? Nah, this is draw.io. Maybe I should put that on the board. Maybe that should be a board item. Nah, I can't fit it on the board. That's unfortunate. Oh, I could probably just put text, actually. Let me do that. Do. Just name it something random, and we'll put awesome. There, you guys can read that, right? Awesome. That looks great. So anyways, like I was saying, let me make this accessible. Yeah, let's just put it there. That'll get covered by the alerts when the alerts go off. That's most of my worry. Okay.
I think it's what's best for.
How does this era of Destiny content feel to you? I like these questions. These questions are fucking fantastic, actually. You guys are doing real good today. I think it's fucking cringe, bruh. It's fucking cringe. I'm gonna come out of the closet, bruh. I'm coming out of the closet, okay? I am Mel-pilled, alright? I'm Mel-pilled, bruh. I was watching a clip of Melina talking, and I think she has a really good point when she says, like, I'm married to the dude, and I've been with him 4 years or whatever, and I still don't feel like I know him. The only people that really know him are probably like his exes, right? Like, and everybody is making such definitive statements about stuff, and they're kind of treating him like he's their dad and he's meant to like rectify all their problems. And I don't know, it's all just, it's very weird. It's very weird vibes. I haven't really liked it. Haven't really liked what's been happening lately. Like, it's all been kind of foolish, very foolish lately. Like, even Abba's hopping on the foolish train, bruh. He's acting foolish as well. He's popping jokes and whatever, and yeah, I don't know, bro. Everybody's acting a little bit foolish. So sorry. That's what I'll say.
Us, the orbiters. I think it's immoral to not do that.
What if it was at the detriment to myself? Do I have an obligation to run my community in a way that benefits people that interact with me that I feel is detrimental to myself?
I will answer that, but I don't think it is. I think what you're doing is already detrimental to yourself. So I think the two interests are aligned. But
can you provide, like, give me an example for that? Because on the flip side, and I feel like I'm repeating myself, but on the flip side, I would say that I have one of the most successful communities on Reddit of any content creator, including those that are like 10 times the size of me. So I feel like something is working right.
You have a yes. Yeah, size-wise. Okay, wait, so what am I arguing that it's in your best interest to...
Well, you seem to be implying that, like, the moderation decisions that I'm making don't even serve my own interests. Yeah.
I don't think they do.
Yeah. Yes. And it seems to me that so far the way the subreddit's ran has been wildly successful for the sub.
It is, but compared to what it could be, we don't know. I mean, obviously the sub could be better.
Yeah, the hypothetical thing you're comparing it to could be, you can't give me any other example of a subreddit that's like that. And in fact, I would even...
That allows...
Yeah, because almost every subreddit that is considered of high quality on Reddit has extensive moderation. Nazi-like moderation, some might even say.
I'm okay with Nazi-like moderation. That's not what I'm arguing against. I'm arguing against unfair moderation that humiliates your coworkers, colleagues, or underlings, wherever we are, orbiters. You have moderation that specifically humiliates your orbiters and generates dog piles against them, a vicious dog pile. So I'm not. It's not the amount of moderation. It's kind of moderation that I'm against. And it's not that you're intentionally generating dog piles. It's that you're not intentionally trying to prevent them. I think the kind of content you make.
Okay. Well, we'll add that to the chart. That's a good one. But do you guys kind of notice that he kind of goes all over the place? He's kind of free thinking, you know what I mean? Like, his points just kind of morph over time, but through his tone, it doesn't feel like they have. It feels like I've been missing something in the conversation, but I haven't. He just kind of changes. There's like clusters of points, and they kind of um and I always feel weird about pointing this out because and this is a stylistic point that I changed that I'm actually going to go back to because it's more comfortable for me. I think in terms of like shapes and like groups and clusters and like organized things, and that's how like that's why I like Notion, that's why I like something like this. Because like if I were to describe how Max is like making arguments, they're very clumpy, and we're meant to believe that it's a consistent stream that like goes from one to the other, but that's not really the way it works. He kind of goes on one point and then gives it up and then completely switches and then goes on something else, and then literally 180s between talking about me, I defend myself. It's about making it fair to orbiters. Like there's just these massive tonal shifts between like these different clumps of ideas that he's talking about. But then they come back around. Like you see how this parallels this up here. How should I represent that?
Looks like rain!
Like, oop. Like, do you see?
MrGirl really is an Atkins song brought to life.
Boy, oh boy. Like, these are the same clump. They're the same kind of consistency. This is that rice grain. This is that tapioca clump, right? But then sometimes we have clumps that are like very, very, very different. Like, oh man, that's a raspberry. There's a raspberry in there. It's very clumpy, you know? It's like acai. I think he does it on purpose so he can jump to something new when he gets pinned down. Yeah, maybe. MrGirl really is an Akon song brought to life. I don't even know what that means, honestly. I don't listen to no hip hop, bro. Aren't most of MrGirl's monologues like that? Maybe. I just like laying it out because, like, honestly, I don't know the structure unless I really think about it. I don't give him that much of my mental processing power anymore.
In the kind of conversations we all have, you have to go out of your way. You have to go above and beyond to protect your orbiters. And I don't think you're doing that. I mean, you're saying you're not doing it. You're
Yeah,
saying
probably
should
not. I
I?
don't think so. Yeah, I don't know if I would, but
Okay, so the reasons. Well, okay, what am I answering? Why should you? For your own interest, or am I saying what would be my take if it was somehow against your interest, but in the interest of your orbiters?
well, one, I don't actually agree that it is in my interest. I don't think I even agree with that.
Okay,
Yeah, so I can start on that one.
whether it's in your interest.
Yeah.
Thank you.
A lot of the conversations you have with your orbiters are boring. People are sycophantic toward you, and I think my sense is that you dislike this. And I think that comes across in the streams. So while the subreddit health is different from the stream health, I think that if your orbiters feel like they have to suck up to you or become a copy of you or be a worse, I mean, ultimately a worse version of you, then I think that really impacts the conversations that you're able to have with those people. I mean, I've started using the derogatory term white blood cell when I'm having an argument with you or even a conversation, and they start flooding into the room to just parrot whatever you're saying, and then you're playing video games.
This is one thing. I don't care if you guys point it out or not. I'll point it out because it's a very good point, and I really like the verbiage here. I like the idea of calling them white blood cells. Those do happen. Like, and I don't know how much of it is like our frustration with how repetitive it is, and we've already heard it, and we like, I think low key this is an entitled, or not an entitlement, this is taking something for granted. Like, I take for granted that if you tell me an immediate defense to like a point of Stevens that I've brought up, that you don't know that I listened to the point. Like, if you repeat something that I heard at the exact same time I disagreed with it, I feel like that frustrates me. I think that's where this can come from. But because sometimes like I haven't seen it and these are new points to me, and I handled those a little bit differently. Like, if you give me an argument from Destiny but I don't know it's from Destiny, I necessarily can't know if you're like a white blood cell or not. But if you repeat something to me that I've already heard of his, then I get frustrated with it and I categorize you this way. But for me at least, because I've done soul searching on it, I think a lot of it for me personally is frustration that like I've already heard this. Like, yeah, I heard that. I disagree with it. Like, uh, yeah, I don't know. I think he talks the too good, and a lot of the times, another thing that frustrates me, another dimension of it, is the comment that is being made isn't engaging with what I'm saying. And part of that is just like the architecture of chat, right? Because you can't write out like a whole paragraph where you respond to what I'm saying and present your own idea. But also like, yeah, it's very easy to like misread that on the fly for sure. But sometimes people are honestly frustrating. Like I've already picked out some people, like Izo Lycan. And here's the thing: oftentimes I'm happy to have those people around. Like there's a line, and most people don't cross it with stuff like this. Like Ezo Lycan or whatever the fuck this person's name is that was bitching about everything the whole stream. Like I identify that that's a person that is like trying to trigger the fuck out of me, but I like those chatters a lot of the time. So as long as they don't cross that line and do something stupid, like I'm not gonna like shit on them too much, like to where I indicate I don't want them back. Does any of that make sense? Love to see a book stream. Sad to see it's the tail end of a multi-week attempt to appeal a temporary ban by a guy that's apparently never been banned in a subreddit before. Well, I mean, how many other subreddits could he be in with the amount of time he's spending on r/destiny, bro? Come on. It's a full-time gig. I think he talks like the too good for the class teacher's pet, super entitled, needy, emotional, smart, unwilling to change and provoking, irrespective of the consequences. Yeah, maybe.
Games, and they're parroting you, and I'm like, do you like this? Like how this not like why would you want to surround yourself with people who are afraid to disagree with you? And so
do you think that most people that have my opinions, do you think they're afraid to disagree?
A room to just parrot whatever you're saying, and then you're playing video. I mean, I've started using the derogatory term white blood cell when I'm having an argument with you, or even a conversation, and they start flooding into the room to just parrot whatever you're saying, and then you're playing video games.
Oh, okay. He points at a different noun than I do. Okay, I'm gonna hijack this word and make it a different definition. I'm going to make white blood cell you guys, the chatters, the small folk, as we would say in Game of Thrones terms. That's who I think are white blood cells. I don't think the aristocracy is white. I will come on. What are you talking about, chap? You're saying they're the orbiters. I'm not gonna put such a label on my fellow aristocrats, on my fellow orbiter people up in the higher class. Okay, I may be back to the normie class with you guys for a bit, but you know, I don't know if the streamers are in this case. I don't feel like they jump in quite like that. I just think he gets frustrated when anybody joins the room. That's bad faith or whatever, or mean to say, but that's like my off the cuff impression. I just don't think MrGirl wants anybody else to be there. Like when I was a little kid, I was the type of person that would have like a single friend, um, and like wouldn't make friends with like other people. He kind of feels like that. That's what he reminds me of. Like he wants this he wants the one-on-one time with a single person, and any other like interruption to that like frustrates him or isn't like what he's in it for. And unfortunately he's picked a guy who's like really popular to try and do that with, and all of the trying to get him to change his mind, all of the like being super upset that other people are talking to him right now, like it's so weird to see, because it's like, yeah, that probably works on like other people in your life that you've tried it with, like a lot of the other tactics MrGirl uses, for lack of a better term, in conversation and when he's speaking. But it's just not going to work on him, bro. He's not Shaylin. He's not whoever else it is that this stuff works on. It's just not going to really work on Steven. So it's just kind of cringe. Cringe. Very cringe. Is there a specific type of live note-taking flow charting that book is doing? BPML doesn't look like the right search term. Don't I have it on the screen? Yeah, I do. The program is draw.io. That's what I'm using. Unless you mean there's some order to the madness. That's not. I have no order to the madness. It's just for me.
Games, and they're parroting you, and I'm like, like, do you like this? Like, how this not like why would you want to surround yourself with people who are afraid to disagree with you? And so
Do you think that most people that have my opinions, do you think, are afraid to disagree with me?
I think your orbiters are afraid to disagree with you.
Gotcha. I guess it's possible. I don't know how either of us would prove it, but I think that the answer is probably like a lot more boring, and that's just that they all watch my content. I tend to do the most research on the issues I talk about in most of my orbiters, and then therefore they tend to kind of just have my opinions. There are exceptions to that, but the exceptions are the people that do more research than me, and they do tend to disagree on things. Like Rose is a good example. He's on my streams arguing about things before, and he's disagreeing on things. I think Peace goes disagreeing about things. Supreme has come on and disagreeing on things because these are people that have specialized knowledge where they've done more research and they've come on and like, oh, you're wrong about this. But it seems like they have no problem disagreeing with me ever.
My view is that having orbiters who are also your fans hurts your content.
I mean, do you think that like Abba is a bad person to jump in and talk to me, or Muda is a bad person too? Like, I think all of my orbiters / fans have disagreed with me, I think, at some point in time. Like,
I don't want to call anyone out specifically. I want to call it a dynamic that I see where I see a filtration. Like, there are people on the internet who are well-spoken, interesting, and have heavy disagreements with you about really big topics that would probably turn into really interesting debates, discussions, high conflict streams where you'd be able to really hash things out with people. That I think those people are being turned away. So again, it's not I'm trying to.
Can we take a, not to put you on the spot, but like, what's like an example of one of these people? I'm super curious. Because like, I'm thinking like Pisco is probably one guy that I probably almost, he actually even triggers offending in chat when I just say type, I'm already triggered because I already know he's disagreeing with me. And he does it a lot. And I think he's probably one of the most overwhelmingly positively received people in my subreddit. And that's like a high conflict person.
Yeah, that's good. No, I don't want to give an example. I just want to, again.
Actually, you worded that perfectly, huh? It's just books, weed, intuition, and history of research experience mixing together. Yeah, I suppose it is. Now, honestly, I go off of vibes, and I just tune into what they're saying. Like, hold on. Can I do one diversion real quick? Just a tiny diversion. When you have, I'll just do it like this. When you have like let me grab something else too from here. I'll do a rant real quick. I'm mostly in this for the rants. I think you guys like the rants more, so and I like giving the rants, so when you have like a piece of paper and it has like a bunch of text on it, let's say, we'll put this one way over here. Oh, whatever. I don't need text. I think you have to break down all of the text into like chunks, and you have to chunk it. Like, this chunk is about this, and you highlight it, and this chunk down here is about this, and you highlight it. And one of the first things that I teach people in tutoring about essay writing is to try and chunk text. You have to start seeing the structure in text to try and write it on your own. So it's a kind of like reverse engineering. And the place that I get this from is like learning in school, but it's also kind of from art. So a really good way to get better at art is to start paying attention to art that you like and dissecting what it is that you like about it or what other artists are doing. And you can learn a lot by doing that. And it's the same with languages and a gazillion other things. So that's how I teach people essay writing. Because once you start identifying, oh, this chunk has this purpose that I'm representing with the fart cloud, and this chunk has this purpose, which I'm representing with this fart cloud, then you can kind of put all the fart clouds together and you can evaluate them. And at the end of it, you can be like, oh, here is the idea that the person is trying to put forward, and this is their reasoning behind it. And you have this like really solid, well put together idea about this piece of text, and the way that you took it from this 2D piece of paper that seems intimidating with a bunch of text on it that you really can't remember or understand or parse. We're going to turn that into chunks. We're going to turn those chunks into ideas, and then we're going to write those ideas out in essay form, and then it looks really refined. But all it was this to this to this, and then boom, right? And that's all I'm doing here. Like, often the stream is this thing that I do at the end with all my notes, the performance that I do for you guys. And this is the video. These are the notes that I take while I'm watching the video. These are the review comments that I put on top of those notes. And then this is the stream that I do, right? So that's just the way that I look at things. I'll go ahead and put this at the bottom. Actually, it'd be kind of cool to just leave it in here now. I'll leave it here for now because it works well, because we had this stupid thing here. This will be a piece of living art, okay? It'll be a piece of living art. So we'll just have this point go down from here. Yeah, because I think the parrot point will end relatively quickly. Congrats on a new job. Thank you. It's a modern art piece. First time live watcher. Well, I'm happy to have you, Abraham. Being from an engineering background, the blocks with connecting flow feels like it's a lot easier to extract themes and ideas from. Essay text blocks always felt more opaque to me. Yeah, and I'm beginning to find it work. That's the case with people too. I need to start getting better at using visual design to tell stories about what it is that I'm doing, as opposed to like giving them Notion documents. Because I notice people glaze over when it's like a bunch of text, and even if that's really nice to me and I like it and that's where I'm comfortable, it's not where most people are. So I'm learning a lot at the new job.
I mean, like, did you disagree with this idea that like you have a lot of sycophantic clones of
Yeah, I
yourself?
disagree. I know people don't pick up my manners and stuff, but I don't think it's to the point where like they're scared to disagree with me. I don't agree with that dynamic now.
Okay, so my sense that this like dreadful fog of boredom descends over the stream when somebody comes in to just kind of shoot the shit and agree with you about something that doesn't, you don't.
Oh, that definitely exists, but I don't know if it's because people are scared to disagree with me. I think that's just the nature of like what I do in terms of political conversations. Like I'm going to tend to talk to people that agree with me because people that heavily disagree with me generally don't want to talk. Like I think that's just like the nature of doing like political content online in general.
Well, I'm saying I think you're contributing. I know that there's a narrative that people who disagree with me don't want to talk to me, but I think this is part of why that's happening.
Okay.
Because if you do disagree with you,
Now, he just keeps poking. Like, I'm not writing it all down, but do you notice? It's just poke and poke and poke and poke and poke. New idea, new idea, new idea. They're all adjacent. He's just trying to find a hole. I think this was a really good hole. Let's listen to this one argument in isolation just one more time. And yeah, I've heard of Obsidian, but I haven't tried it. I just, it's a big cost to switch over.
Okay.
because if you do disagree with you, contribute. I know that there's a narrative that people who disagree with me don't want to talk to me, but I think this is part of why that's happening.
So like, the reason why this is brilliant is because it's something Steven actually gives a fuck about. We have Steven doesn't care, Steven doesn't care, Steven doesn't care. Now you're picking something I feel like Steven actually cares about. This one was close because he's noted that he doesn't like this. But MrGirl refined that point into one that I think could get him there. So I'm going to listen to it one more time and then I'm going to write down.
Okay.
The people who disagree with me don't want to talk to me, but I think this is part of why that's happening.
Okay.
Because if you do disagree with you in a certain way or a certain number of times, you're going to face a dog pile.
Yeah, I mean, that can happen, but I mean, like, that it's, I mean, like, in some ways it's controllable, but in other ways it's, like, kind of uncontrollable. Like, it just depends on what's going on.
Okay, well, I have some suggestions on what I think you could do to protect your orders, but you're saying, why is it good for me to protect my orders?
Well, now you're not talking about orders, you're not anybody that I can have a conversation with. So, like, for instance, I made, like, there's, like, a 3-day...
become orders, potential. I'm talking about
well, like, so I have, like, a 3-day circle jerk rule. So, like, I want people posting threads for, like, people days and days. It feels like posting stuff, like, just stop, this is, like, cringe. So, like, that's a rule I've had. I don't know when I started that, there's a response people were, like, shitting on some people was too much. It's like, this is too much. But, like,
sure.
There's also going to be people that... So, here's the issue. When I talk to people that I massively disagree with, I have huge disagreements with, chances are, myself's going to have huge disagreements with them as well. So, I mean, like, I mean, I can be nicer, but, like, if I argue with, theoretically, me and Lauren Southern argue about immigration and her hypocrisy related to like immigrating to Australia was bigger than the peace argument. Myself's probably gonna shit on her. Like, but I mean, like, I can tell people to be nicer, but there's gonna be a ton of people saying she's a hypocrite.
That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm not suggesting you tell people to be nicer.
Okay, what do we? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't know what to suggest.
Imagine if you have a debate with Lauren Southern about immigration, and then you ban anyone who agrees with her, and then you ban her.
It would depend on what her and her fans were posting, though. Like, I've kind of done that with, like, if Grey Person's posting if Grey Person's posting about some things, then it's okay-ish, but sometimes it's just like literal sycophants to just show up and like engage in shit that I don't want to. So I was like, no, I'm gonna do that. But I wouldn't ban every single person to defend Fuentes or whatever.
Well, yes, only every single person who bans me. I mean, who defends me.
Well, that's only after the war declaration and everything. But like,
that's fine. I understand. I gave you the ammunition needed to justify this, but I still think it's wrong.
Well, you made it sound incredibly arbitrary. Like, there are already issues popping up beforehand with like the
Like there, he gave up a point in like a single line, no?
Arbitrary.
Needed to justify this, but
and everything. But like,
that's fine. I understand. I gave you the ammunition who defends me.
Well, defend Fuentes or whatever.
Well, yes, only every single person who bans me. I mean,
like
her and her fans were posting though. Like, I've kind of done that with Lawrence. Okay, there's gonna be a ton of people saying she's a hypocrite.
I'm not suggesting you tell people to be nicer.
Okay, what do we? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't know what to suggest.
Imagine if you have a debate with Lauren Southern about immigration, and then you ban anyone who agrees with her, and then you ban her.
It would depend on what her and her fans were posting.
Okay, so the idea that he presents is that you ban everyone who disagrees with you. Right?
Like, I
ban her.
It would depend on.
And then you ban anyone who agrees with her, and then you ban her.
Okay, you ban anyone who agrees with her. Okay, it's even crazier. Okay, and this is about Lauren Southern. I'll remember it's about Lauren Southern. You guys might not, but I will, so I'm not putting it in there.
It would depend on what her and her fans were posting, though. Like, I've kind of done that with, like, if Grey Person's posting about some things, then it's okay-ish, but sometimes it's just like literal sycophants to just show up and like engage in shit that I don't want to. So I was like, no, I'm gonna do that. But I wouldn't ban every single person to defend Fuentes or whatever.
Well, yes, only every single person who bans me. I mean, who defends me.
Well, that's only after the war declaration and everything. But like,
that's fine. I understand. I gave you the ammunition needed to justify this, but I still think it's wrong.
And like, I'm gonna start pointing out a second theme. And you probably already know what it's gonna be before I even say it, but like it happens so quickly. He presents the scenario, like there's not a lot of grab on it, and then he immediately makes clear, like, hey, in case that wasn't obvious, that's about me, that's just like me. Like, yeah, bro, we know why you posed it like that. Like like he brings us to the point where it's like, why am I exceptional? This is an exceptional circumstance where I've been treated this way. But he's also well aware of what the exceptional circumstances are. So why present this scenario where it just randomly happens after a debate, when it seems like he immediately agreed and already was aware of the declaring war thing, and that being the reason. So like, I don't know why he tries things like this, because Steven just immediately swats it down. But he also doesn't pay a huge rhetorical price for doing this. Like, I feel like most people don't seem to point it out, so I just assume that, like, oh, okay, no, never mind. I wasn't reading the chat. Okay, so people are noticing that. Good. Okay. I'm having a hard time grokking what point Max is making with the Lauren hypothetical. Does he feel like he's being treated worse than Lauren Fuentes? I'm sure there's some deeper reason for it, and I feel like all the reasons that are coming to mind are really shitty to say, so I'm just not gonna say them. I don't know why those are his go-to hypotheticals. I'm not gonna ponder on it too much. But you can. That's an interesting thing to think about. And that's the thing too, is like, now that I have this here, I can use it as like an informational diagram. What we get between this stage and this stage, I'm happy for us to like different ideas. And I think that even if we don't like choose to hold the idea, we can look at somebody else's and see how it makes sense. And because we all have things that we're doing with it, ways that we want to live or ways that we want to do things. Like, because I'm doing the review, that's definitely something I want to think about, is being in front of people and saying stuff, because all it takes is one person to repeat it to somebody else, and if it's not worded properly, or it's not the best idea to support a particular idea, or if I haven't thought it through, like, that could lead to consequences. So like, I have to choose a different idea to go with to like present my thing. But I can definitely see where you're coming from, right? It gave me the implicit confused feeling and made me feel bad, since it seems to optically make Steven look like he's treating Lauren and Fuentes more gently than him. Interesting. Yeah, that could yeah, that's an interesting observation. Definitely wasn't top of mind for me though, TBH, but yeah, now that you pointed it out, maybe.
I understand I gave you the ammunition needed to justify this, but I still think it's wrong. And I still think
You're making it sound incredibly arbitrary. Like, there are already issues popping up beforehand with like the sycophantic like defense stuff that I think was like irritating, probably both me and Forethought.
Defining it as sycophantic defense is already bungling in the premise that you're right and I'm wrong, which is...
Why isn't that kind of what you've done with my fans? I feel like the way you conduct yourself with my stuff is kind of pretty similar in terms of like the type of defense that I see. In terms of like...
Wait,
yeah, go ahead.
Isn't what, how would I have done with your fan?
Like the way that you represent... Like, if I... So, fully prepared to be calling something wrong. But I think if you go through my post and Vosh's subreddit, I think my posts are pretty good. My comments. Usually I'm responding to people. I'm generally pretty polite. I'm generally like, these are the facts, this is what I feel, blah, blah, blah. But I feel like when I saw your post, sometimes in my subreddit, it was literally like, you guys aren't smart enough to understand this. You don't get this. Like, my fans get this. You just don't understand this particular thing. Like, those kinds of defenses, and the people that see that and make similar defenses are gonna like... It's gonna breed a certain style of conversation where it's like, I just don't want to see it.
Okay. Saying people are too stupid to understand your arguments is something that you do a lot.
On my stream, yeah. But if I went into I think I've had this exact conversation before. If I went into Vosh's subreddit and I started saying that, I would fully expect to get banned. Like when I post in my subreddit, I'm an actual.
Flash is your bar
if
for-
I've been posting in my subreddit, I'm a feral monster, and I fully acknowledge that. I'm like, because it's my subreddit. But if I'm posting in other people's subreddits, it's like, okay, well, this is I'm like a guest here, and I'll post it in a way that I wouldn't want to get banned. So I also post my subreddit. That's generally how I function.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I know that I function. That's the thing I'm complaining about.
Okay.
That I have to be polite and nice, and you get to tear into me in front of all these people.
Well, I don't think I ever posted on the subreddit like tearing into you before. Like anything I say is generally done on stream.
You kind of have. You've made some comments. We had a tense comment exchange where you said, maybe if you're getting this feedback after these conversations, then you're the one with the problem.
What was it in reference to?
Some conversation I had that you thought I didn't have, right? People were arguing about it. And somebody said, somebody quoted Chilll and Split Longer and said, it's not true that you can't ask Max to be nice. And then you made fun of that person and, by implication, Shaylin.
I think I would make fun. If I remember correctly, yeah, I probably would. I probably did.
Okay, so I'm saying it's not true that it's all on stream. You have.
Okay, there are some comments that I do make on my side, but it's pretty rare. It's generally not. I'm generally just talking on stream. Okay. Like I think at this point, I actually think you've probably posted my server more than I have. I think you posted like almost somebody said some 700 comments on my server. I think I posted that much on my server.
Yeah,
but
well,
okay.
A lot of dogpile is happening. So
Actually, maybe there's a way of like. I don't know if you guys can read it when it's like this big. Can you? There's no like more fine-grained way of doing it. I suppose this keeps most things in frame.
I've been dogpiling my server
Fuck you, Azalican, actually, now that I look at the name.
way more than you have.
yeah, but it's different when it's.
Sure, okay, I'm just saying. Yeah, okay.
Okay. So I thought we were getting lost in the weeds here.
Yeah, go.
The last point of contention was, I think, I can imagine a more interesting stream where people who have genuine disagreements with you, and I'm not saying there are none, but I'm saying that your orbit, I think, is mostly, there's a trend of people just kind of soft disagreeing, fake surface level disagreements, drenched in sycophantic dick licking.
Yeah, because like the thing is, I'm on a gigantic monitor right now, so that's why I'm so unsure.
And I think that does hurt your.
I love how he brought up his girlfriend and framed it as Steven was attacking her. So underhand. Yeah, I'm beginning to see how like you guys can read between the lines on these examples. I'll actually put that on the side. Dude, you know it'd be funny? We could just write it in here. No, actually, let's not do that. I'll just put it here. And we have to make sure this is a different color. This is a Max idea. Or an audience idea. We'll make it yellow, just so we know that that's an audience idea. Not a me idea, okay, to be clear. Man, this text is so goddamn small. What the hell? Let's get that large. Man, why don't you just make this yellow off the bat? Is this yellow or is this green? Am I making a fool of myself? Wait, I joined late. What do the colors mean? I should just add a key and I'll keep moving it. Hold on. I'll do that in a second. Just give me 2 seconds. So you said that we had Shaylin, which I believe this is how you spell her name. It might be one N. So you have Shaylin, you have Fuentes, you have Lauren Southern. Okay, so I'll put that in there as your guys' ideas, and we'll keep going. It's piss. Okay.
Stream.
Diluted urine.
Okay, it's possible. I don't know if like changing to subreddit moderation impacts that at all.
Well, I haven't slept a full night in like 2 weeks, and a lot of that is because of your subreddit.
Jesus.
Just endless. I mean, like, man.
He's making it about himself again.
I haven't slept. I think that does hurt your stream. Just kind of soft disagreeing, fake surface level disagreements, drenched in sycophantic dick licking, and I think that does hurt your stream.
Okay, it's possible. I don't know if like changing to subreddit moderation impacts that at all.
Well, I haven't slept a full night in like 2 weeks, and
He just okay. It is kind of crazy. He switches points. Now it's about his sleepless nights. I'm not gonna write this shit in, bro. We're hella jumping. We're just jumping, and I'm gonna take a bit of a walk around while we wait for him to get back to a point that'll stick with Steven for a bit.
a lot of that is because of your subreddit. Just endless. I mean, like, man, you get some criticism that you just don't like in your own subreddit because of how it makes you feel. Imagine how it would make you feel if you and anyone who agreed with you was banned from responding, and for periods of time, you were the main topic of the subreddit. It's really terrible.
Ah, there it is. We loop back around. Okay. So we've looped back around onto a point. Which one is it again? Yeah, is mostly this. Is mostly this. That's important.
Terrible feeling watching your like the story.
And
told about you.
obviously I understand the story. You certainly understand the story. I've had plenty of
Yeah.
stories. Yeah.
But it feels worse when it's your friend, and not just friend, but like professional. We have a professional relationship. Like, not just we work together, and this also impacts my work and my career.
Yeah, sure. I don't know how I ever just understand different ways of dealing with it. That's totally fine. We can totally resume. But I don't think I let my comfort zone extend into somebody else's community. Lauren's community has had pretty awful things about me at points. Fuentes' community is atrocious towards me. Wash's community, even at our original separation, when coming back, has said horrible things about me. But like, you know, personally, people are never getting like, hey, you need to moderate your community differently. They're saying bad things about me. Like that's what the community does. And I don't like I just want to engage in that community. Like, I'll stop this. If I don't argue, I'll go to the last arguments. But yeah, I'm never telling the other person you need to change your moderation style because that community is not suiting my needs. It's not my community.
Okay, so we can just back all the way out, and your objection is that I made a suggestion or a demand about a subreddit that I do not own.
No, it's more specifically that it feels like you want a subreddit in particular to cater to you. That,
Okay.
yeah.
So are you saying that asking you to not ban me and all my supporters is also the same as asking you to cater to me?
In a sense, yeah, it depends on why the supporters are banned, of course, right?
I don't know. I think if they break your TOS, then sure. Like, I'm not saying you shouldn't ban anyone who's a supporter of mine, but at this point, you're banning people just for being supporters of mine. So it's hard to think of a quality that all supporters of mine would have that would break the terms of your subreddit, unless being a supporter of mine is not allowed, which is the case.
Or I just feel like there's a certain type of like culture or community brewing that looks to be like really detrimental to my own. I don't like
Yes.
that. Yeah.
Right. That seems to be the case. So if you think it's overstepping, period, to ask you, I just don't know why we're switching the word cater to. I think we should just say, I'm asking you to not ban me and all my supporters. I feel like
You're asking me to make a moderation decision that's in your best interest. Now, originally, we were
I don't
that's a different argument. Yeah, it was like, well, it's not in my best interest, it's in your best interest too. That's one thing. But if it was in my best interest, it would just be a conversation like, oh, what's up,
Actually, also, who actually calls themselves an orbiter? Whoa, wee face. Well, you would be surprised to know that a lot of these orbiters in private do self-refer as orbiters. Okay. It's a little like Native Americans in Indian. Yeah, you wouldn't believe it. They like that name. Or at least they use it for themselves. Begrudgingly, perhaps, but they do. So.
I think you're super good. Obviously, you're not coming here to like, I'm trying to increase the power of your brand. Here's my suggestion. I'm super irritated that this particular thing's happening, and this is what I hope you do to remedy my irritation. Is what the conversation essentially is, right?
that's part of
Okay. So now that this is repeated twice, I'm also going to put it in here that we have Steven. Why is this not making it white by default? Everything should be white by default. Bruh. Man, I don't like colors. No. Oh. Will this auto make it fucking... Yeah, I want you to be white. F. Hi, Book. Hey, what's up? Also, who actually calls... Yeah, I already read that. Destiny needs to start a boxing league. Yeah, maybe, bro. What was I writing here? What was I putting down? Totally forgot.
of it. I think on some level I feel like I'm trying to save it for myself. But
Oh, it was what Steven was saying.
Power of your brand. Here's my suggestion. I'm super irritated that this particular thing's happening, and this is what I hope you do to remedy my irritation. Is what the conversation essentially is, right? My suggestion is I'm super irritated that this particular thing is happening, and this is what I hope you do to remedy my irritation.
Oof. It's a lot of... It's mucho texto, as the Spaniards would say. So... Let's do a deep dive on this for a second here. Orbiter Indian anime recommendation. Chainsaw Man. It's not XYZ. It's not all these points that you're making. It's that you're irritated. I'll just put MG. Make sure your notes are clear so you can understand. Awesome. It's not all these points that you're making. It's that MrGirl is irritated, and MrGirl hopes that you do X to remedy it. X, of course, being this particular thing. And I'll go ahead and make that another special letter. We'll do right, so he cuts through all of this. He cuts through all of this. Like, this is important, this is important, this is important. All of the stuff that's about him is fine. The moment we took a turn around this corner and we talked about the upvotes thing and Steven didn't care for like the third time in a row, this shift to making it fair to orbiters was a huge one. And this is what I'm talking about with like chunking text or whatever. In this case, I could probably change the line weight a little bit here. We could probably make it from 1 point to maybe 10 points. See what that looks like. There we are. That's fine. Okay, so here we have a major shift. So this whole time he was talking about himself. Then he shifts to talk about this. And here we have attention being brought to the fact that we've shifted. Initially, you were talking about yourself. Then you switch to talking about it's about what's good for you. It's about the orbiters. It's about not having parrots, like all this other stuff. But at the end of the day, it was what you opened up with. This is what Steven thinks it's all about. So let's see how that shift goes. Could you help Kuma-chan and not recommend Made in a... Okay.
Rotation is what the conversation essentially is, right?
That's part of it. I think on some level, I feel like I'm trying to save you from yourself. But
well, I mean, no offense, but I've been here for 12 years. I don't need to save it for myself. I'm probably gonna be here for hopefully longer. We'll see. But I mean, like,
oh fuck! Why didn't you guys tell me this is in a circle? Oh fuck! Now I need to fucking make this one. Amazing. Yeah, that needs to be like that. Like, look at this. Now he's talking about having you save yourself, even though it was, like, I don't know. It's so strange. Max is a very strange cat, bro.
I think that it's generally coming from like a place of like, I'm getting fucked in this community and I want to unfuck myself in this community, and now I'm gonna see
what do shapes mean. This is a good fucking question, bro. Even though I said it in that completely rude strawman voice. You know what? You have a good point. Let me go ahead and just make a whole key for everybody so that they know what everything means. So I'm going to make this smaller too, so I get the dopamine hit of actually seeing this being drawn as I'm writing it out. That would be very, very nice. So the circle is destiny. I think it's pink. Wonderful. More purple? Okay, I'll change it to purple. Man, is that going to be too long of a word? Kind of like how this is working out here. All right, wonderful. There's your answers to everything. Oh, I should probably put key at the top of it. There's my perfectionism. Okay, we're going to put key on the top. That way it's clear that it's a key, okay? How does that look? Man. Whatever. How do I redeem this? Like, you don't have normal editing abilities on this, so you have to like play around with stuff. That's too many. Oh well. I think visually you can tell what's going on. Thanks, Professor. No problem. Barely pink. Whatever. You have your key. Now you understand everything.
That is what I'm saying. I'm telling you that.
Yeah. I
also genuinely want to save you from yourself.
Okay, fine. But then even before like the declaration of war and everything, like you were of the mind that you wanted explicit changes in the moderation of the community
I do.
because you felt like you're.
But again, I don't know why we're abstracting this to explicit changes or a moderation decision. I think I've been pretty clear. I think that you should not impulse ban people, and I think that should be like enshrined into some sort of agreement with your audience. And I think that forethought, or the way forethought is operating, should either change or he should be fired, because he is just banning people for agreeing with me, even about shit that has nothing to do with you. So it just feels a little dishonest to abstract that into you're asking me to make a moderating decision in your favor. Like if you banned all Jews from your subreddit, that would be.
I kind of understand what Max is saying, but Steven is like a jujitsu. My brain is all animated out. Yeah, jujitsu. Steven is kind of like a jujitsu person. He's put Max into a position where, optically speaking, it's really hard for Max to walk this line and make this point. And he does a fucking poor job of it, unfortunately, if you're a big Max lover, because he starts by focusing so much on himself, and the broader context of the conversation means, like with this declaration and everything else, it makes it really hard for him to pretend like this is about other people. What is this doing here? Or it's for some broader idea about what's good for the community, or it's because he wants to help Steven from destroying himself. Like, because you've spent the whole beginning of the conversation on this, and he has like a boatload of context to put the narrative like squarely on your personal demands and your personal reasons to ask for this, he kind of fucks him. Like, I don't think Max can do this, but no, Bookface, hope you're doing well, buddy. I'm on Euro time, so just swinging by. What's up, buddy? It's so weird. The only leverage that he has over Steven to make these super presumptuous asks appeal to emotion and decency, which I think is the heart of why it feels so mindfucky. Yeah, Steven doesn't give him a lot of stuff he could use to really make points with him. I'm just gonna put this to here. Oh, wow. Just doing my arrows, don't mind me. My arrows. That's good enough. I'm sure this is fucked up, but I don't care. That's not what it should look like.
Also, I would probably
Good to see you streaming. Yeah, what's up, Cyfox?
complain about it. It would be technically me asking you to make a moderating decision in my favor, but it's not really. You wouldn't really frame it like that.
Well, it depends on if Jews were having like a horribly negative impact on my sub. If we started,
and this is like a major Steven moment. I wrote this down on my notepad, and this was actually the moment where I kind of moved to doing this and to streaming this. Let me, here, I'll go to my camera, but I don't want to be on camera, okay? Oops, what have I done? So I had this thing drawn out. Let's see if I can actually get this to focus and not be shaky. Where like, that's Max over here. So Max will say something, and he's presenting a premise, which is the idea that it's for everybody, and that he's asking for an action. But from Steven's perspective over here, he saw the thing that happened earlier, this other premise. It's far away. Max forgot maybe that he even focused on it at first. And he's tying that to the action. And that's his perspective. He's ignoring this premise way over here that Max is mentioning. And then like I started trying to write up like an analogy to explain this, but I think it's like pretty straightforward, so I gave up. And like when I was doing this, you know, crazy drawing of stuff, then I decided to do the stream, and instead to focus on what was going on. Also, the lack of concrete examples. I think it'd be good for Book if he never banned any of us ever again. Jesus. The whole thing really is like Jews versus Christian arguments. Oh, that was another thing I wrote down. That was the other thing I wanted to say. Like, it's very easy to oh, I'm dumb. Here, let me go back into that other view. What's up? So this thing up here, ignore the top note. So Steven is like a Sphinx cat. It's easy to hate him and continue to. However, if you spend some time and listen and give it a chance, it is easy to like it. It's easier to like it than you would think. This is me parsing my awful handwriting. Let me go ahead and switch screens here. Sorry for the shakiness. I don't have the most stable of hands. Like, it's so easy to be turned off by Steven when you're listening to him, because like that would be a moment where like a lot of America would turn the TV off and be like, yikes, that's a dividing remark. That's not the way to respond. That's not what we expect. A natural response would be to the Jew thing, but that's because they don't understand debate and whatever. What language is that? Well, see, I'm like 20% doctor, believe it or not, so I write like one. I don't know. What will Booksmarts like me when you start saying nice things and stop complaining?
Posting like if a Palestinian issue popped up and it was starting to get unbelievably insane, and every other poster was like, I'm a Zionist and this is why, you know, we're gonna fucking nuke the Palestinians, fuck all of them. At some point I might just be like, fuck it, like, yeah, I'm just banning all these people. Now obviously that wouldn't be
So
okay.
when you say banning all these people, when you say banning all these people, you mean banning all the people who are posting that, or you're saying if there was someone else who said?
Because like the other thing too, low key, because he just said Zionist, like, but it started off, the question started off with Jewish, like there's so many ways you could interpret this poorly if you want to get upset over something. Like that's what I'm saying, is like he constantly touches on topics and uses examples and engages on stuff that like necessarily makes him say things that like will just make people not like him. It's rough to see.
That I'm Jewish in a different conversation about a different topic, you would also ban that person.
I don't know if I would do it in a different topic. It would depend on how far things had escalated.
So there is a point at which you would say, okay, we just have to ban all the Jewish people from the subreddit.
I probably wouldn't do it with Jewish people because that's like an immutable trait. It's a little bit different than explicitly being a fan of a particular person, but.
Okay, so then we can go back to my hypothetical in which if you did ban all Jewish people, I would probably complain about it, and it would technically be me advocating for something in my favor because I would get banned along with them. But I don't think you would make the counter argument. You just can't make moderating suggestions. If I think you're doing something unethical,
Well, I wouldn't make the argument there because
I
wouldn't make the argument there because you're intuition pumping something else. It's way different here, and that's that the unethical thing isn't the mistreatment of you and your fans. It's the mistreatment of Jewish people. So when you're making the comparison, like, well, would you ban all black people? And if I were to suggest you stop, would that be me advocating for myself and making a moderation request?
Okay.
Well, yeah, but like you're kind of pumping in this other idea, like, well, you're doing something that's obviously wrong, right?
So now you bring us to, you should be able to do whatever you want to me in your subreddit, no matter what. If you do, there's no rule or command or direction or anything you could post about me or anything anyone can post about me where it would be appropriate for me to ask you to make a moderating decision that protects me. It is just inappropriate for me to ask for any protection from your subreddit, regardless of the circumstances or what's happening on
I think you
Focus
can
7.
ask for anything. I think that's fine. There's no reason.
It would be
not to.
inappropriate for me to demand it.
Yeah, the demand is be like, well, at some point it's, you know, we're going to disagree, and then yeah.
Okay, so if you started like photoshopping like nudes of me like getting fucked in the ass by dogs, and this was just like a super popular thing on your subreddit, everybody was doing it, and it got so popular that when people search MrGirl or Max Carson, the first thing that comes up is just photorealistic, perfect shots of me getting fucked by dogs. You're saying that for me to say like, hey, I think maybe you should make like a rule against revenge porn, or like some kind of rule against like, you know, dog photoshops or something. You at that point you'd say, well, you can ask, but for you to demand this is overstepping.
This is hard because like it's implying that I'm doing something like directly shitting on you.
Yeah, I just like he's doing that thing again. I should have been taking fucking notes on it. Whatever. I don't want to at this point. I'm getting tired of the conversation already. This is about the point that I left off at too. Another hypothetical. Man, can I skip the hypothetical thing? Because like he's doing that thing again. Where did it happen? He had somewhere where he had a breakthrough on one of, oh, here it was. So it kind of went back and forth and got stuck right here. And then people who disagree with me don't talk to me. Then he focused on that, and he had a little bit of breathing room. I feel like he's doing that again over here. He actually did that here as well, before we kind of like where we left off taking notes. So he's done that again here. He's testing, trying to find something. He's testing boundaries, do you really believe that? What if I did this? And what if I did that? And what if she did this? It's kind of like what he was doing with the Lauren Southern thing as well. It's just sometimes it's successful and other times it's not. And I think he's starting to get through here a little bit because Steven agreed to something and maybe now he'll put something together. Let's see. If this sucks, I'm skipping it. Okay, so I'm going to give him another minute or two to entertain me. And if he doesn't, then I'm going to skip to the next chapter because it seems boring.
While like trying to, while I'd still be receptive to like feedback. But I mean, I guess I would say that like, no, if that's like the memes or that's the way that my community rolls, I mean, like at some point you'd have to decide like, okay, well, I don't think I can be associated with your community if that's how you guys run things. And then I'd have to say, oh, okay, well, I guess that's how it goes.
Sure, but that's not the question I'm asking you. The question I'm asking you is, you've rug pulled this entire conversation because you are now implying that to forcefully ask or demand a friend or colleague to change how they moderate their subreddit, regardless of anything else, is in itself overstepping in an attempt to like take over the subreddit. So I don't
know. It's hard. I don't know if I'd say like it's necessarily overstepping or something. Like you can always make a request. There's nothing wrong about making a request.
Yeah, but we're talking about like a boundary, like a forceful.
Yeah,
demand,
that can even be a boundary.
like,
But at some point, like yeah, but I mean, like I wouldn't. I don't know if I would ever acquiesce to somebody else's request for me to change my moderation style. I don't know if I would do that.
Maybe you wouldn't, but that's different. That's a different question from framing it as overstepping or controlling somehow for me to make those requests. So I just want to get you clear on record. Are you saying that it is always overstepping to say, like you keep saying, like, why would I change my moderation style to benefit you? Like, well, because I'm your friend and I work with you, asshole. That's why. Like, you can say like, I don't think this merits that, but like, I think of the dog example, you probably would change it.
Yeah, for sure, because that doesn't seem like it benefits my community anyway, and I don't know why I would need pictures of you.
So you wouldn't change it for me?
No, because it's clearly like with my community. Yeah, I always prioritize.
What if it did benefit your community? What if it was really funny? Your community started growing. You were making more money. What if you started making like tons of money, like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars per month?
It's really hard because the example is so unrealistic. But in this case, I would say yeah. Then we keep it. That's just how this community is ran. Yeah.
Okay, so the way you're
See, we just got more testing with more hypotheticals until we can get a yes on something, and then we keep going and kind of just drilling down like that. And you know, sometimes this is fun. Not gonna lie. Sometimes, like with Irrelevant, I really do enjoy this. Although Relly's conversations can be long-winded, and you can begin to notice like a theme or a reason why the other person won't agree, or that like the framework of the conversation has changed, like when he was talking with Vosh, and it was clear that Vosh is like not going to hear him out, but it keeps on going for like 3 hours, right? So like but I do enjoy watching Relly do debates. I enjoy it a lot less when it's Max doing it, because I don't feel like we're really building something solid the way we are with Relly. Like Relly is drilling down because he's really trying to lay the foundation for something, and I just don't trust that that's what Max is doing a lot of the time. Instead, he looks for like a tonal shift in the conversation or like an emotional shift, and then that's a little bit of ground that he can capitalize on, and that's what he's looking for. And I don't like that. I don't like the idea of drilling for a point of like to kind of attack somebody. You're looking for this point of agreement so that you can then start pushing your shit immediately. And I don't know about that. It feels very like forceful to me. Like on its face, it kind of seems okay, but then the follow-up is not fun.
Your community is ran is that no matter the negative detrimental effects it has on the mental health of your orbiters or people who work with you, no matter how humiliated or hurt they are by your community, you will not even consider a uniform change to your moderation style that would protect your orbiters from you or your community.
I think it's going to depend on the reasons why it's happening and then how that plays out. But those are two things that could augment. So for instance, if I had a debate with some girl and she made a lot of dumb points, or this is kind of what we're doing right now, and everybody would just start like posting like, oh my god, what a whore, go open OnlyFans, what a stupid cunt. I'd probably start banning this because that's not good criticism or valid criticism.
Okay, wait, I know you can come up with an example, but you're framing this as it is, you will never capitulate to a demand about your moderation.
Almost
style.
never.
So again, I'm giving you almost never,
yeah.
But you might. Okay, so.
Well, I'm saying I would, but it's going to be merit-based. It's not going to be because like a friend asked me.
I'm not asking you to do it because a friend asked you. I'm trying to present a case to you.
Okay, what was the case?
I'm asking you to view the merits of the case and make a decision on your own. But
okay, wait, what were the merits of the case? We can talk about that. What are the merits of the case, I guess?
Well, I would like to, before we do that, you've rug pulled the conversation because you keep saying.
What if okay, we can go back to the beginning if you want. Sorry, go ahead, finish.
Okay, the premise of the conversation.
He hates it lately. And I think this is also a thing that he's like always done. He gets mad at like trigger words or like trigger language. That was one of those with the fucking rug pulling, or when people talk about the attachment style thing with Lav. Like he has these like trigger phrases and like trigger language. I don't know, just a tiny observation, something that I find funny.
is that I have a problem with your moderation, and I'm telling you that I think it needs to change in order to protect the mental health of your orbiters and their careers and your professional relationships with these people, namely me. That is the premise. We started talking about it and kind of trying to agree on like an.
I don't know if that, when he says something like that was the premise, that, okay, is this before 40 minutes? It is. Okay, this is when I realized I had to go back and look in the conversation. So we're at about 39 minutes in, and from 39 minutes until like I think 45, we're talking about the framing of the conversation, and I got thrown for a loop because I was like, oh, I was under the impression he was talking about himself, because that happened here. It happened here when Steven was talking about this, right? Like there was a focus on himself. And I'll go ahead and add another little dingleberry for that. Oops. I'll make that a little bit larger too. And we'll format it a little bit. There we are. But yeah, he's got this focus on himself that I think keeps coming back here.
Narrative of what's happening, but then after, I don't know, 30 minutes, you said I would never change my moderation style to benefit someone else or to protect someone else.
Yeah. Well, for the, I should say for the sole purpose of, yeah. If there's other like compelling reasons or arguments, then sure I could, but.
Which he has been saying, like, he said anybody can make a request. You can't demand it, right? Like you guys pointed out fast and loose with that, but I don't really see that as much of a language. Like you guys are pointing at a symptom, but I'm looking at like a disease. I'm trying to look for the theme. Like, yeah, that's a symptom, but what is going on there? And I think it's that like Max tries to push everywhere to see where something gives, and then he'll focus on that. And then based on what he focuses on and what wins, he'll go back and reframe the conversation as being proportionally what won to what didn't, right? Because like he focused a lot on like how it was about orbiters and whatever, but I feel like we focused a ton on him in particular. But I don't know. They're fighting over the optics of what's actually going on. Like both of them are fighting on that rhetorical level, and I think Steven is winning at this point.
So if you're saying basically, no matter what you say, I'm not going to protect you.
Yeah.
No matter. Okay. Well, then I don't know if there's anything to talk about.
Okay.
Because like the merits of it don't matter because you're saying that the request in itself is already out of bounds.
Well, no, that's not true. Like I said, it depends on the merits of the request.
The demands.
It depends on
like. I see what you're saying with the fast and loose, but again, it's because he doesn't care. I don't think he really cares about the difference between the words. Like, he just vaguely remembers what worked 2 seconds ago, and he's just trying to like rephrase it again, like bring it back up, because he's just trying for what works, and then he just, yeah, let me say that thing that worked again, you know? That's really what I think at the end of the day. I think that thing that worked, number 14 that worked, number 1157, I think that one worked. He's just like going down the spreadsheet of shit that he's saying. I'm trying to keep track of what's working, bro. What am I putting together here?
Out of bounds.
Well, no, that's not true. Like I said, it depends on the merits of the request.
demands.
It depends on like if it's like so like let's say there's a whole bunch of like people are making.
So all you're saying is I will not grant a meritless request. Like I already knew that. That's why I'm arguing with. That's why I'm presenting my side to you, because I assumed you would think of the merits and then take it in and take my feedback and think about it. But now you're saying that you will never do it unless it directly benefits you. You'll never protect anyone else except you're just like saying you're going to moderate selfishly. It's your community.
Well, yeah, like earlier you were like, oh, I will imagine you do this because I'm your friend. The answer is no, I don't do it because you're my friend. But if you've got like good arguments or good reason why my should change, then I would change it. Yeah.
My friend is me being your friend is one of the arguments.
Okay, I don't consider that to be an argument with merit, but there are other arguments, and I could hear those.
Like, I feel like he didn't bring up this point of it being for a friend until just now, and then he owned it, and then it got shut down.
My friend is me being your friend is one of the arguments.
Okay, I don't consider that to be an
Am I crazy? I feel like that wasn't an argument until this point. I feel like that wasn't really focused on until just now, and then it immediately gets shot down. But correct me if I'm wrong, we can go back and listen to it. I think the problem is that all of this arguments ultimately boil down to that one center. He can make the justifications all he wants, but the central issue is that he feels personally betrayed. Yeah, perhaps. I think that's a fine way of viewing it at this point, probably. That's why Destiny called him and Lav psychologically abusive / manipulative. They weasel around with crazy word games and goal post shifting, but act like you're being insane when you call it out. Yeah, but I don't feel like Lav necessarily makes you feel insane, or she does it in a different way. I feel like she makes you feel insane if you don't accept her arguments to get out of it. Like, yeah, I know, like, I'm not like this internet person, and I'm in a transitionary period of my life, and like I'm learning stuff, and I own up to it. Other people don't. Like, yeah, like, I don't know. I personally don't want to comment on lab stuff too much. I don't feel like I paid too much attention to that stuff. It's kind of boring to me. Lab cycle. Okay. I'll put it in here though. No, actually, I'm not gonna. That's probably a bad idea. I was gonna put it in as yellow, but I don't see anybody else mentioning that. I think the problem is that all of this arguments ultimately boiled down to, okay, yeah, that central issue thing I will write down though, is that he feels betrayed. Okay. And we'll make that much smaller. Not quite that small. Format. Boom. There we go.
An argument with merit, but there are other arguments, and I could hear those.
MrGirl might have brought the friendship up in how it hurt him. He did at the very beginning. He did here. Where is it? Worst case, I don't like how working with you is, and we just become friends. So he did introduce that as the consequence, depending on how this conversation goes. And I think the framing was exactly that as well. Normally I would have timestamps on notes, but today I'm just doing this for fun. So, you know, he did bring it up right there. It certainly wasn't the focus of this, but that's, now it's being brought up again.
Okay.
I'm tempted
I
to
think it
make
has merit because
Well, it doesn't matter what you think. You're trying to convince me. Unless you think you convince me why I should have merit.
I think that's what I'm doing.
Okay, go for it.
That's my plan in this sentence.
Okay.
I'm not saying I want you to give me a special pass or special treatment because I'm your friend. I'm saying because I'm your friend and presumably you care about me, seeing the detrimental effects of your moderation up close, and because our friendship is part of the content. It's not that we have a professional relationship separate from our friendship.
Ah, I guess both of them are practicing members of the logical jujitsu. So he did set up something that's snapping as a trap right now. That's an interesting way to work that back in from the very beginning.
Mental effects of your moderation up close, and because our friendship is part of the content.
Like, now I'm only focused on the second part of what he's saying. Like this angle about the friendship thing. You guys have turned me on to that now. I'll go ahead and put it as a thing that's going on here. Right, because it is two-pronged. He is kind of going for like two sorts of things here. I don't know if business benefits is the best way to put it. We might reword that.
It's not that we have a professional relationship separate from our friendship. The content is our friendship. So our friendship
He's just handling it in the worst way, particularly optically. All right, hold on. You guys may not know this. I want to tell you that I don't know about the context for this. Classic book smarts moment. I don't care about any of it. You can tell me. I'll take it into account, and I'll take your word for it. If you have clips and stuff, we can. I didn't want to do this and have to go look at context because it would take forever. But yeah, I actually have no idea what Max is talking about here. Like, I have heard that he's banned on the Reddit and that his people were banned. Like, I think I've seen it in some DGG clips or something. So like I feel like I kind of understand what's going on, but I don't know the particulars of it. I don't know the timeline. I don't know if this was immediately after it happened. So if you're talking on timelines, I have no idea. I'm just having fun, making art about this conversation. This is my can I just no, I won't be ableist. Okay. It's a certain kind of art. It speaks to a certain kind of people. You know what I'm saying? And for those people out there who love charts and colors and graphs, you know, this is art for those people, Brad. It speaks their language. Okay, so that's what I'm doing. It's speaking to me for real. There we go. I don't know what the fuck is happening. I'm just here to draw circles and squares.
kind of falls under like what you're doing with your moderation, what you're doing with your stream. So because you're seeing this up close and because everyone is seeing it up close, you're putting this out into the world. I think I can make a moral appeal to you to say like you're kind of like psychologically harming me and care about that, and your caring is part of your content. Then I'm not saying that's like a slam dunk case, but it seems like something you should take into account.
Well, it's always something I'll take into account, but
okay, so then it does matter that I'm your friend. Like I'm not saying, again, when I say it matters, I'm not saying like,
it's not enough. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean that could be part of a thing, but like yeah, we're gonna need.
Sure, but I'm not asking for special treatment because I'm your friend. I'm saying as your friend, I can tell you and show you up close in a way that other people.
I love it. So see how he was poking and prodding at that low energy, and then he gets it in, and then the energy goes up. Like this is my fucking shapes and colors brain talking. But for me, that's how Max enters these conversations. He just pokes and he pokes and he pokes until he finds something, and then he goes off. Like listen to this one more time and pay attention to like energy.
Could be part of a thing, but like yeah, we're gonna need.
Okay, so then it does matter that I'm your friend. Like
well, it's always something I'll take into account.
Then I'm not saying that's like a slam dunk case, but it seems like something you should take into account.
So really, really low there, right? I'm not saying it's a slam dunk case. Like I'm tempted to do like Sykkuno voice. It isn't a slam dunk case, but it's worthy of consideration, right? Like, and let's see how that develops.
Well, it's always something I'll take into account, but
Okay, so then it does matter that I'm your friend. Like
we have the surprise, right?
I'm not saying, again, when I say it matters, I'm not saying like,
and then we get assertive, right?
not enough. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean that could be part of a thing, but like yeah, we're gonna need.
Sure, but I'm not asking for special treatment because I'm your friend. I'm saying as your friend, I can tell you and show you up close in a way that other people might not.
And then he says this, I'm not asking for special treatment as your friend. But then he's like, then it needs to not really be in here because it's just not working for you. But you know what? And this is part of what frustrates me sometimes with MrGirl. And it definitely, I think it did way back when we had our conversation. But like sometimes he gets advice or somebody will point something out, and it's very clear that doing that thing would like solve some of his problems. Like he reminds me of these people in tutoring where they're really bright kids and they write really well, but then they'll have like one point or something that's like really awful. Like this happens with grad students sometimes. Like I'll point it out and I'll be like, I think we should drop this point because like it's not doing the same that everything else is doing at the same level. Like it's not as good, so we should just drop it and it's going to cause problems for us. Like sometimes one little idea or like one citation or like one way of doing something, one like aspect of a methodology that's being carried out will get a lot of criticism. Like a lot of professors are like, hey, this isn't right, and this doesn't seem to make sense to me, you need to explain this better, oh, that's too much text, you know, like they're clearly bitching about one particular part. The one particular part in this conversation is this personal shit, this I, me, that needs to not be in here. And if it wasn't, then he would have a much easier time making this argument. But as long as he holds on to that, that's the ball and chain kind of holding it back from moving forward here. That feel when Booksmarts doesn't give my shitpost special treatments. Yeah. This convo happened like a week after the ban, but MrGirl already had a long solo talk when he declared war, and it was part of a 9-person showdown on stream about an adjacent topic. Yeah, see, that's that cringe shit that I don't really like watching, so I dodged that shit probably. There's been a lot of cringe shit lately, I'm avoiding it. I'm not asking for special treatment as your friend. I just expect you to give the words I'm saying special treatment. Slam dunk. I'm not saying it's a slam dunk, but hello. Hello. Oh, MrGirl. My.
Be willing to because they're too sycophantic or just don't have as intimate a relationship with you or not as willing to express their feelings to you or whatever. Tell you up close like that it's pretty bad. And yeah, I think that should be one thing you say.
Different cringe thresholds. Yeah, but I feel like I have parasocial relationships with these people, bro. Like, you know what's funny that I've been thinking about? Low key, guys. Like, technically, when we're talking about parasocial relationships, and this is that Mel clip. I'm gonna return to referencing this clip of Melina. Where she's talking about Steven and she's like, everybody thinks that they know my husband, but like I have been with him for 4 years and I feel like I barely know my husband. And probably the only people on earth that really know him are like his exes. So it's cringe to see all these people with their competing ideas of what's going on in his head and who he is and what he ought to do, like fighting with each other about that right in front of him live. Like it's strange. Like that I feel like is the parasocial thing, like to a way greater extent than like how the average viewer is parasocial to us. Like it's kind of like, you know how fish, when they eat mercury, like the little fish will get it from like trash and shit that they're eating, like plankton and whatever, but they're little fish, so whatever is collected in a plankton is like super small. But then bigger predators that eat these little fish, they collect more mercury because like they're eating fish and the fish are like filters that fill full of mercury and they're much bigger. And so by the time you get up to like sharks can be super dangerous to eat because they can have a lot of mercury in them and like other fucked up shit because they're eating way at the top of the food chain where all that shit is collected. And I think it's kind of like that with streamers. Like I would say that Wicked Supreme and I'm Really Important to Everybody, they are my friends, but like there are moments in time where like there'll be something that happens on their stream, for instance, where I'm like, oh, that's a new part of that person I totally didn't know, that like changes the way that I think about them. And I've even had that with those guys. Like and so I don't know how deep our relationships necessarily are. Like how deep is a relationship really between like Stardust and Steven, or like even MrGirl and Steven? Like I don't know. And that seems more parasocial to me than the viewer to the streamer in most cases. So he just has zero accountability for his actions. Who? Hello, Book in chat. Book, would you think MrGirl would be more convincing if he replaced me/I with a we? No, unfortunately, I think his branding is a lot of I, me, so he's kind of stuck on that shit. So he's, what's up, tomfoolery?
Okay.
Okay, but it feels like I want to unpoison.
Well, welcome to timeout, Ezo Lickin. See, that's the line. That thing that you crossed over when you were talking about femboys. Yeah, that thing, that was the line. And you crossed it. Okay, just don't cross it again. You're timed out. See you in 5 minutes, buddy.
Is in the well. For me, from my perspective, it feels poisoned by saying there's no request you'll grant for the benefit of your orbiters, or no demand that you will hear because it benefits your orbiters. Then like there's no point in discussing this. But if you're saying there's no meritless demand you'll capitulate to, well, like of course you won't. Like I'm not expecting you to do it because I'm saying to.
Okay.
I think you should do it because it's like right.
Gotcha.
Well, does gotcha mean you retract your argument that it's not right to ever make a demand about someone else's moderation style?
Sure. If you think my earlier argument was that there was no possible argument that could ever be made by an external party to change my moderation, then sure, I'll retract that. If that's what you really thought I was saying, then I'll retract that.
That is what I think you were really saying, yeah.
Okay. Then
No, that's retarded. You're killing me. He's not this fucking stupid, bruh. It's the way he debates. It's so annoying. That's clearly not what he was fucking saying. So stupid. All right, we've hit another stupid point. What was this point? I have to write this down.
moderation, then sure, I'll retract that.
We'll label this file moderation mishap, bro. But the good thing is, with it ending so stupidly, let's look on the positive side. We will likely have a whole new shift in what we're focusing on. Let's pray for that.
If that's what you really thought I was saying, then I'll retract that.
Book form a Destiny Orbiter union on behalf of Max. No. That's not my place, bro. I'm only like 20% Orbiter. I need somebody who's got the blood for it, you know what I mean? We need somebody who's like an OG. Mr. Mooten, or I don't know, somebody should do that. Somebody who's known him a while.
That is what I think you were really saying, yeah.
Okay, then I retract that. There are indeed arguments that can be made externally that would change the way that I would moderate my community.
Okay, so then we can dispense with any discussion about the appropriateness of making a demand and stick strictly to the merits of the demand itself.
Sure.
Woohoo! Okay. Let's do that.
I've made my case for why I think it benefits you.
I don't think you made it very well, but unless you're implying that, like, yeah, go ahead.
Like that recollection of stuff. It's so annoying. It's like what Vosh used to do too. I don't know if he still does it because I don't watch him, but you tell me. Remember, that was like one of our first focuses on the channel, was like how Vosh remembers stuff or like recalls stuff or talks about stuff in such a strange way. It really ticks off my brain. Focus on, what is he focusing on?
Very well, but unless you're implying that, like, yeah, go ahead.
I know you don't agree with it, but I think that's it. I think that a lot of your orbiter relationships are dull, and even the existing ones would probably become more interesting if people felt. Do you think that watching me get dogpiled ruthlessly, and hearing you basically just say you don't care, do you agree that that is kind of happening? That I'm getting dogpiled ruthlessly, and you're kind of saying you don't care. You don't care enough to protect me.
Yeah, I'd say so, probably.
No, we're back to dogpiled again. Yeah, I'm just gonna put it in a cylinder. That seems fun. Y'all like cylinders? I like cylinders. Let's put it in a cylinder. So this is dogpile. That dogpile argument rearing its head again, right? And we're completely shifting. We're supposed to focus on merits. Now we're on dogpiling. Maybe he can make a merits argument based on dogpiling.
I bet, yeah.
Or a meritable argument, I should say, sorry.
Has a chilling effect on, and other events like it, has a chilling effect on your orbiter's willingness to go against the grain?
It could have a chilling effect on some behavior, but I mean, the point of moderation, of course, is to have chilling effects on some behavior, right? You're trying to discourage some behavior.
What's up, Counterpoint?
Do you think it has a chilling effect on orbiter's willingness to go against?
Yeah, today I'm just having fun. I'm drawing shapes. Smoking weed. Wow, I thought that guy was way better than VG in my review he called in the show. Just a random. I don't know who this VG fella is. Oh, V Gains. I don't know why, but I thought he was good at debate, but everything I've seen lately is like really bad. Maybe it's just that Steven knows how to fight him, so it looks embarrassing. But normally he puts a lot of pressure on people, and I feel like he makes people fuck up, but he's just not been at it lately, I feel like.
Go against the grain.
Miss your impact on the space? Yeah, it's just not worth the time and energy, you know what I mean? But if I could start something outside of streaming and put pressure on it by dumping money into the problem, that would be kind of cool. But I'm not that attached to this space anymore. Like today, I'm just doing this for me. And if viewers want to bring in their ideas, which we're kind of putting in piss yellow, then you know, then I put them on here and I'll kind of include them. But yeah, I don't really want to push. I don't want to pull the tail of the dragon anymore. I just kind of want to chill.
With you on stream.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I think it does, but we may have to just agree to disagree there.
Fuck, I missed that part. It was just
Should have a chilling effect on some behavior, but I mean, the point of moderation, of course, is to have chilling effects on some behavior, right? You're trying to discourage some behavior.
Do you think it has a chilling effect on Orbiter's willingness to go against the grain with you on stream?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I think
like we already went over that, right? I'm just gonna put a bunch of baloney, bunch of cans of baloney here, and we're gonna go through all the old arguments again. So when comes, this is the parrot point, right?
it does, but we may have to agree to disagree there.
I think he said good for you as well, which totally failed. He's just taking out the trash, bro. He's got a lot of bins of trash here. It's trash here. Wow, that's amazing. Every review I've done of VG seems like he's just an uber aggressive debate bro that doesn't understand. Yeah, I think he might have had a hemorrhage of the brain, maybe, since the last time I watched him. I don't know. So very sad.
I think
That's what veganism does to a motherfucker. I don't know, bro.
the prospect of being thrown to the wolves is probably...
To be clear, I haven't seen anything recently that he's done well in. I just have this vague memory from like way back when, like Irish laddie type days, like far back in the Destiny timeline. At least for me, like it was like early days of me getting into it. I remember some stuff from him.
probably on people's mind, but we can move on.
I think if you're looking for some give here, like I do think that like excessively shitting on people is a bad thing to have in the sub for no matter who it is. But then like I've said before, like that's something that we've like tried explicitly to moderate with a couple different rules, because nobody likes it when there's like it's post after post after post of like shitting on a person, and it's a little bit insane. So I mean that happens.
I don't think that really works though. That gets to the good cop bad cop thing that I was talking about before, where you get to be the good guy who comes in and stops a dog pile, but you are setting the conditions up for the dog pile.
The conditions are always there for in every single community. The conditions are always going to be there for a dog pile. You said it yourself that you accidentally set off a dog pile on Brittany in a community that wasn't even your own.
VG is vegan gains.
I don't think you intended to. I don't even know how much you felt like that comment was a serious comment, but it did. So I mean, I think the conditions are always going to be there by virtue of who we are. Yeah.
But you created those conditions, and it happened in your community.
But the conditions are.
Ooh, bored on YouTube now. Thank you for the $10. Really do appreciate that.
Such that you have a large community. That's the only condition, and then dog piles are always possible in that context. It's just
okay. Are you saying that dog piles happen equally across large communities?
I didn't say dog piles happen equally. I said that the conditions for a dog pile to happen are basically just have a large community, because you're implied that I created special conditions for like really bad dog piles happen, when the reality is any large community dog piles everything. That's just how it goes.
Okay, so you're not interested in the special conditions that I think that you're creating, because all large communities have the ability to dogpile, and therefore it's not worth talking about anything that you are doing to insidiously.
No, if you think there's a special thing I've done that's gone above and beyond creating dog pile, it's always worth discussing, of course.
I think there's a lot of things you're doing to create dogpile.
Okay, well, jump into them.
Well, one is by banning people who disagree with you or criticize you in a way that you don't like in high conflict times in the subreddit. that probably has a chilling effect on nonconformity.
It probably has a chilling effect on certain types of criticisms, but I think that's one of my favorite forms of moderation. I think I've done exceedingly well in terms of that. Like, I look at the effects of that type of moderation, and I think for the most part it's gone pretty well.
Do you think that it has a chilling effect on nonconformity?
I think it has a chilling effect on certain types of nonconformity, which are the types I don't want in my community.
Do you agree that nonconformity is a key ingredient to inhibiting a dogpile, or stopping a dogpile, or slowing a dogpile?
No. You could probably
Do
have
the
spaces that have
conformity-
maximum conformity that don't dogpile. It's probably possible. Like a church.
Do you think the
or something. Sorry.
Okay, well that doesn't refute my claim. Do you think that conformity is a requirement for a dogpile?
No, I don't know if conformity. I mean, some types of conformity probably play into dogpiles. Some types of non-conformity probably play into dogpiles. But I don't think that if I was looking to stop or start dogpiles, I don't think I'd be like, we need to conform or not conform. I don't think that would be like a thing I would focus on.
So if you wanted to build a community that was a weapon that dogpiled people when you snapped your fingers, you don't think conformity would be a good asset?
I mean, not necessarily, but it could be. I guess conformity is like really broad and vague. I don't know what I mean by conformity, I guess.
Well, conformity in this case means people going along with what the group is doing, even perhaps against their own morals or beliefs.
I understand what you're saying, but like, at some point, like, if we really have this conversation, I think we have to like start to iron out percentages, because we're talking about like everything here is like falling like, you don't ban criticisms, you just ban certain criticisms that you don't like. And that's really vague. And you're not looking for maximum conformity or maximum disconformity, but you're looking for some amount of conformity to cause some types of dogpiles to happen. Like, at some point, I don't actually even know what we're talking about anymore. Because, like, you could have been talking about, like, 5% here or 95% here, 5%. I'm not sure, like, where we're... Because it's like, yeah,
well,
I think so. We should back up and start doing this conversation again. And then we need to start, like, nailing down some percentages on how much we feel like these things are important about, yeah.
Okay. I don't agree with that. I think that I'm trying to make a point and you're trying to disintegrate the conversation, so I can't make it.
I think the conversation right now is meaningless. Like, is some level of conformity required?
I think you have derailed the conversation.
Okay.
Like, okay, line by line, kinda, like, I suppose, like, I don't know. I can see this going both ways. It feels like he's staying in the point that we're on right now, which is conformity, and he's asking, like, all right, well, let's go back a step. Let's say, what are the components of a community that contribute to dogpiling, and to what extent? The way that this began is a bunch of like probing questioning from MrGirl, and then he seemed to zero in on conformity as the point that he's choosing to focus on. We've talked about how that's how a lot of this goes, where he puts forward a bunch of points and then chooses to focus on one because it got a response that he likes, and then he just kind of keeps doing that. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at now. I'm excusing others of derailing is a great meme, I suppose, but like at the same time, if by derailing, and now I'm going to do what Steven does, which is like interpret what Max is saying in like the best possible way that I could, that would like make sense to me personally. If by derailing he means like, dude, it feels like we were going somewhere, I start asking you questions, we focus on conformity, and now you've pulled the e-brake. Now you're saying, hold on, stop, let's go backwards. Let's do this whole operation that was not what I was building up to or what I want to do. And because you're doing that, you're derailing this. We were going somewhere, and now we're not. Now we need to have this whole random conversation about what are all the factors that lead to dogpile. Like, that's how Max talks. So that's how I would interpret this. Like, when something goes a direction that he doesn't really want it to go, I can see how he thinks it's a derailment. Like, I was doing this whole thing, I don't want to do that other thing. That's a derailment, right? Because he does that with all sorts of language. I don't like that. That's manipulative. That's controlling. That's this. That's that. He just kind of like labels something and moves on. Booksmarts, you just missed something critical. He put down the wrong type of inserter in Factor. I don't even know what the fuck this game is. I don't even watch this. I just look at his little face.
I know you hate examples, but I'm going to give examples where I think you're wrong. I think there are some places or some groups that can be very non-conformist that can conform due to some things. 9/11 in the United States is a great example. It's a hugely disparate country, lots of different opinions and ideas, and we all came together to dogpile Iraq and Afghanistan after that. incredibly a huge amounts of disconformity throughout the entire country. So I don't think that conformity was required there. There are other places where you've got like maximum conformity.
Well, I disagree with that.
Okay, what's the disagreement?
Well, I think you're poisoning the well by
I don't think anything I said was objectionable, but tell me what you think the disagreement is.
Do you agree that you're preloading, you're priming the audience to think that I am about to say something stupid and worthless?
I just want to know what okay, I'm sorry for having an emotional response. I don't expect you to protect my emotions. My bad. Let me take it back. Okay. My statement was that in 9/11, you had a group of hugely nonconformist people, tons of different ideas, beliefs, ideologies, but an external threat motivated them to come together to work on something. So in that example, you didn't really need conformity. An external exogenous threat motivated them all to work together. That would be like one example of a...
okay.
Yeah.
So
okay.
In an environment where there's a terrorist attack, a certain type of conformity is generated by that happening, and it also reveals a certain type of conformity. So you can have different layers of conformity where, yeah, I'm an atheist, you're a Christian, I'm a Republican, you're a Democrat, whatever, we disagree about all these things. But there's certain things, like it's not like, North Korea or China where you're expected to toe the line, but there actually is a certain degree to which you're expected to
okay, but then at this level, now
walk the party line in the United States. So when a terrorist attack happens, that brings out, it does bring out a certain conformity. Like, it would be very scary if you were the opinion of like, well, fuck, who cares? It's 3,000 people, who gives a shit? That would be very unpopular, and probably conformity played a part in people not expressing that at the time, whereas now, people are a little more free about their opinions about 9/11, and they're a little more mixed.
Sure, but now it sounds like conformity is anything can be conformity. A community of people that aren't conforming at all of a sudden are conforming. So now it's conformity. I don't know. I don't know what conformity even means now. I'm not sure.
Well, conformity, I'll remind you. Conformity means the willingness of people to go along with the crowd, even against their own beliefs and values. That's conformity.
Okay, gotcha.
The pressure to go along with the crowd.
Okay.
So on certain topics, there is conformity. Opinions about 9/11, and they're a little more mixed.
Sure, but now it sounds like conformity is anything can be conformity. A community of people that aren't conforming.
And hold on. I am actually just gonna low-key take the opinion that I think Mr. Girl is kind of right in the derailing. So I'm going to put it in here. We have kind of derailed the conversation. I feel like we were actually making progress kind of before. And correct me if I'm wrong. Like I'm open to your guys' opinions on this as well. To me, I enjoyed listening to it when he was in control and Mr. Girl was in control. And this immediate shift to what Steven has started here, which I'm just gonna mark as like our next section or whatever. Now that we've gotten to this point, I feel like it's incredibly boring. Now we're talking about definitions and whatever, and now it's like gonna kind of be less fun for me personally.
Conforming at all of a sudden are conforming, so now it's conformity. I don't know. I don't know what conformity even means now. I'm not sure.
Well, conformity, I'll remind you. Conformity means the willingness of people to go along with the crowd, even against their own beliefs and values. That's conformity.
Okay, gotcha.
The pressure to go along with the crowd.
Okay.
So on certain topics, there is conformity. On certain topics, there isn't. So like pedophilia, for example. You'll see people who disagree with a lot of stuff. Suddenly, they all start saying and doing the same thing, not necessarily because they believe it or feel it, but because they have to. So anyway, I don't really think the 9/11 example is a good counter.
Yeah, like I know it's his brand, but he's kind of the same way, where I feel like if the regular person listens to him, there's some stuff that can really turn him off.
Example. However, I do agree there are certain situations where everybody can be doing and saying that.
Mr. Girl is leaving it too open-ended. Maybe, but I've actually learned how to word this stuff a little bit better working at a company now, like with competing interests and people with different ideas about like what solutions are. Like, I get what you guys are saying. There is a problem that he's too open-ended. It actually happens at several points in this conversation, I feel like. That's kind of part and parcel to this, like, bring up 3 points and see which one works and whatever. But whereas I look at this, and the theme that I pull away is that Mr. Girl just probes for what works and then runs with it. I think you guys being upset that he's leaving conformity open-ended is missing the fact that I think this conformity was just something he came up with, and now he's like running with it because it got something that he wanted. It got Steven's attention and got him to actually react. Because remember, when we hit things that Steven doesn't care about, we kind of have to just move on. So Steven cared about the conformity thing and bid on it, so now we're running with it. But I don't think we gain anything by getting him to define conformity, because I'm just not convinced that's like a huge argument from him. I think investing time in it is silly. Honestly, I think this is the biggest argument, but you won't see Steven engage with it in a way that will make MrGirl happy. And they've tried this and they've had conversations like this that go on for 8 hours. So I don't think they're fitting to go back into it. But that's honestly what I feel like is the main reason for him, asking for this stuff. Because there's always this focus on himself, right? It just keeps coming up over and over again. Like right here too, I would say is a focus on himself. Like if I control C and V, I'll put that right there with your guys's idea. The feeling betrayed thing is kind of a focus on himself. Like it just keeps happening, and they're not going to have that conversation, I guess.
The same thing, and it is not because of conformity. I just don't think the 9/11 example is one. But that still doesn't really address what I'm saying. I'm not saying that conformity is I guess I think a dog pile necessarily includes.
He's got to state explicitly what is being no, he can't, because it's just him. Remember, he's playing this game, in my opinion, where the focus is himself. It's low key, I believe, at this point in the conversation, and correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. I do want to hear it. But like, I think I'm operating under the assumption it's all really about him. And he's playing this game where he has to make up all this stuff that started from this point forward about other people, but the focus is low-key always on himself. So when you're talking about like, he's got to explicitly state what is being conformed to, it's going to be embarrassing to say, because what's being conformed to are the dog piles on himself. And he can't get very far with that point, with that line of reasoning. So I actually wouldn't advise him to say it. I honestly, if I was paid behind the scenes to give him like PR advice, I would say you cannot mention how this personally impacts you. You have to stop, because you're not going to make any progress with him, and it looks bad, and it gives him outs on like confronting things that's not valid shit that happened here. Because when we were talking about demands and requests, and like including this friend part here, kind of fucked up what he had going on there. So it may seem slimy, but I feel like that this focus on himself is low-key where everything is, but it needs to not be what he's talking about, because he's not going to get far.
Some element of conformity.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'll just agree with you.
And like, he's dismissive as fuck, and we're gonna put another Steven doesn't care. And I don't blame him, bro. It's kind of annoying to have this conversation. This conversation is kind of entering into suckfest territory, bro. But it's important to remember Steven also, when MrGirl got upset when he started to do his derail on what conformity means and whatever, and he didn't make it very far on that and wasn't very satisfied. So at this point, both of them are kind of like limp-dicked in the conversation. They just like, it's just not attractive. It's not doing it for him.
When you say I'll just agree with you, it sounds like you're saying you don't agree with me, but you're rolling your eyes.
I don't know if I would, but I kind of want to move on to the next part of the conversation. I don't know if we're like agreeing or disagreeing on what conformity means, but I don't want to get like hung up on.
Well, the reason we're on the side tangent is because you wouldn't bite the bullet that conformity increases dogpiling behavior. And so now we've been talking about what conformity is for 10 minutes for no reason.
Well, I mean, it's just because I think that conformity is going to be a proxy for something else. Like, what?
But it has definitely not been 10 minutes. Like, I think these all, like, oh man, I would be so interested to know. Oh, do I have? No, I don't have fucking transcripts. God damn it. Whatever. I wish I had transcripts for this. Maybe it will if I refresh the page. We're at 54:42. 54:42. 54:42.
I kind of want to move on to the next part of the conversation.
All right, let's see if we have captions. Yes. I want to see where he says rail. Oops. I want to control F. Rail. I think you have derailed the conversation. Okay. Okay, so that's the first instance of it. Is it? No. Okay, it's... Yeah, okay. So this is where Steven starts it.
Disintegrate the conversation, so I can't make.
I think the conversation right now is meaningless. Like,
right? And 4 minutes later, Steven had control of the conversation for a total of maybe 4 minutes. That's fucking funny.
Early includes some element of conformity.
okay, yeah, sure. I'll just agree with you.
Well, when you say I'll just agree with you, it sounds like you're saying you don't agree with me, but you're rolling your eyes.
I don't know if I would, but
I
I kind of want to move on to the next part of the conversation. I don't know if we're like agreeing or disagreeing on what conformity means, but I don't want to get like hung up on.
Well, the reason we're on this side tangent is because you wouldn't bite the bullet that conformity increases dogpiling behavior. And so now we've been talking about what conformity is for 10 minutes for no reason.
Well, I mean, it's just because I think that conformity is going to be a proxy for something else. Like, what if in Max's community, what if our ideals were that we do not dogpile on people? In that case, maximum conformity to your rule set would decrease dogpiling. That's why I don't
That's
think...
true.
So I just don't like the conformity thing. And there are types of conformities that could probably lead to dogpiling, and there are types of conformities that probably lead to less dogpiling. It just depends on what's being talked about. Yeah.
All right, so I think we should stop arguing. I think if you want to hear me out about what the effect of... certainly how I think that you are increasing conformity, chilling non-conformity, and how this...
Just got in, and I see a schizo chart. What is going on? So, let's hear what this says. And I will...
Can it be summarized that a lot of the MrGirl argument are worked backward from his ban?
I won't do that because I just don't... Can't be surprised that a lot of MrGirl are worked backward from his ban. Yeah, I guess. Kind of. So basically all that I'm doing to answer that other person is I'm just making a flowchart of this conversation. I kind of wanted to do it for fun. And I figured I would stream it because I haven't streamed in a while. So I'm following it. I'm trying to find themes and stuff, showing how that process would look like. Yeah. And now we're, let's see here, about an hour into the conversation almost. And yes, I have been smoking, as Cake mentioned.
hurts the mental health and careers of the people who work with you and your friends, then I can lay that out for you. If
go for it. Just lay it all out. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. I believe that conformity increases dogpiling behavior. Okay. So you can have a dogpile where everybody in the group happens to actually agree that the person is horrible. And then you start slipping away from that when you add the upvote system, because everybody in the group has two reasons to say things now. They're saying things because they believe it, but they're also saying things just because they want the points, they want the attention. There's a flood of enjoyment when you get like 500 upvotes on a post. I think we can all relate to that. That increases dogpiling behavior. And then in turn increases conformity. Then when you start adding other pressures to increase conformity, like banning people who go against the grain, and the grain is usually in your favor along with you, so banning people who go against you in certain ways are too hard, but not banning people who go against me in certain ways or go too hard. This systematically creates more and more conformity. You then increase conformity further with the unban process. So you overban impulsively or otherwise, you ban too many people, and then you're very lenient about letting them back in, but then your community now becomes, all the people who don't want to put up with that are filtered out. So again, increasing conformity, people who are willing to jump through hoops, and people who are willing to have their speech suppressed, people who are willing to make alternate accounts to rejoin a community that doesn't even want them there in the first place, so they can pretend to be somebody else. All of these things increase conformity. Then you start chilling non-conformity and say anybody who goes against the grain too much could be, not will be, but could be banned. I believe that this is just one of the elements. I was thinking of when I said that you set people up for dog piles. That
Ooh. Paired character looking at himself in the mirror saying, "Thanks for being you," with hearts popping out of his eyes. That's a hell of a sticker, Tuckle22. Thank you for that. 20 USD. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And yeah, and thanks for everybody for coming out and stopping by. I know I haven't streamed for a while, so I'm actually surprised at the number of people that are here. Hey everybody. Yeah, let's continue here. Like I feel like Max here is shoving all of his arguments for before onto this word, and now he's trying to get the word through. Let's see how that goes for him. The delay on that notification, though, well, I don't know. Take it up with Streamlabs. I can't do anything about it. What is your general take on the MrGirl exit? I don't know. I'm an hour into it. He hasn't exited yet. Okay, you're spoiling me.
when you're saying the really harsh thing.
Also, he's not. He was ousted, right? Like, I may misunderstand the context, like, but if he was banned from everything, then wasn't he ousted? Or did he declare war and say he's never gonna post again and then he was banned? Or did he declare war saying he doesn't like what Steven is doing and then he was banned? Like, I don't know.
Things you say.
Like, you guys are gonna be so disappointed, but I haven't paid attention to any of the MrGirl part of this drama lately. It's all of the drama lately has been so like dog trash in my opinion. Personally for me, there's been a lot of it, bro, but it's like having a lot of like 1 day old McDonald's fries. Like, yeah, woo, it's McDonald's, but it's not like really McDonald's, bro. That's gross. I don't like any of it. I don't like any of it, bro.
About people and painting the pictures of people that you do, that combined with a hive mind. It's not a real hive mind, but the appearance of one, or a cultish atmosphere of high conformity. I think that increases dogpile, and it increases the viciousness of dogpiles too.
Okay, it's possible, but
Okay.
I mean, I guess I want to encourage some level of conformity around certain thoughts or ideas that I have. So I don't necessarily see this as a negative. I would have to see it playing out in ways where I'm like, oh, I don't know if I really like this, so we're gonna change this particular.
Also, high key, and I always do this. Like, I support MrGirl in some ways while also being completely frustrated with him and others. I think this is the case for a lot of people and what their relationship with him is. And if you have enough of those things that you agree with him on, you like him, and if you don't, then you don't like him. But like, I mean, maybe this is a good point. Like, if Steven is honestly pushing for conformity is a very intentional thing, which it seems like he's admitting to here, like very plainly that he wants to encourage conformity. If that's honest to God what he's trying to do, yeah, there's a lot of problems with that you could point out for sure. Again, I don't think MrGirl can be the messenger for that, unfortunately. But
behavior. So one example might be that I'm trying to cut down on misogyny.
like this point that he's making, I completely agree with it. I should close out that point. Like, conformity would, I would imagine, generally, and I'm not talking about statistics or any fucking crazy shit, bro, but like off the dome, common sense, I feel like, yeah, conformity would like positively contribute to a larger number of dogpilings or greater intensity of them. If everybody in a community is on the same fucking page, and one or enough people to constitute a dogpile have decided to like, hey, I hate that thing so much, I'm gonna jump on it and I'm gonna like shit on this dude. If enough people in that community to constitute a dogpile have done it, it's probably a lot more in a community where everybody's on the same page. Because that means that everybody else probably had that same threshold crossed by whatever the fuck the person did, right? If you know, 6 of those people were mad enough to jump on that, likelihood is if everybody thinks exactly the same, that 600 people, almost all the people there, are going to do it, right? Like, I I don't understand necessarily why this is being pushed back on so much, unless like it's an implication problem. And that's what I'm assuming it is with Steven. Like there are broader implications for if he gives this as a point, other things could happen that I'm not thinking far enough ahead to see. But
Misogyny, so I'm personally
conformity equals people following the rules too. Yeah, there's a good side of it, but I'm not focused on that. That's not what the conversation is about. The conversation isn't about there are no positives to having a conformist community or for pushing for that. We're squarely focused on the negatives. So let's not like leave the scope of the conversation. You know what I mean? Because that is a good point, you know, but that's outside the scope of the conversation because we're mostly talking about are there negatives associated with going for that? And I think the answer is definitely yeah. So it's interesting that we don't have that pushback here.
I try not to make any jokes about it, and then I'm trying to ban people in the sub or moderate people in the sub that are making too many jokes about it. So that would be like an example of, oh, well, here's something that's happening in a way that I don't like it happening, so we're going to change this particular thing, or try to.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
And to this point, because I am seeing a lot of pushback on this, so I'll just focus on it for a second here. Destiny has said there were certain types of conformity he wants, but not circle jerk levels. What we need to understand is like conformity is kind of like institutional racism. I'll use an example that you lefty people will like. Okay, imagine institutional racism for a second, right? So you got a lot of like things happening both at the small level and at the larger level that are systemically coming together to lead to a result, right? This is kind of systemic as well. Like if you choose to police this, and this, even if I agree that those are good things to police, the way in which you police them and the fact that you're policing them at all, and the vigor with which you police that could lead to conformity at a broader level. Even if at these individual ones, you're like, well, this individual one doesn't necessarily lead to conformity or whatever. Like, I just think we're missing that is a bigger effect of intervening in this way. But you can't make that broader argument because then he'll say like, well, all the good communities are very heavily moderated. So like, it's not the moderation in and of itself that is necessarily the problem. But I do think that straight up banning somebody is going to have like, and if, I don't know, bro. I don't know. For the people out there that understand me, they understand me. For the people that don't, I'm just gonna play the video because I don't want to explain it. Very complicated. You see where I'm going with it. You see where I'm going with it. I've just pooped out on it. I've run out of gas. I don't want to go on a rant, bro. Oh wait, I was supposed to read all of your guys' stuff. Okay, this is the weed hitting. At Booksmart, but that conformity can just as easily feed the dog pile, which is Steven's point. What? You mean MrGirl's point? That's MrGirl's point. Wait, hold on, am I confused? MrGirl is saying that doing stuff that there's things that are happening that are contributing to dogpiling, one of which is conformity. That's not Steven's point, that's MrGirl's point. Steven's arguing against that. He was baiting a ban 100%, even when D offered to unban him. He said he would rather go nuclear if unbanned. He would go nuclear if unbanned. Okay, well then he's being a dumbass about the ban in particular. No, that's Steven's point. What? Are you the only one saying that? Because if you are, I'm gonna ignore it. No, yeah, you are the only one saying that. Steven is literally the son, and don't you forget. If somebody wants to back your father up, go ahead. Or if somebody wants to correct him, go ahead. It's one or the other. One of us is wrong.
The moderating away from misogyny, I don't think I would do it, but I think it makes sense. And
wait, why would you not do it? What does that mean?
It seems to me plainly obvious that DGG turns on orbiters on a dime. It seems very toxic to any orbiters that they have to deal with the emotional backlash of DGG on any given day. I think you guys, you're fucking up, okay? And I'll tell you this once, and you'll believe me or you won't believe me, and that's fine. But you'll realize it when you grow up. No, just kidding. I wish I could talk like that, like Steven does, because I feel like this is very obviously like a. I think you guys do something wrong when you do this. You can't take DGG as like a noun to mean like everything all at once of the Destiny community, like all the good, all the bad, whatever, and then like use that for everything. I think talking about DGG as like a monolith, you can only do in very specific scenarios. And usually it's just like the wrong thing to do. And you should be more specific with what you're talking about. And I think this is one of those many situations where it's like DGG and your message should probably be replaced with something a lot more specific. Because the reason why you think that, and Dab Masta says, it seems to me plainly obvious that DGG turns on orbiters on a dime. They don't. The reason why you see that is because it's a huge mass of people, and so whether it's things they like or things they dislike, you're gonna see a shit ton of people come up, and the average ratio of people who like hate something versus like are willing to counter jerk, I think that ratio is always leaning in favor of like the hate. Like there's always going to be more people in a situation where like let's say we have 50 people that hate something and 50 people that like something. Let's say the community is honest to God divided like evenly. I think a way bigger percentage of the people that hate it are going to post, and a way smaller percentage of the people that like it are actually going to take the time to fight against that or post that they actually liked it or like challenge that status quo. There's very few people in there, I think, that actually dedicate themselves to doing that regularly. And because of that, you're like, if there's a critical mass of people that hated something, it's going to seem like the whole community hates it because you're just not going to see the other kinds of posts. But I think that's like in every community thing, like regardless of what the sentiment is about. Tons of communities have what seems like a really silly amount of hate, but that's because we take what is like a collected mass of like tons of individuals, and then we pretend like it's a single noun. Oh, that's DGG. That's like something that we can almost think of as a person. And so we can weigh it versus like human standards. Like, oh, if that was a person, that would be totally hypocritical for them to do this one day and then snap on it the next. Wow, this person's all over the place. It's not a person. It's not even a real thing. It's imaginary, like a swarm of birds. It's just a bunch of like individual things operating independently in a way that like you're interpreting from the outside as a single thing when it's really not. So that's a huge rant. I hope that makes sense.
I think
So that you don't feel ambushed, I'm going to ask you, like, because it feels like all the chilling effects, something you just talked about, I would say would apply to women, and that's why I'm moderating away from it. But it sounds like you're going to say you shouldn't. So I'm just curious what your argument's going to be there. But that's what I'm going to say next. So, you know, I'm not trying to trap you.
my goal with misogyny is to try to own it rather than hide it. I would be worried about suppressing expressions of misogyny because it sends a message of like, look, we all know we fucking hate women. It's not going to talk about it, all right? I would be concerned about that. I'm not saying that that's like the literal truth or that's...
I need to take a break after that one, bro. This is what takes me out of the immersion, is when they say shit like that. Yeah, I laugh so hard at that. Yeah, see, you guys laugh at it, but because I've like interacted with these people and I have a parasocial relationship where I think they're like a human being, I I kind of yeah, I don't like that. I didn't mean it that way. You are reading into too much. My second sentence about the pressure that orbiters feel is the real sentiment. Nah, I honestly, you guys are kind of just like if I'm doing stand-up comedy and you each get to like write on a whiteboard and like put the whiteboard up, it's kind of think about it like that. I could take that any which way that I want to take it. Like I could warp it into being whatever I need it to be to like respond to it and say something I want to say. That's essentially how I treat you guys' chat messages. Like I look for ones that enable me to say what I want to say, and then I just respond to it. So yeah, it's not always going to hit the mark of exactly what you meant, but that's because it's not about what you meant. It's about how I interpreted it. Ugh. Just talk to me. Stop calling me you guys. Okay.
That's the only way to look at it. I think also my community is smaller than yours, and probably is more on the same like wavelength as me in terms of how I'm thinking about this, because they all just like 90% of my community just got banned from your community for defending me.
That's fucking crazy. Bruh. The more that I listen to him describe it and Steven not give any pushback or clarification, I will say this. Maybe this is like an optical thing for Steven to consider as like a real like Booksmarts TM criticism. As somebody who has no fucking idea what happened with the ban, this is sounding really awful. Like everything MrGirl has said so far sounds really fucking awful. I have no details on what his declaration of war like technically was or what he had said. Steven hasn't pushed back on anything or like clarified beyond just alluding to a declaration of war that was made, but giving absolutely no details on what exactly was said in that. So I have a very clear idea of what Steven did action wise, and I have a very vague idea of what MrGirl did. And it's leading me to think like Steven did some crazy shit with the moderation. Um, Now, I trust Steven enough as like a parasocial friend, right? Like I trust him enough to have done that proportionally in response to something. But that's just because I trust him. So I'm not going with that interpretation. But if I was a person out there that like didn't trust him, it'd be very easy, I think, to like look into what Max is saying as being pretty fucking bad for Steven. Um, I was watching like he should probably clarify a little bit more here. I was watching the drama explosion, getting lost in the crossovers and betrayals. I literally thought Booksmarts could probably figure this shit out, so I'm glad you're here. Yeah, man. I mean, seeing all of that, it also makes me happy I'm not doing that job anymore. It'd be very busy. I mean, granted, it's very busy at my current job right now, and it's getting busier, but like, yeah, it would have been crazy. But it would have been good. I would have explained that stuff for you guys, I guess. Um, See you later, Eso. So Steven do anything. He is putting his moderation in the hands of someone else, but he's fully defending their decisions because he trusts his moderators. That's no. That's now he's kind of doing this. I don't disagree with this statement in the ether, but that's not what we're talking about here at all. We're talking about Steven giving commands to his moderators on what to do with the banning and stuff, right? Like that's my understanding, unless I'm missing some context here. That's what we're talking about. So we're not talking about what you're talking about, Ben, I don't think.
So this may change as like I grow, but no, I don't think my community will ever. I think we would rather just get banned from Reddit than ban misogyny. But my approach to addressing
Well, you're gonna have to explain, bro, because I don't understand what you mean, Ben.
that kind of hate.
Actually, I think we should have a rule. Every dissenting opinion needs a buddy. You need a buddy, Ben. Someone else in this chat has to back up what you're saying and reword it in a way that they hope will make me understand it. That's a fun game to play. I think that's a good rhetoric. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna write that shit down. That's fucking brilliant. Dude, my marijuana brain is coming up with such brilliant ideas. a dissent buddy to like repitch your idea for you. And if you can't find enough people to do it enough times to where I can understand it, chances are your position is crazy, or my brain is just not designed to understand it. I don't know who Forethought is, honestly.
It would be more for me to be vulnerable about my own, like I would start interviewing. Like if my community dogpiled a woman and I wanted to stop misogyny, I would interview her about it. I would say, well, how do these posts make you feel? Let's go through this. How did this affect you? And then I would post that video in my subreddit. So I would try to change the course.
The mod that banned MrGirl? What did they ban him for? I'm gonna need more information.
Of how people are talking about it without banning the topic. But I agree with you that banning misogyny from your subreddit is not going to increase dogpiling behavior.
Did Forethought also decide that they're gonna ban all the fans too? Because if so, I have a new analogy for Steven. I'll pick another fascist to compare him to. Maybe that'll make the libs happy. To be clear, I like and respect Steven. I'm making jokes and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I think earlier me was a little too chicken shit and pussy about clips. Like, sometimes clips are jokes and I'm making jokes. And he could make jokes about me fucking up all the fucking time. Okay, now I understand. Okay. So, Steven is actually like the emperor in World War II. Technically, at any point in time, Steven could stop what's going on. Steven might low-key not even agree with what's going on. Maybe he's got a private opinion. Who knows? But it seems like his armies that he's given independence of, and he's got an army and a navy, he's got different kinds of mods, and they don't all necessarily agree probably. One of them's made a decision, a crazy decision. They want to launch an attack on the United States, and he's just gonna be like, all right, well, you know, shit, son. I mean, I'm just gonna chill in the palace. We'll see how that one goes. Okay. An unban. Okay. So it would be like if Japan sent like a secret peace accord and didn't go through. Actually, technically, Japan did that in World War II. I think they sent somebody was secretly sent, I think by the prime minister or whatever, to like have a conversation with the president. But at the time, and it was just before Pearl Harbor, but at the time, the president was out in the Atlantic doing a meeting with the Allies, and so he couldn't make it in time. Yeah, crazy. Can I jump in your VC as a MrGirl rep? Why not, dude? Let's totally derail everything we're doing. That sounds like a wonderful idea. I'll do that. Let me open up my Discord. All right, go in the waiting room and I'll pull you in, whoever this is. The issue here is that Max has 0 power. He is in Japan here. No, he's kind of like, I don't know, maybe like Hong Kong or the Philippines or something. Oh, fuck. What? Oh, no. Wait, what? Huh? Steve made Max cry. Lab blew away Brittany. Blah, blah, blah. What? Is Saxon being funny? I don't know what they're saying. They were forced to see Miss. I don't understand any of that, to be honest with you. All right, I don't see anybody in the voice channel, so I'm just going to move on. You've lost your chance. Just the derailing thing? Interesting. Okay.
Even though it is pushing for conformity around a certain topic.
Okay.
It could increase a dogpile against someone the community then later perceives as misogynistic, but I don't have an issue with your ban on misogyny.
Gotcha.
I think my issue is around moderating decisions focused on people rather than ideas. So banning me and banning fans of me just for being fans of me definitely feels like it's setting the stage further for a dogpile beyond the other, you know, factors I've already talked about.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
What, do you have anything to say about that?
I don't know if you were expecting me to want to say something about that.
Wait, has Steven banned anybody else and their fans? Also, side question, if any lore rats want to figure it out for me, how did he respond when Keffels and other people have banned all of the followers of a particular account to stop harassment, or like for whatever their reasoning was? Like, how has he responded to those moderation decisions in the past? Because I know for sure he's commented on that happening before, but I wouldn't say with any certainty I remember how he responded. But if anybody else can find that, that'd be interesting. This is the first time. No, hold on. You guys are so fucking Destiny brained. It's annoying. White blood cells. That's what Max calls the orbiters, but I'm gonna call you guys. Stop. Turn off your Destiny brain. I'm not talking about him banning people. I'm talking about him responding to other bans that have happened. I'm talking about when Keffels made a fucking thing that like banned all of the followers of somebody else. Destiny, obviously. I got banned in the sub for making that comparison. Did you? Well, what did he say? I think if you go back and look at it and it's different, then that's a problem. But if it's the same, then it supports what he's saying, right? But in either case, I would want to know what it is. I don't know what it is. Person is in waiting room, are they? Ooh. Oh, I had that minimized. Okay. Oh, I don't know if this will work. Oh well, we'll try. Hello? Hello? You're muted. Hi. Good. 2 seconds, because I got to switch audio sources so that they could all hear you. Oh yeah. Yeah, I specifically give you the bad one. Because it's my power move. I'm asserting dominance by forcing them to listen to my shittier microphone that's like built into the fan of my computer.
Gotcha. Can I make a request?
Sure. But not a demand.
Can you? Yeah. Can I request that you stream to me your like YouTube feed, so that way I can react with you, because I'm not looking to argue with you. I'm just looking to add commentary or pushback where I think it's necessary.
Oh, I thought you were just gonna inform me about something from the MrGirl perspective I'd missed.
No, I just want to be here and chat with you about this.
Okay. Well, if anything comes up, you just let me know and I can bring you in.
Okay, we can do it that way. Sure.
Because the problem is I am using my wireless headphones. The audio is going to be split because when it starts to communicate, it goes into a different mode. And then I have to switch the audio sources. I don't know how to add a fucking second one in here. So I'm technically limited as well.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Have a good night.
You too.
I'll keep watching.
All right. What does Civixon want? Let's see. Yeah. All right. What is it? Hello, Civixon. You're muted. Who? It's Vixen from the chat. Saxon, maybe? Prolific chatter. Not a prolific discorder, obviously, because this Pooh Bear looking fuck still has their shit muted. Let's give him the good old 5-second countdown. Okay, let's give him the 5, 4, 3, 2. I'm kicking. Where am I gonna put you? Oh, they just left. Giga Chad. Wait, why did they go back in the weight room? Listen here, fucker. If you keep jumping in that weight room, I'm gonna fucking ban you off the server. That's right. They just left without a word. Okay, let me switch my audio sources and exit out of this shit. Yeah, because part of the problem is like Bose has 2 different audio sources for the headphones. It has one that is for like communication and one that is for like monitoring, like listening to stuff. And the way that it works is fucking annoying. It like switches for every app and you have to like individually change all the settings and it's annoying. Ban equals increased conformity, dogpile, do not ban. Something like that, bro. That's what's on the map. Also, MrGirl declared war on the subreddit first, and everything was a reaction to that, I think. Should we look at the war? Do you fuck with the war? Also, let me check my mentions real quick. Some context from DGG logs. Oh, there's context. Dun 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 dun. Destiny says, Stiny, seriously reconsider the presence of his fans on my sub at all. Read MrGirls sub 1 time. What? Perma-banning him and all his fans. Shoot MrGirl fans at will. Jesus. That's a really yikesy. I know it's a joke, but it's quite an edgy joke. Did MrGirl get banned from the sub? What happened, lol? Destiny, I'm working. Please do not disrupt the healing process. I declare war on your sub and demand your moderator be fired, Giga Chad. Wait, what do you mean I'm banned? Oh, is that what he did? If you don't get rid of them, it's war. What a stupid thing to do. If that's true, that's hilarious. I don't think we can ban literally every MrGirl sub. I thought that was memes. Okay, so it seems like in reality, maybe Steven doesn't agree with the everybody that's like following it part, because it's a part that I think is pretty fucking stupid. That's why I'm interested in what he thought about like other streamers doing that, because a bunch of the fucking yellow-bellied fucking liberal lefty people, a lot of them are like that, right? All the socialist people, the fucking communists, all of them get real fucking butthurt about bigger people and blame all the hate that they get on their audiences, and then they go to armadillo mode, bruh, and they ban everybody. I feel like that's happened like a couple of times now. Because somebody banned the bot. Do I have to do it? It's unfortunate. Oh, I should put it in sub-only mode. That's what I forgot to do. That makes life a lot easier. 2 seconds. I know that we're on a terrible tangent here. I'll get back to the video in a second. Watch later. No, I want my videos. Wait, like subscriber YouTube? Yeah, bro, I'm making fucking sub only for the chat. Matter of fact, stops the bots from posting. I can make it to where the chat feed can only be subscribers. Uh-oh. Well, just subscribe, dumb fucks. YouTube doesn't even give you notifications anymore. It's not even like you get spam, so rip non-subs. Literally just hit the stupid fucking button. I'm subscribed to a bunch of shit and I don't even get notifications when their videos come out. Oh, okay, not the paid one? Yeah, no, not the paid one. The YouTube subscription. All you have to do is hit the subscribe button. Let me analytics, monetization. I think it's this. Oh, here it is. Participant mode. Subscribers. You need to be a subscriber for 5 minutes. We will see who is the real ones and who is the fake. Check in. Real ones, check in. One's in the chat if you're a real one who was a subscriber, you know, greater than 5 minutes ago. Oh shit, somebody just became a member. Buffering, I be real. One. One, I am a subber. Nice, nice. Good to see Saxon on there. Long time sub. One. Excellent. Mostly a hate watcher. Hey, bro, a sub's a sub. You know what they say? It's good to see the hate watchers representing though. Honestly, if you're listening to this right now and you fucking hate me, you know, check in. Say, hey, fellow hate watcher here. Good to see you, Jose, you know. Sorry if I'm loud. I do like an internet talk show thingy. Interesting. Okay. There you go. You got Cake Upton. It's an interesting name. Oh, okay. Yeah, Dab is obviously in love with MrGirl. All right, Dab, we'll continue. If anything comes up that you feel like is out of line, let me know.
I expect nothing.
Oh, you posted a screenshot of the demands as well. As for the war, I have 2 demands. 1. Actually, I think I can paste this into Draw.io. If I could, that would be huge. Oh, dude. Technically, we can make this longer. You know what? Let's do that for right now. I'd say that's okay. So let's go this way. So there's one of our references. As for the war, I have 2 demands. Forethought must be given new marching orders or fired. Wow. Well, he didn't ask that they're fired. He didn't demand that they're fired. Just that they changed this policy, right? And the implication is that Steven has to do that because it's given. The whole shoot thing. Wait, what is shoot? Wait, what is exclamation point shoot? Yeah, if you want to link it, that's fine. Just put it in general, and I'll click on it. I trust by the end of this 10-hour stream, we should be caught up with the Destiny to Max lore. No, I mean, it should be simple. They said it's a small document, okay? Okay, what else does he say here? If you shoot on the subreddit, you ban a user for 3 days. Interesting. The bans, banning people for talking about bans, trying to make bans into a joke so you can ban more people freely, directly attacking me when I've never even talked to this motherfucker. It's just also abusive and unprofessional. Create rules that restrict not just the members of the sub, but the power of the admin. Yeah, but why did Forethought make this decision in the first place? Oh god, it does go deeper. Now I see what you're saying. Because now I need to know why Forethought did this, bruh. Because if Forethought has a genuine reason, then they have a genuine reason. We talked before about how Max is posted on the sub a gazillion fucking times, like 900 times or 600 times or something. One of the worst rules ever made. Interesting. Create rules that restrict not just the members of the sub, but the power of the admins and moderators. This will create a Why do we need 2? I don't know. 2 seems a little bit much, bro. Like I don't know, bro. 1 is like the cream pie and 2 is like the spit on the face, bro. It just seems unnecessary. It's just like weirdly unnecessary, kind of tonally different. I don't know why it's in there, but there you go. We have a reference. Let us continue listening to this. That other duder was a novel thing and caught me off guard, and I leapt before I could look. What? P.S. Last thing I want to do is piss you off. So sorry about the waiting room dance there. Just like with Chud, I'm happy to be there if needed. Okay. Okay. Well, you let me know if I fuck
That's gonna go
something
back to
up.
the kind of what we just said. Is that like I just need to feel like the moderation style is in my best interest. Otherwise, I'm just not gonna yield much. I don't think.
Okay. Well, all empathy and care about other people is ultimately self-interest. At the end of the day.
Yeah, and but that can be really roundabout gotten to sometimes. Just depends on.
Yeah. So, is it in your best interest to create an environment that is intolerable to me and that hurts me?
It depends on what tolerating you looks like. If that includes like some level of what I would consider like detrimental anti-jerking in my community, then I say, well, it's probably not worth it.
Yeah, well, it sounds like that's where we're heading.
I mean, maybe
Not to draw the conclusion for you, but it seems like that's the way you're leaning, especially since I've been banned for a week or so now.
Well, that's because everything keeps going on. The temperature hasn't cooled off at all. Because if I unban and then everybody comes back and immediately starts shitting on everything again, then it's like, okay, well, fuck. Now nobody's gonna want. Now it's gonna be even worse. And it's like there's never everything's fucked at that point. I'm just kind of like waiting for things to chill. But this has been like a hot topic news item for like over a week now, I think.
Well, I can't chill.
Okay, that's probably not good. Because it reinforces in everybody's mind, like, oh, well, this is the reason why they were banned, and it was probably good that we did it.
Yeah. I mean, as soon as you unban me, I'm going to write an essay about what fucking assholes you guys all are. 100%. It's going to be the best thing I've ever written.
Why
that just makes it sound like... But then everybody's going to be like, okay, well, this was a mistake, and now you're back to square zero.
Yeah, okay, so maybe it's a sunk... Do you regret banning me?
Me?
This isn't like real life where if you tell like the guards or whatever that you're gonna write this whole thing about the prison experience and whatever, and like this isn't fair. This isn't like laws. Like they could just ban you again, bruh. What are you doing? Why would you even say that? I don't know, bro. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I technically forethought today, but I'm not sure now. After seeing how everything is played out, now it's like, holy fuck, maybe something needed to happen. I don't know.
Bruh, he's also playing this fucking like Nick Fuentes-esque game. Like, I'll be honest with you, if I'm to make an inference, I feel like he definitely wanted something done about the MrGirl problem. And now he's just got to kind of accept whatever it is that Forethought did. Like he wanted something done, and no matter what, it'll be imperfect. It won't be exactly what he would have done if he was the person in that job. But it's tough knowing where the lines are of like he liked it and he didn't like it. When he says stuff like this, it gives the MrGirl side ammo to go like, okay, so you did want MrGirl banned the whole time. Like you're memeing about it, but it sounds like you actually did want him to get banned, and you like that Forethought did that, and you're not going to intervene in it, and it's all convenient and hunky-dory, but it's like you're hiding behind it. And I think that can be the problem from the MrGirl side. Yes, emphatically yes. Okay, cool. So I'm getting the MrGirl. I'm understanding the MrGirl mindset of like how you guys process stuff a little bit. Now again, we talked earlier in the stream about we all look at like a source document, we chunk it up based on what we think the people are saying, and then we come up with ideas about that. Our ideas can be different because we're building different things, right? Like I understand how you got from here to here. I understand that part. I just disagree out here, right? Like I just think my ideas are better. MrGirl was a problem that he couldn't deal with. Maybe, bro. Yeah, I suppose. Not himself. But that's because he isn't really because on one hand we say he isn't really in control of moderation, but I feel like I remember before, like he bans all the time. He bans on stream all the time. Like I don't know. We're playing this weird game. A lot of weird shit going on here on the Destiny side. We're entering into weird territory. The MrGirl site is really sympathetic. It's not that hard to fucking understand. The problem is that the motherfucker is just the most impossible person to deal with outside of the hard facts of the case. Yeah, for sure. Like, I find myself agreeing on some stuff here, for sure. I'm trying to be very careful, right? Because, like MrGirl said, us orbiters, we have to be very careful about the shit that we say. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think DGG, there are people inside of there that can get kind of really hypey about negativity and can really be negative. But you know, we also fuck up, and there's that as well. I don't know. In the waiting, by the way. All right, give me a short pitch in chat about what it is you want to talk about. I want to double check before I waste time on that.
Okay, well, this is evidence of what I'm saying when I say I don't think it's intentional. I don't think you're plotting or scheming.
Reddit bans and stream bans are different. Ben, you now have an asterisk in my mind as a Destiny white blood cell. Let's think about this for 2 seconds. Yeah, Reddit bans and stream bans are different. What are the odds that Booksmarts agrees with that? It's a pretty sensible thing. They're different platforms, different bans. I agree with that, bro. I think you could have predicted that I would agree with that. I also think you could have predicted a negative response to that, which would be that he bans himself on both. No, I've seen him ban on stream, and I have seen him ban on the Reddit. I feel like he's talked before on stream about why he banned an individual person. No, like, doesn't he exercise that power on both platforms? So my point would still stand, right? Like, I don't know. Interesting. Fascinating. He does? Okay, well then, there you go. What the fuck, that's not fair. I want the white blood cell label? I thought I heard you say, like, MrGirl, but okay. It seems to me DGGers reached a critical mass of dislike to like ratio. Steven is just going along with it all. If DGG liked MrGirl more than Steven, would be more authoritative. Maybe, yeah. Maybe he's coasting because it's downhill from here. MrGirl just keeps fucking up optically and keeps accruing this negative debt of publicity. But I also have no idea if that's true. I don't stalk MrGirl's numbers. I don't know how he's doing.
Scheming against me. I just think that these things are happening systemically. I think that the nature of your content is shitting on people. Often you watch things, react to people, mock people, attack people. That's just like kind of part of what you do. And so your community is obviously going to mimic you shitting on people.
Also, yeah, 100%. MrGirl sentiment is underrepresented. That's because I think MrGirl sentiment is a little bit Pepega. Like, I'm representing what I like to represent on the stream right now. That's 100%, but that's very deliberate because I'm doing this for fun, and I really don't like that side of things typically.
And I think that also increases.
Yeah, to some extent. That's why I've tried to like chill a bit over long periods of time.
Keep it $1.50.
Well, I'm a very delicate.
I need to start being real with you guys more. Fight that snake label. People say I'm snaky, but at the same time, I'm also pretty, I don't know, whatever.
Sensitive person. And I make content and talk about things in ways that are really easy to misunderstand and really easy to dogpile, and I really hate being dogpiled. I think part of what made me form such a strong emotional attachment to you was your willingness to see through that. You actually lifted me out of a dogpile, a way bigger dogpile, in a way worse dogpile. I was buried, and you pulled me out, and I will be forever grateful to you for that. But it is upsetting to have that and then hear tales of Vosh and Hassan and other people, and people see whispers of people saying, "Oh, we'll see when the bridge burns. We'll see when you turn into the bad guy. You'll see what's going to happen. You'll see what's going to happen." And me saying, "Oh, no, it's not going to happen," and then slowly see the lava around me rising and slowly understanding it, like, oh, okay.
Yeah, this is true, but like, so here's something that's interesting to me. Your hated foe Brittany said this, and it's something that I've thought about a lot. I don't understand why people are so keen to give up so much agency over themselves. Like, it feels like right now you're screaming at me, begging me to pull you out of the water, and you're drowning in a puddle that's 1 foot deep. You're like rolling around in it, like, help me. And then you're throwing your face back down and it's like, please just pick me up. And I'm like, just chill for like 3 days and it'll all go away. Like, so much of it is like self-invited, like just chill. And it's like, and most of it will clear out. It even almost kind of sort of was, because I think even after you declared war, you had your no jumper thing. And I think there was like a 500 comment thread. So it was like overwhelmingly positive.
But like, this principle doesn't really fucking apply to MrGirl's situation. What the fuck? Is the implication here he would have just been unbanned if he waited 3 days? This seems like a silly fucking thing to say. Unless he really does mean that. Am I retarded? Am I missing something here? Am I missing something? Yes. Yeah, that seems like a silly thing to say from my perspective. If I'm missing something, explain it to me, but...
Yeah.
It's like, just, yeah, like one more interview or funny interaction like that. And almost after that. And then everybody would have probably been like, oh yeah, everything's chill. Then this everybody would have been like, why is Max still banned? It's actually really lame that like that would be.
Yeah, like, it... Well, what's hard is, we're talking about two different things, right? This is why we need these. On the one hand, Steven is responding to dogpiling. This is a moment to help MrGirl people. So MrGirl people, pay attention, 2 seconds. So Steven is talking about the dog pile. This is what you could do stuff. This is the drowning metaphor. But MrGirl is talking about something different, and I hear you guys, okay? MrGirl here is talking about, at the same time, the other part. What was it?
Be the whole no jumper thing. Just pick.
Oh, MrGirl is talking about the ban. Sorry, I spaced out. MrGirl is talking about the ban. So, you know, this top thing doesn't make sense. Interesting. They have to be parallel because they're kind of, these conversations are happening like simultaneously. I think they're talking about different things. I know how to fix it. It's just like, I'm sorry I didn't make that clear about the headset. I know how to fix it. It's annoying, and I have to do an operation when I turn it to one source or the other, and I just don't like doing it. He has explicitly said he intends to unban MrGirl when things cool off. Wait, speaking of which, do you guys have the right audio? Yeah, you do, okay. He's explicitly said he intends to unban MrGirl when things cool off. Interesting. I think he has to be more explicit about that. And if that is the case, then he's not standing behind what his mod did, I feel like. I don't know. This is weird. Destiny said he would unban him after a few days, but wait, then why not just unban him immediately? If you unban him after 3 days, is that not then like why ban him in the first place then? Or why not reverse it more quickly? Why do you have to wait 3 days? That's so fucking weird. You know what that's like? That's like that fucking guy from No Country for Old Men or whatever. Like, he has this sense of like how things need to work. 3 days. Excuse me, what? 3 days you gotta wait. Three days I have to wait for what? For things to blow over, kid. And then he like locks the door and beats the shit out of somebody. Sorry, kid, I can't stop. Until the 3 days are up. You got 3 days of me. Nothing personal. Bro, what? If you're just gonna unban him after 3 days, just fucking unban him. What kind of crazy shit is that? I don't understand. He wants broad sweeping changes, not just to be unbanned. Well, who gives a fuck what he wants? We already don't care about what he wants. I'm focused on the unban thing. You don't have to, you know, do everything he wants to unban him. These can happen irrespective of each other. Because MrGirl said he will make a manifesto if he gets unbanned. Who cares? Then he makes his manifesto, and then then they have a deeper conversation about banning him. And I don't know why him making a manifesto means he ought to be banned. You don't even know what the fuck is in that. What kind of ignorant shit is that? Like, that, I don't know. Like, even if he says it's about the moderation team and stuff, like, I don't know. Like, I don't think you can preemptively attack him for that. I think that's a silly thing to do to a streamer. I think that's maybe not the best idea. And I think Steven agrees with that, which is why he would unban him after 3 days. the threat of releasing the manifesto doesn't go away in the reality where he follows the advice and waits 3 days, right? Like, what do you mean? I think you agree with Destiny's policy, though. It's the equivalent of taking a breath in the middle of a heated conversation. The point of the ban is forcing him to not poke the fire. Maybe, but I feel I'm evaluating the arguments that are put forward, and I just feel like one is clearly more compelling to me than the other one, but it could be put to me a particular way, maybe. Well, that's Destiny's point about not wanting people stirring up anti-fan sentiment, but I don't know if he got there yet in this convo. I guess. It's like fucking capitalism and socialism. Like, one really can't let the other one exist. Like, that's how they're playing the game. I don't think it's how you have to play the game. As a matter of fact, I think you should try to let the other thing exist. If it's possible, but yeah, sometimes there are hard lines you have to draw. I'm like that with some of you debate bro people. You get banned like hella on my fucking Discord because I just want the Discord to be a very particular thing, and it's very easy to step outside the bounds of that. Like, there's absolutely no not safe for work on my entire Discord, and that alone is something that crosses a lot of people off the list. Some people are just really, really not cool with that. A lot of people on Discord.
Me up and I'm like, just chill for like 3 days and it'll all go away. Like, so much of it is like self-invited, like just chill. And it's like, and most of it will clear up. It even almost kind of sort of was, because I think even after you declared war, you had your no jumper thing. And I think there was like a 500 comment thread, so it was like overwhelmingly positive.
Yeah.
It was like, just, yeah, like one more interview or funny interaction like that. And almost after that, and then everybody would have probably been like, oh yeah, everything's chill. Then everybody would have been like, why is Max still banned? It's actually
Booksmarts, how do you feel when you get into an argument with Destiny? Well, getting into an argument with Destiny is kind of like gay sex. Like, the experience is very, very different if you're on top or on the bottom. So it depends on what kind of thing we're talking about. One is kind of painful and can be uncomfortable and requires like the perfect balance to be enjoyable at all. And the other one is just genuinely more or less the same experience over and over. So, you know, that's what I would say. If you're trying to convince them of something, it feels the exact same every single time, and it's the same experience. But when he's attacking you, I find that is usually not fun, because he's kind of rough. And he doesn't like take his time, and he doesn't let me take a breath, and you know, it's I don't enjoy that one. I enjoy the other one though.
actually really lame that like that would be the whole sub. Like, it's kind of cringe that you guys ban. I'm like, why do you blah blah blah? That would have been the whole sub. And then if I would have started banning people at that point, my sub would have revolted. They're like, what the fuck? This is bullshit. But when you guys keep upping the ante over and over and over and over again, especially when it's gone in the past 2 or 3 or 4 days, that's why you said like, do you regret banning me? Now my community is like in unison. Is like, no, these people are fucking horrible, blah blah. Because of like, and I understand how when you guys, when the pressure is up, you guys are motivated to act in a certain way. But it's like people just like chill. Then it's like boom. Then you're like good. Everything would go away and everything. Like people have done this before. You just chill. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Everything's fine. And you're done.
I think that you're asking me to be resigned to the extreme highs and extreme lows, roller coaster, addictive nature of your community.
Yes, I am. Because I'm resigned to the exact same ebb and flow of my community and external communities. That's just always how I go. I literally joke about myself. There are times when there are things that I do, and I'm like, you know what? Taking a 2-day break from the sub because it's going to be brutal. And we talk about NFTs all fucking 2 days, and there's going to be some combo they hit, and that happens. Sometimes I just fuck it. I just disconnect my sub, and I'll check it for a day or two. I'm like, yeah, fuck it. I know they're going to be this way. And then you just, yeah. But then you have a funny debate, you do a funny thing, and then you're like, oh, cool, he's cool again. And that's always like the ebb and flow of large communities. It is what it is. There's no escaping that ever. I don't think there's any controlling that flow.
You know what, MrGirl people? I'm starting to understand Steven a little bit more. You know, what Steven is saying is at the end of the day, oh my goodness. At the end of the day, we're streamers, and you know, let me visualize this for y'all. Streamers are circles, right? Okay. Streamers, right, are circles, okay? And you know, the fans are squares, right? Or I guess we call it chat. And what applies to circles is different than what applies to squares. Believe it or not, they're just two entirely different things. So he's saying when we're talking about the chat, another thing about the chat is that it takes 3 days for shit to blow over, right? here, let me.
Like, yeah, fuck it. I know they're gonna be this way, and then you just but then you have a funny debate, you do a funny thing, and they're like, oh, cool, he's cool again, and that's always like.
And then on the other side, what we have to do is do a cool thing. That makes people forget. That's great. You just do a cool thing, and then some amount of people are talking about the cool thing, and then that's good for you. Like, remember when I told you guys before that if we're talking about like a proportion of people on one side that absolutely hate something and speak about it, and then we say that on the other side we have a group of people that are maybe more defensive and they actually like it. And this is why that conformity shit is fucked. Because this right here is very, very, very small. It's very, very, very tiny. It's like this big. Right? There's not a lot of those people. There's a lot of people that hate and will speak about it. There's not a lot of people that like it and will fight back. So that's what you have to keep in mind, you know what I'm saying? Is like, when you see what's going on with chat, there's a lot of people that hate and that speak and whatever. But then you do something amazing, okay? Let me see if I can find a fucking, I know, just the shape for something like this. Oh, amazing. Amazing. Let's say you do something. Oh, I love the scale already. You could tell. Look at this. That's a lot of people. Oh my goodness. Wow. Look at that. And you know what? The sky is the limit, because just like regular stars, some of these can be that size, but some of these, bruh, some of the stars, they get like this big. Okay? And these are, oops. Let me make this, these are good things, okay? These are good things. Good things will make a lot of people talk about you. So even though there's this minority here that are speaking at this time and really hate shit, and there's this tiny bit of people here that actually like that thing but will fight against the hate speak and whatever, you got to zoom the fuck out as a streamer, because what applies to us is different than what applies to chat. We need to zoom out and realize that if we do good things, the amount of people that will talk about the good things that we're doing and the fun things that we're doing, and that attention way outweighs the hate one a lot of the time. So if you get the hate thing and you're down here and you're like, holy shit, there's so many people that hate me and there's so few people, like, bro, you gotta zoom out. And this is streamer advice. Like, you gotta zoom out and you gotta look at the, do good things. You know what I'm saying? It makes sense. Amazing. He's not high enough. He's too high. Hey, bro. I'm just trying to drop some wisdom on you, okay? Just trying to drop some wisdom.
It's like the ebb and flow of large communities. It is what it is. There's no escaping that ever. I don't think there's any controlling that flow.
Oh, I don't think that's true, or else you wouldn't be banning all of my fans and banning me. You're banning me to control the flow.
Not the flow, just certain types of things. There's things like the ebb and flow is always going to be there. But there's types of persistent toxicities you can
banning me to change. You're banning me to change the atmosphere.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, you can have a little bit.
Changes.
But I'm not talking about you. But your implications are always...
It's like a little disingenuous to have your finger on the button and then say like, oh, it's just the weather. When it's not just the weather. You are trying to control the weather and successfully doing so. I'm now universally hated on your sub. You banned me, banned all my fans, told everybody that I'm gaslighting, narcissistic, whatever. And now that's what they think. I've been rewritten. That's who I am now.
Damn. That's a hell of a way to put it. That's a lot of bad things in a row. How is our hero gonna get out of this one, bro? That's a doozy.
But it's not though. None of these things are permanent. These things can like.
I know it's not permanent. I know.
But you're making it permanent. You were making it permanent.
Yeah, because I don't want to do it anymore.
But like,
I don't want to do it.
Here's what
I can handle the natural, inevitable ebb and flow. But you making it worse? No. You making it worse for me to make it better for yourself in a moment? No, I don't want to do that. You should have to ride it the same fucking way I do, or else I don't
have to ride it the same way because it's my community. Much the same you have the right to moderate your community.
If you want me to be in it.
You know what? Oh man, this is kind of like oh man, I can't tell if this is a good analogy because I'm baked, or if this is a good analogy because it's actually a good analogy. Damn, there isn't a version of it on here. Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, tune in next time for that one. This is helping me picture how you would see Young Thug's sneaker situation. I don't even know what that is, bro. Who'd that be? Who be Young Thugs, bro? Oh, I can straight up just drag it in here? That's fucking crazy. Okay. So we got Destiny up here at the top, right? This is Destiny. He's up here. He's got a crown because that's a woman's name. So he's like the queen of everything, right? And then underneath him, you have some, you know, some aristocrats. Let me just find a hat to put on this aristocracy so that we know who they are, okay? I'm creating an amazing visual image for you guys, okay? Boom. Resize, sure. Oh shit, this one's huge. Okay. Ah, wait. Then we got these guys here, and this is our aristocracy, right? And then we have another special kind of thing. And believe me, this will be worth it, bro. It's so explanatory. It's crazy. Oh man, this is way too big. I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, that's very large. Do I not sound? I don't know, bro. Okay, so let me drag this up here. Then you have these. Oh, I wonder if I can control Alt Shift. No. That was bad, whatever that was. All right, there we go. And then we have jesters. Or the lol cows. And the aristocracy, we'll call them. This is orbiters with the capital O, and these are orbiters with the lowercase o. There's not like a huge kind of I don't reconnection successful. Welcome back. Where'd you guys go? Ooh. Ooh. We're touch and go right now with the connection. I don't know. What's up with that? Ooh. Oh, we're back. We're back. Welcome back. I think we're back because the statistics look good.
What's on the table?
But that's one of my arguments is that certain of your orbiters can't tolerate the way that they're treated.
Yeah, and for those people, I would say don't. Just don't.
Okay. Well, if that's how it is, then I won't.
And sorry I didn't explain that thing earlier. It like, yeah, part of it is being high. But at the same time, like I'm monitoring OBS and I'm seeing that it's doing weird things, and like my attention is divided between like 4 different windows and like my phone, and it's a bit much to manage. Like normally, it's just extra hard because I haven't done it in a while and I've smoked, so I've essentially handicapped myself in like multiple ways. I not only shot my hand, I shot both of my feet. I made sure that I couldn't be conscripted in the Russian army. There was no way they could consider conscripting me, okay? I'm broken in 8 different places, right? So... Oh!
Yeah, maybe one day we can do like a movie review, or if I have a panel, I'll invite you on. But like the like, am I gonna come on to talk about my fight with Shaylin and whether or not I'm abusive? These like, I'm very vulnerable with you. I'm very vulnerable with your stream. I've exposed a lot and opened myself up to a lot of criticism in ways that like, I think that's one of the things you like about me, is that I'm willing to do that.
Yeah, but when you're willing to take positions like that, I think you have to be willing to like deal with, like, I take very edgy positions on some things as well, and I know that it's going to invite some, like, blowback, and it is what it is.
And I can deal with that, but what I can't deal with is you, my friend, colleague. I said in some ways my boss. I don't think that's as true for me anymore, but you know, you're the one with the more power, certainly in your community, but I think also in our professional relationship, for sure, with you making it worse on me to make it better for yourself. Like, that's what I can't deal with. I can deal with the dog pile, but I can't.
Okay, he just backed right off that point as I was writing it, so it didn't end up being important. I am going to write down this point, though. I'll get his exact verbiage, actually.
Deal with you encouraging it.
Okay, so then we do agree then that what I said at the beginning was that this is about you making a particular demand just on the merits of you wanting to feel better about the moderation. That's what this was always about.
I don't think it's about one thing or the other. That is one of my arguments, is that I think more sensitive people who are more vulnerable are not going to want to put up with this. I also think that people who want to push back on you against more things and disagree with you and argue with you about more stuff Or maybe people who are more egotistical and also are just not going to want to put up with it. People don't. So only.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think I'm not going to want to change my community to acquiesce to those personality
Okay,
types.
you don't have to. I'm just pushing back against your characterization that my only point in argument here has just been that I don't like what you're doing. That's one of
Well,
them.
that is. You're saying there are some people that are too egotistical to deal with your moderation style. I don't
Yeah,
think
that's one of them.
That's not a compelling argument for me to change my moderation style.
Okay, I think it is.
I hate how he talks. It's funny. I'll give you guys that, MrGirl fans. It is funny, but like, I don't enjoy it for the same reason I enjoy Destiny, right? Like, he just says goofy shit, which is why, again, I won't explain, but I will draw your attention. Actually, I'll just ask, okay? I'm gonna be straight up with you guys. Which do you think MrGirl is? Would he be like an aristocracy type of orbiter? Or is he a lolcow? Which do you feel like more accurately describes him? Or I should just ask if you think he's a lolcow or not. Like, twos in the chat if you think he's a lolcat. Because I feel like he do be getting lolcowy, especially lately, bro. Even if you like him, I feel like you have to like give that he's more lolcowy, because that typically is how I deal with him. Which sucks, because he doesn't have to be a lolcow. I think he has the brains on his shoulder to do whatever, but it takes brains to be a lolcow, you know? I'm taking MrGirl's side and leaving too. Goodbye forever. Damn. Sorry to see you go. I'm really important. Really am, but I'm gonna ban you right now on my YouTube. And I need you to wait 3 days. Okay, don't say a word. We're talking about how Steven kind of reminds me of that guy from No Country for Old Men. The crazy guy who like flips a coin to kill people. He's like, you must suffer this ban for 3 days, bro, because that's how long you gotta wait for shit to cool down. And I would unban you now, but that would break the 3-day rule, bro. I agree. I don't think you should be banned. I think you should just wait, and then I'll unban you. That was my plan the whole time, bro. Like, wait, but then why arbitrarily do the 3-day ban thing? You clearly don't think the ban is necessary beyond just as like a cooldown thing, I guess, maybe is the thing, but I think he can be thought-provoking, but he just becomes insufferable in most conversations. Interesting. Okay.
I don't think it is on its own, but I think it's worth considering. The types of people who you're going to push away, including me, and the types of people.
Okay, so then I know you didn't want to do this before, but this would be a really good spot to like, okay, give me some examples, because there are certain types of people like, fuck, I can't believe I lost this person in my community because this happened, or I can't believe I lost this person in my community, this happened. Like if that was happening over and over again, I'd be like, okay, this probably needs to change. So like 2 things that I think needed to change are there is a lot of dog calling stuff, and that's something I tried. We did that with the 3-day rule. No more posting for weeks about people. Might even cut that back even more because like the posting incessantly is like really annoying. No more the Kuma posting. A lot of women don't like. A long time ago, it's funny because somebody brought this up recently. I said that harem is bad or blah blah blah. I actually banned all references of harem anything because that type of humor and these types of jokes makes women never want to do. That's one of the reasons why the misogyny ban is in effect.
A request to MrGirl and his community. What? Oh, fuck. All right. Do I have my screen set up to where I could... Yeah, you guys can read this. So use this stub. Okay. So you guys cut off right around here. Good to know. So this is the post. And MrGirl replied no to it, is essentially like the long and short of it. Let's see if I can grab the edges of this. Probably not. No, I can. Oh, actually, I don't know. I don't know about that. I'm not going to fuck with all these windows to show you. But yeah, he basically says no, period. And then forethought says not asking. Who wrote this? KK Clune. KK Clune. To start this post off, I would first like to acknowledge the struggles that MrGirl and his community face. MrGirl is an incredibly controversial figure, and a ton of his statements end up being characterized incorrectly by his critics. As a Destiny fan, I can see that, yeah, I don't care. I don't have any issue, yeah, I don't care. With that being said, there we go. I do have an issue with the way MrGirl and his community make use of the sub. To me, it ultimately feels as though you/no more Mr. Nice, MrGirl, and his fans use the sub as though it were their own. What do I mean by this? Uh-oh, this sounds like an anti-immigration argument. To start off, there are an incredible amount of daily MrGirl posts either from fans of him or Max himself. Posts either from Max. Okay. I don't see a problem with that. Once again, I understand that there are also plenty of anti-MrGirl posts and stuff. Like, hey, bro. So I'm looking around. I'm seeing a lot of dark faces, brother. And, you know, all I'm saying is up at the top, it says, you know, Light Face Land, and we got a lot of that going on, and, you know, feels like they're using it like this is their space, and it's not, bro. Look at the top of the sub. This isn't for MrGirl people. Get out of here. I don't know. I'm waiting for, like, a compelling argument beyond, like, just not liking these people arbitrarily because they like MrGirl. Where did we leave off? No issue, blah, blah, blah. Separate pro MrGirl posts feels weird. Why does it matter if we have separate pro MrGirl posts? To draw a comparison, I would feel the same way about pro Destiny posts being spammed up. Yeah, but are they being spammed? Oh, okay. An incredible amount of daily MrGirl posts, either from fans of him. Well, I mean, this sounds so whiny. Are they all from like 2 people, or is there just genuinely a lot of people on the sub that like MrGirl? What the fuck? Bro, this is like Russia, like trying to take back all of its fucking colonies and shit. Like, you could look from one angle as a very stoned person late at night, and you could and you could imagine that he's just like, anytime that these communities reach a critical mass on his like socials, he just cuts them off like a tumor to try and like stop them from getting to be a problem. And the reason will be different every single time. Like, they'll say, oh, they invaded here and they did this and that and whatever. But in reality, it's just that he wants to fucking take the people back or get rid of them. Interesting. I'm not gonna read all of this. You can read that on your own time. The amount of curiosity I have about it is waning. It's a Destiny subreddit after all. You guys are fucking crazy. It shouldn't matter if they're fans of other people on the fucking Reddit. That's so weird. I don't find that compelling at all.
I have women that I would like to come on stream and talk, but they're like, I don't know, like there's some stuff that goes on a little bit. Like, okay, I understand that, but then I want to change my community so we can demonstrate, like, oh, well, here's people that you've lost, and the examples you pointed out are ones you're not fully aware of. So you pointed out like Hassan and Vosh that had nothing to do with this. But if there were like people that I've lost, like, oh fuck, I could keep these people around, then I would probably, then there are things that I'd probably consider. You don't say. Okay, go ahead.
You don't think?
It sounded like you were about to say, you're gonna lose me. That's what I thought you were gonna say. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. I think I know you're being funny, but you're also just making fun of me for being upset.
Just curious what your answer will be. Go ahead. Oh, X kills me was another example. Sorry, go ahead.
You don't think facing vitriol from your community had anything to do with your falling out with Vosh or Hassan?
Absolutely not. Okay. I think that you got the cause and effect wrong. Most of my...
If I start posting about Genshin Impact daily on your sub, would that be an issue? If I was playing Genshin Impact, it's not an issue. Like, what that analogy is missing, and what this post was missing for me, is like, is it off topic, or are they talking about their opinion about MrGirl in interactions with Steven? Because if they are, they're within the context of what the sub is supposed to be about, right? Like, if they're talking about conversations he had with Steven, that's like if I played Genshin Impact, you're talking about the game itself as opposed to like with Genshin, that's an even worse example, because in that example, it would be acceptable for you to post only about the game and not have me mentioned anywhere in it. Like, if you were to post like, hey, this new patch is crazy, has anybody checked out this gun? Like, I would totally allow that post to stay up on the subreddit, and if somebody got rid of it, I would be like, why would you do that? Like, we play Genshin every day on stream. Like, that's related to that. Bookfucker, been a minute, but I still love you and your contributions. Aw, good to hear.
Community there was actually against me. And then I made a choice that I was like, I don't think I want communists and socialists in my community. And then I said, if you're a communist socialist, like fucking leave. And then I got
like my thing is, if you want to ban a bunch of people for liking somebody and making posts about them when that person is like actively having conversations with Steven and a part of like what's going on in the news, like you have to give me a good fucking reason, because that's a stupid fucking thing to do. Like on its face. Like what I'm saying is, if you just arbitrarily did it for that reason alone, like I need to hear other stuff, because it's a quite the action to take, like against somebody else who's like involved with things that are going on. Normally, if that's happening, you would tell me like what exactly it is that they're doing wrong, and that would be what you would say first, right? Like you would preface like, hey, I banned this person. Now you'd be like, yeah, he was doing XYZ and we banned him. Like the declaring war thing, like, whatever, I'll just open it from the fucking Discord, I guess. We are getting off topic, but what is this other one? I've been banned from r such destiny. Oh, do it. This is this is a risky. Okay, thank God. Just text. You've been permanently banned from participating, Arsa. Okay. What do I care about this? I DM'd the mod mail, but I haven't heard back. I did see his comment from them, though. Okay, let's see what this is. Now we're down the rabbit hole. A request to MrGirl and his community. Oh, they just linked to this. Yeah, but I don't understand how that leads to thinking that this is why he was banned. I don't understand this either. Why is him saying no to this? Like, who is this person? Is this person a mod? How do I even see that? Is this person a mod? Is he supposed to have to take seriously whatever the fuck this random person is saying? Why can't he just say no? Like, it's dickish, but why is that ban worthy? I don't understand. You think declare war one is more the reason? Yeah, but it's not what they linked in my Discord. So I'm wondering why the other side is linking this to me. Well, we click on this, which I think is the war thing. Oh, it's way longer than that fucking little clip you gave me. Oh, it's so big. I, MrGirl, Lone Warrior, where, God, I'm fucking cringe, bro. What is Destiny as a place for? Not really. Disagreement with Stephen Raymond, agreement. Similar can get you banned.
But you're right. I wasn't allowed to be a Jew as a child, and it hurt me so much. And now,
Okay. I don't think I have to read that. I think it's this. People in here are getting ultra mad at MrGirl for not much reason. Narcissist, piece of shit, abuser. But yeah, I agree that he definitely should have taken this approach. I think it's a... Wait, how do I know this person's banned for... I do... Okay, I don't know how to understand what the fuck these people are doing. The subreddit has turned on me. This is like a kid getting up on a table in recess at school and being like, I've noticed that people in my grade don't like me anymore. You've all turned on me. Even if that's true, why are you hopping up on a fucking table and screaming it, bro? That's so weird. Whatever. Okay. God, I'm not. That's a long section. Now I can understand why Steven focuses on this so much. Bruh. My role in the subreddit needs to change. I'm not gonna be in here vulnerable speaking to you in good faith if everyone who takes my side in an argument is banned. Oh, am I gonna be banned? Wait. I'm not following. Can I? Wait, am I in trouble? Uh-oh. Now I'm putting the pieces together. If I take his side on anything here, am I in big trouble? Think you need another hit, bro? What do you mean? So what now? My role on the subreddit needs to change. I'm not going to be in here vulnerable speaking to you. Okay, whatever. As for the war, I have 2 demands. Wait, what? Yeah, but what does the war mean? Oh, okay, here it is. Until my demands are met, I will maintain an aggressive posture towards the subreddit. What does that mean, though? As I said on stream, this is not a reflection of my feelings about Steven or our friendship. I'm not of Vosh or Hassan. Friends have conflict. It's just not often that my friends have enormous control over what thousands of people think of me. I only have one friend like that, and I'm not at war with him. I'm at war with you. It's so dramatic. What does waging a war on a subreddit entail? More posts like this? Hey, what is he replying to? So fucking dumb. What? Bruh. That's what I'm saying, is he's a lol cow. He like says stupid shit and then I don't know, bro. Like he's just farming schizos. Oh, I wonder if we have any from Forethought in here. Wait. What did Forethought do? God, I'm so lost on this, bro. What did Forethought ever even do? Mods can ban for any reason based on their mood. Oh, okay, that's stupid shit. Okay, whatever. I don't care about this anymore. let's just watch a video.
Maxed out all the like commies and socials in my community, but it wasn't because I didn't get upset at like Hassan and Vosh because like or they didn't get mad at me because my community was like vitriolic towards them. They might say that because they're like if they pick out like any Hassan might say that, Vosh I don't think would. Hassan might say that, but like when Hassan was posting in my subreddit, I'm pretty sure he was generally getting a lot of support almost all the time, except like 1 or 2 particular things. He was almost always getting a lot of support.
Me too.
Well, wait, then what? Hold on, then where were we now? I just lost the whole conversation.
You said that getting vitriol from your community has nothing to do with what the falling outs with Vosh and Hassan, and I'm saying it seems like it has to be a factor. If like you and I.
He banned MrGirl fans basically before he banned MrGirl. Damn, they killed all the Catholics before they killed the Pope. That's some fucking metal shit, bro. That's crazy.
Or like questioning or renegotiating our professional relationship, I get a lot of support in your subreddit.
Okay, wait, then what is your problem? Hold on, I'm not actually even sure then. Or I lost the whole conversation. So you're saying they get a lot of support in my community, but they still have a lot of vitriol they have to deal with?
Yeah, because you eventually ban all the supporters and then have a falling out with the creator. That's the same thing you're doing right now. You're like, I don't want these people in my subreddit, fuck off. And then it just feels like really bad to the person you're doing it to. And then
sure, okay, yeah, but it wasn't. They didn't. I'm just saying that these people didn't leave because the subreddit was vitriolic towards them.
Okay, I understand.
It's because I started to have disagreements with them. I haven't had any disagreements with you where it's like I need to kick Max, like super disagree with him.
You just feel like it.
Well, Forethought did.
And you felt like allowing him to.
Well, he is allowed to. He's my moderator. Yeah.
Okay, so you don't.
So wait, hold on. One thing makes everything clear. And answer me this, riddle me this, chat. Lore masters. Did Forethought issue a 3-day ban? Because if that's the case, then I understand why it's 3 days.
You won't. I think even a week later, you won't own the ban.
I mean, yeah, he's my moderator. He does what he does.
Okay, so can we just say that you ban me and stop talking about Forethought? I don't hate Forethought. He's just
if that makes you sure. If that makes you feel better, then yes, I banned you.
Forethought is a tentacle that's coming out of your body.
Gotcha. True.
It may have a mind of its own, but
Maybe. I don't even know.
Ultimately you control it. Okay.
Well, you guys are disagreeing because, like, if it's a perma and he's gonna undo it after 3 days, that's lame. But if the ban itself was a 3-day ban, then that's why it's 3 days. Steven has nothing to do with it. I just think it's lame if he is going to intervene ultimately, but he's going to wait an arbitrary amount of time. I think that's more disagreeable. But if he's staying hands off and it's a 3-day ban, it's a 3-day ban, right? No, he just banned him. Interesting. Okay. Well, whichever it is, it's the former. You're all divided. I feel like this isn't a well-known fact, I guess.
So yeah, I don't know if these things were different. I don't know what would have happened with us.
Because, like, I'm biased towards he just banned him. That's what I thought it was. So that's what I'm seeing in the chat. I don't know if that's the case, though.
Friendships. I don't know them, and I don't know your relationship with them that well. It's not the kind of thing that is like just or provable. Like, I don't think we're gonna see somebody saying like, I would really love to stream with Destiny, but his community is so toxic. There's people thinking that. I mean, I don't know. We don't know who would be in your community or who would be willing to talk to you if this were different. I don't know. I think that there's something about your content and things you're doing that are attracting misogyny, or that attracts dogpiling. And so you're.
But the reason I push back against this is I think every single online community with certain size dogpiles. It's like that's just a nature of online. Like, can you think of a single large community that doesn't?
I don't know. I don't know large community.
Because I feel like that's everybody.
But you're telling me you're not going to do the things I'm suggesting, or it seems like you're not going to do the things I'm suggesting that I think would curb some of it. So what my point is that even if you do things to address misogyny, dogpiling, like the 3-day rule, you're not really addressing the core issues. Again, you just come off like you're like the good guy who's like, hey, I'm protecting women and I'm protecting.
And I hear you on him hating on forethought and you thinking that's the end of it. It can't be, because he's risking his whole relationship with Steven. I don't think he would be that mad at this random fucking mod that he would threaten, like, not talking to Steven anymore. I think that's a bit dramatic for him to do if that was the case. I think he is genuinely upset maybe that Steven didn't do what he wanted Steven to do. And that added insult to injury about the disrespect that he got from forethought that he had no power over. There's absolutely nothing he can do. He can't schmooze the person. He can't talk to him. He can't get his fans to do it for him. Like, he lost all means of like having any agency in that situation. And I'd imagine that for Max, from what little I know of him, that's gonna not be a fun situation for him. And then if on top of that, his usual get out of jail card, which is Steven, who normally understands him enough to like sort of kind of take his side, won't. And it's to this random fucking mod. And why is it that this random fucking mod gets Steven's blessing, but I don't? And like, I hear you on the 3 days, but I am asking you to do something that you are not doing. And I feel there's compelling reasons to just do it now. And you don't have good reasons to wait to do it. And that's super frustrating. And yada, 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 yada. I think that's what's going on. But yeah, like psychology wise, I think it sucks to feel like you don't have the agency there. And that's probably bothering him.
People from getting dogpiled.
Oh yeah, his YouTube as well. Yeah, that's game banned too. But what I will also say is this is him getting exactly what he signed up for. Like, it's kind of like when people that like rap about like real shit end up getting involved in real shit and like regretting it or something when they weren't involved with it in the first place. Like he's kind of like, he's always had this persona where everybody hates him. He's constantly dealing with it and whatever. And I think he really saw that at scale here. And it hasn't been since he had, like he said himself, it hasn't been since the very first time that happened with the cuties thing or whatever, that he's had this happen. And this time it's monumental because the scale is completely different because he's been fucking around with Steven. He got a super big megaphone to say his message. And the fact is, when that message that he knew was crazy to begin with, when he broadcasts that to enough people, now there's the critical mass to fuck him, and they're fucking up everything. And I think that's one thing all of us as streamers need to consider. Some of the stupid shit you do that will give you success at the beginning could be like your downfall at the end. And that probably applies to anybody who gets success. Like your vices and the shit that was fucked up initially are probably going to fuck you up later. They're not really contributing to your success. And I think a lot of the time we like take the negatives about us and pretend that somehow, some way, that's cosmically part of the reason why you're able to do whatever. We like fit it in casually into like the narrative of our life, and I think sometimes we do that incorrectly. So it applied to Sneeko, it's applying to MrGirl. I would agree. Booksmarts, he was going to unban him. Max didn't want to be unbanned until the other concessions were made. Then whatever. Yeah, but did he believe it would go this far? Right? Like, I think maybe he believed that Steven would cave, or he didn't, and he's just using this for content. I don't know.
Well, when you imply that I'm just being the good guy, you're implying I'm not trying to take an actual serious step to change anything.
I think you're taking a surface level step to change things that makes you look like you're trying to change it. And in some cases, kind of does change it, but you're not really addressing the core structural issues that are causing misogyny and dogpiling behavior in your subreddit.
And those core structural issues are what, banning people that disagree with me too much?
I guess you can say when he obtained attention, he didn't moderate his speech and it cost him in the end. I would say that, like, yeah, that's one way of putting it.
Yeah, that's one. So that if 51% of people in your subreddit are misogynistic, if you ban people, if you increase conformity, you're necessarily going to end up increasing misogyny as a side effect. If you make a misogynistic joke and your subreddit is full of people who just parrot whatever you say, you call Lav a dumb bitch, they parrot whatever you say, then all of a sudden we have this explosion of misogyny that if there was a courage to have people in your subreddit who were like, dude, you're really sexist, like you're misogynistic all the time, you're constantly misogynistic, what's your problem, man? If that was like sentiment that was encouraged for people to have, then maybe somebody wouldn't get dogpiled if you called them a dumb bitch. So I'm not gonna be able to draw like a perfect.
Yeah, no, I know, but I don't think, like I said earlier, I think every single online community is prone to dogpiling just because they're large online communities. Like, full stop.
Okay, well, I mean, okay, so it sounds like you're not interested. I feel like we're back to then you don't think it's worth hearing what I think you're doing to contribute to dogpiling.
What were the things that I was doing that contributed to dogpiling?
Making your content, you mocking people and talking shit about them.
So now you want me to change. So now you want me to change my content. That's the main complaint. Or one of the complaints.
I don't have a main complaint. You keep trying to boil. This is a complex situation.
Wow, that is a big. It's going on the board, ladies and gentlemen and MBs. That is going on the board. So I'm gonna put in a little indication that we haven't taken notes for a good little while. It's always good to do. That way we know there's gaps in our information here. Like, low key, at the heart of a lot of things he's asking for, they're just like not gonna happen, bruh.
With a lot of nuanced points I'm trying to make. You keep trying to boil everything I say down to one stupid.
Yeah, using the ban as leverage is definitely not working at this point.
Argument that I'm not making. I'm just pointing out that when you say, well, I do everything to curb misogyny,
and like, high key, even if Steven was in love with MrGirl, like I'm talking like secretly behind the scenes, he was in love with him. Like the very first time he looked into his beautiful, big Cuban eyes, he fell in love, and whatever, I don't know. They fell in love with each other, okay? And a secret in this hypothetical, all right? And right now, MrGirl's asking all this shit. I would still expect Steven to say no, because you have to like draw this line in this boundary. Like, if that's your policy, that's your policy, and you probably shouldn't be like changing it and shit. Even if you really, really like the person, it's probably not the greatest idea. I can understand why he would choose to do that. I don't think MrGirl is owed anything whatsoever from Steven. Am I alone in this? Yeah, I'm trying to say, like, even in the best scenario for MrGirl, I just think it's kind of a little bit toxic to threaten this whole ban thing over the. I don't know. It's a bit, but then again, his whole community is getting banned, which, like, I think that's kind of fucking crazy at the same time. So, like, I don't agree with that. Like, I don't know, multifaceted, bro.
I'm doing stuff to curb misogyny in my community. I'm like, well, you haven't really. Whenever it's brought up that you screamed at Lav that she's a dumb bitch, you just defend it. So yeah, you can outlaw.
No, hold on. Okay, if anything associated with Lav was increased misogyny, it was having her on my stream. I wasn't calling her dumb bitch one time. I know that's like the narrative you guys are like super like enjoyed like running into, but that is absolutely not.
Am I allowed to? Okay, can I finish?
Yeah, go for it. But you brought this up like 3 times. I know you keep trying to edit it. But go ahead.
Okay, bringing Lav on my stream increases misogyny. Do you see how this is in itself a anti-woman misogynistic statement?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so you have just made a misogynistic statement in a conversation about how you decrease misogyny. Do you
saying
see
that calling somebody a dumb bitch increases misogyny is also a misogynistic statement? You should call somebody a dumb bitch without increasing misogyny. Like,
I don't agree with that.
So would you never call a woman?
Can I finish?
Can I finish the thought?
Oh, this is a stupid fucking tangent, bruh. I'm just gonna note it as such. When they're stupid, I kind of just put this thing here, like I'm only half listening. I don't know if that's how you spell that. I don't know. I'm not a misogynist myself, so I honestly don't know.
Okay, well, you finished playing thoughts, so go ahead, keep going.
Hi, Evan.
I would never call a woman a dumb bitch and then argue that I didn't increase misogyny in my audience after doing it. No. Like when I screamed at Lav to shut the fuck up over and over again, that was me increasing misogyny in my argument in my audience, for sure.
Okay.
Okay. So now that we've dealt with your hypocrisy claim, I would like to finish what I'm fucking saying, which was bringing Lav on increases misogyny in itself is actually a more vicious, underhanded, misogynistic statement than calling her a dumb bitch. Is actually more misogynistic. To say just Lav's presence on the stream at all, regardless of anything I do, will make people hate women. That is a extremely misogynistic thing to say.
Okay.
Okay. So while you can say you can brag that you've banned misogyny from your
Okay,
subreddit.
hold on. You have to stop framing the world through like you're trying. I'm not trying to brag that I'm banning misogyny. I don't care about
Can I
the boy
finish?
point.
Can I finish? You
Okay,
just
go ahead.
push back on it afterward.
Gotcha.
Okay. You can defensively announce in an argument about how you run your subreddit that you have banned misogyny from your subreddit. But then, 5 minutes later, you are making a deeply misogynistic statement. This speaks to what I'm talking about overall. I'm not saying you shouldn't do that. I'm saying it's not really a sufficient pushback if I say there are underlying structural and systemic issues that are causing problems downstream that are making people's lives, including mine, shitty. And I want to address those. And then you come back with surface level responses and you say, well, no, we addressed that. We banned criticism after 3 days. The dog piles only allowed to last 3 days. It doesn't really address what I'm saying. It's like you have a closet full of toxic waste, and then you're like, we've increased our like mopping schedule for the hallway outside the closet. It doesn't really address the problem that I'm talking about. But it appears to, but it doesn't.
Okay. I've never claimed that I'm addressing the specific problems that you're talking about because I don't know if I am saying that I believe that there is a specific problem that you're talking about. I'm just saying that if I do think there are problems, I do take steps to fix them. I've given examples of that. None of the examples I gave were supposed to bring me the problems that you're bringing me because I don't know if I agree that those are problems. Okay, go ahead.
I thought one of the problems I brought up was dogpiling, and I thought you said dogpiling posts, drama posts have to stop after 3 days. I thought that was in part to curb dogpiling.
Yes.
Okay, so that is an example of a problem I'm bringing up and a surface level solution that makes you appear to be addressing the problem, but there's all these other things you're doing. That
it is addressing the problem.
Well, I don't think it is. I think
you don't think the 3-day thing does anything.
I do. I think
okay, so then it is addressing the problem. Hold on, because you use these. Wait, hold on. No, wait, hold on. You just talk so much. Let me just finish my one thought. Okay, you use a lot of underhanded language to imply that there's some level of like malevolence or cold indifference. You're pretending to fix this, or you are getting points for trying. That's not what's happening. It is by what you just said. It is doing something about it. It might not be enough, but it is doing something. Stop saying that you're like trying to be the good guy. I'm not trying to be. I don't give a fuck about being the good guy. Obviously, right? These are things that I'm doing. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, your problem with that is that it implies malevolent. Is it also that it's not true?
That what's not true?
That by saying I've banned misogyny from my sub, you get to appear as somebody who is fighting misogyny in their subreddit.
I don't care about appearing as somebody's fighting misogyny in my subreddit. I don't give a fuck about that.
Even if you don't care about that, do you see why I'm saying it makes you appear that way?
I don't want it brought up in a conversation because it makes it feel like I'm fighting like a weirdo. I don't know what I'm. No, that's.
He's trying the good old MrGirlism of saying, hey, you're being performative in what you're saying. But if there's one thing Steven isn't, and Hassan would agree, it is performative. He's not performative. So appear as someone who fights misogyny, and Steven says, I don't care, which, if you'll remember, grab our handy cloud here. I love this one. We're getting a lot of mileage out of this copy paste. Okay.
It's not relevant to what you're talking about. You're loading the conversation in an incredibly strange way to make it sound like I'm going for good boy points in my moderation style. Like, if you want to do that, I can.
Okay, I think you're going for good boy points in your moderation style.
Okay, for who? And if that's the case, this whole conversation.
You want to bet? I bet that MrGirl's been circles the whole time. Yep, he's been circles the whole time. I'm consistent, bro. Believe me. I am paying attention when I'm writing notes. Believe it or not. Oh man, this document is getting huge. Very large.
Conversation that is a waste of time because I'm already demonstrated I'm willing to lie because I'm completely not being forthcoming about my moderation choices, and I'm totally just bending to the whims of my community what I think they want to hear, and most of them seem okay with being banned now. On what
I think
planet?
it's more complicated than that.
This is not complicated whatsoever. If somebody's doing something.
Yes.
It's unprofessional to not accept, look, I have a hands-off relationship with my mom, so he's going to take this course for a few weeks. I would legit never ever bend on it. I can understand not bending on it. No, actually, no, I do feel like you should be able to bend on it, but it should depend on the situation. I feel like to say that outright and to hold it as a monolith is a very silly thing to do. I don't even think you would do that, Roadsteading. Like, mods can make mistakes. I don't think you should be unwavering on that, like, in the abstract. Like, I don't think it's a statement you should make. In this scenario, I don't, unless Steven wants to unban him, he probably shouldn't. If he believes the 3-day cooldown thing works, then it makes sense to me why he doesn't want to unban him. But that's very different than what you're saying here. He doesn't have like a hands-off relationship completely. And even if he did, I think you should be willing to hear people out on not doing that, because I personally don't agree with that style of moderation. Like, personally, like, I see that as leading to a lot of conflict. You really need the right people, and even then you can have mistakes. There has to be checks on it, and Steven has checks on it. He has the freedom to do his own shit too.
You often do this. You are trying to take something complicated, I'm saying, and boil it down to something that sounds stupid and is simple. But you benefit greatly in this conversation if I say, listen, there's a lot of really subtle, insidious things that you're doing that are kind of hard to explain and hard to wrap your mind around. But if you would like think about it, I think I could probably draw some pretty compelling parallels here between things, or not parallels, but some downstream effects from things you're doing, and then the outcomes that we're seeing. And then you're like, no, this is totally simple. When did I say X? What did I do? Well, give me an example.
I don't like this because this is a bullshit way of conversation. You're trying to imply that there's something very complicated or so going on. Only very special people could understand. No, you're not. You're saying it's too subtle. Like, I can explain everything we've talked about so far if you want me to. I can explain any point of view of this. Nothing's very complicated we're talking about. Nothing of this is very complicated. What aspect of this conversation is complicated?
I think that you are oversimplifying my criticism of you here. I'm not saying that you are thinking, I want to get good boy points with my audience, so therefore I'm going to say I ban misogyny.
Okay, I'm just so stupid and simple-minded that if that's happening, I wouldn't be able to see that that's a driving force behind what I'm doing? Because that's the only alternative. Okay, what is it?
It's not. It's more complicated than that.
Okay, so explain to me the approval winning that I'm going for.
I think it makes your community look bad if it's a cesspool of misogyny. I think that curbing that both makes your community look less toxic and woman-hating, and it has less negative effect on the women that you want to interact with or the women you do interact with. I think you feel bad about some of the horrible shit your community says about women, and I think you probably want to be able to work with women. And I think you also want to be able to work with other larger figures who don't want to collaborate with somebody who hits their wife. So who don't want to collaborate with somebody who is the head of a toxic woman-hating community. So it's not just like brownie points. It's a complex system of relationships, and it clearly hurts you and hurts other people if your audience hates women.
Gotcha. I don't agree with any of that. I don't think that there's ever been an opportunity that I've lost out on because of stuff related to women. Well, this whole space is insanely male-dominated. It's very easy to get away with these types of jokes over and over again and have like really nobody push back on you whatsoever. Yeah, I just completely disagree.
So why did you ban misogyny?
Because I think that there should be more women on stream, because I think that it is a better community, and I think it represents my values more to not be misogynistic. But my community...
So you say, I just said there's women you want to work with who would be probably hesitant to work with you if there's misogyny in your community, and then you said that's not true, and then I asked you why you did it, and you said
when I say women,
no.
When I say women, I mean like friends I have that I know would be like cool additions to the stream, or people I know personally, not large female creators that I want to work with. Large female creators, a lot of them are self-hating women. I don't need to make my community appease women together. Right? So, well, no, don't just hand wave that, because you're trying to make it sound like I misspoke or I was hypocritical or I missed something. When you said
it doesn't matter.
It super matters, because you're no, hold on. No, it's not the same thing. Because you're implying that I'm either too stupid or I'm subtly manipulative in a way that I'm not being honest about or forthcoming, because I don't understand, or I'm trying to hide it about the goals that I have in my community. And now you've attempted to point out, well, hold on, I implied that you wanted to work with some people, especially women, and now you are accidentally admitting that there are women that you want.
Content that you provide helps us logically see all sides of the argument, good or bad.
I'm happy that you think so, bro. That's very nice of you. That's very nice to hear. That's very nice to hear. I do miss trying to be that for you guys. It's just like, you know, life changes. You should change your content to this, to this, to this. Now we're back at misogyny here, after Steven saying he doesn't care. So that's where we're at right now. I'm gonna send this to the back. Put it here. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to like think from all the sides here, and I know that gets me in trouble, but fuck you guys. You know what? That's how I work, and I'm sick of like apologizing for it all the fucking time. It's annoying. You can believe in what you want to believe in. Like, it's so hard to be an optimist and like a space of pessimists, and like we talked before about this. It's right on the screen right in front of us, but like I think because this is so small, I like to offset it. I like to try to like, okay, let me spend extra time thinking about that because I'm not going to get the information for it. But I mean, what's good for MrGirl is like, I don't like him really, but I have a lot of you guys that do, and you guys help me as well.
Work with. Those are two totally different statements. When you said it, you're implying that I want to have XXX Sniper Wolf or SS whatever the fuck on my stream, so I can build my community for big win. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying are women that I know personally that would be cool to have on stream. There are other friends that I can have on stream, but they don't want to come because communities have people misogynistic. These are two far different things. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't think the distinction matters that much. That's fine if you want to correct it. And
that's fine. I just wanted to say the distinction. If you don't think it matters, that's fine. But okay,
I don't think it matters because my point stands.
Yeah, road steading. I really do think it really depends, bro. I don't know. I think it really depends. I think a lot of places have a structure that where the mods have a lot of independence, but I also think a lot of places suck. And I think a lot of the good places do have somebody that's organized the mods and procedures and checks, and they are involved somewhat with the moderation. I think there's a lot of successful places that are like that, and I think those communities are very successful. So
that you are doing something surface level to address.
And I know you always point at the active user count and whatever, but I don't know why. Actually, I don't want to get into this. Actually, because I feel like this is territory where like maybe I'm ignorant about things and I just am not understanding why like that's treated as like an indication that it is a good thing. Why it's a good subreddit because it has lots of people. Like, good in what way, bro? That speaks nothing to the culture of it and stuff like that. That's just how many people go on it. I know Steven says that point and says I must be doing something right, but like I find that to be like the least remarkable of all the things that he says, because I think the other things are way cooler. Like trying to make sure that it isn't misogynistic and it's cool to trans people, and like there's a lot cooler things to talk about. It bums me out and you guys focus on that point because it's like that's irrelevant to the conversation of what makes it good, honestly. And when Steven says I think it comes off weird. I think it can come off really good to some people, like, ooh, burn, he's huge and you're small. But I think to another cohort of people, especially his detractors, it like gives an easy foothold to not like him, and it can come off as arrogant or whatever. Or to a discerning listener, it could just come off as like needless, like, yeah, but that's no indication of whether or not you're accomplishing like goals with this thing. Not as proof that it's good. Yeah, it's not as proof it's good. I'm saying in regards to there only being 2 people who actively mod. Again, you continue to paint a picture that I don't think sounds good to me. But anywho, I'm just gonna move on. Like, if you tell me you're one of the biggest subs on Reddit and you only have 2 moderators, that sounds so Pepega that I kind of just want to move on. I don't like other statements can make this thing sound good. Like, you could say that these 2 people work in shifts like 12 hours each a day. Like, you could paint it in a way that sounds good. Saying it that way sounds so silly. Like, why would you only use 2 people? I don't know. Whatever.
Misogyny by making it so that the misogynistic things your audience wants to say or that they say are not said, instead of addressing making them want to say them.
Okay, so, I think that part of that is literally just cutting down on certain jokes. I think it's as simple as that.
I understand that, and that might be part of it. That might be true. But I'm not calling you stupid. And I'm
just saying it's more complicated than that. I just can't understand. I wish I could.
No, you can't understand. I believe that you are not allowing me to explain myself because you don't want to understand, or you don't want the audience to understand, or you're too guarded, or something. I don't know why the fuck you're doing it. But I'm trying to explain something to you. It's not that complicated. I'm just saying it's more complicated than you're trying to get brownie points.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't think banning mentions of misogyny or misogynistic jokes really addresses the misogyny problem. I think it addresses it on a surface level. Sure. So when I say you get to be the good guy, I'm referring to a pattern that I am seeing.
Bro, honestly, this no cam stream is so nice. I can like get up and walk around as I listen. This is so freeing. As someone who watches debate content quite a bit, I just think DGG misses Destiny heavily debating and having someone to fight against, and they took it out on you instead of just waiting for the shift to be fully fleshed out. Interesting. Let's listen to that one more time.
As someone who watches debate content quite a bit, I just think DDG misses Destiny heavily debating and having someone fight against, and they took it out on you instead of just waiting for the shifting to be fully fleshed out.
Well, thank you for that.
Seeing where you're like, no, we don't.
I appreciate the 20, Larry. That'll buy me some. Actually, that'll buy me Uber Eats, bro. I'm at Uber Eats right now. Matter of fact, we'll stay in. We still have half of this conversation to go, and I got the energy for it. Why not?
Don't allow dog piles past 3 days. While on the other hand, you are actively making moderating decisions that cause them.
Okay.
You get to ban misogyny, but you're actually actively saying horrible things about women that increase misogyny. But it's subtle.
I think we've cut out on most of that.
You just did it. You just said bringing Lav on stream increases misogyny. That's a misogynistic statement.
No, it's not. I don't think that's necessarily misogynistic. It speaks to the misogyny that exists. If you have a community of people that, for whatever reason, don't like women, and you bring on a woman that exemplifies the issues for why a lot of people don't like women, then of course it's going to increase misogyny in the crowd. But that's not because that statement in and of itself is a misogynistic statement. It's a statement that's recognizing the reality of the misogyny that exists in that community, which is part of the misogyny they want to get rid of.
Okay, I guess I just think that that's really misogynistic to say.
How?
He thinks people don't understand when they really just disagree. It's frustrating to me that it seems like rules for thee, not for me. Yeah, he does that consistently. I've been told I do that sometimes. But my version of it is like, oh, I feel like you're just not listening to me. And so yeah, I've actually done this and been called out for it, and I do understand how it's bad. So I can say first 10 is somebody who was also kind of working on that. I've had a bad habit of that. It's not good to do. So I hear you, bro. But at the same time, you know, when you're getting emotional, which it's hard to read him. I mean, he doesn't seem super emotional. It can just kind of pop out, you know. Like, you know, when you run into the bathroom and it's kind of turtling, it's just popping out a little bit. That's what I mean, you know. You can't help it. It's natural. I feel it's unfair to even have words. This is the first of this arc I've seen, and it's just so many hours now. Yeah. I'm just watching the tail end of it, bro. When I saw collapses, I was like, that better be the last one, bro, because I didn't watch the last few, and I hope this will just cap it off. I've heard other people come in. Racist statement versus acknowledged racism. What? Huh? Rem. And Mr. Moon. Oh, all right, Mr. Moon. Join the stream. Sansel, Lay, and Wit. What? Oh, so this is what Supreme was in. Oh, okay. I didn't know their thing was in this video. And not so early. By the way, guys, at TwitchCon, I gotta hang out with all these lovely people. Not Abba or Sansel, but like the rest of them. Damn. There's a lot of people at the end there. What's the price to jump to when Mooten comes? Bro, I gotta put that shit high. I kind of want to watch the rest of this, but at the same time, I also have to order food because I'm really hungry and I haven't eaten in a while. I just had the monster, so I am gonna order some food on my phone. I'm gonna let the video play and I'm gonna listen to it. How is that? I hope you enjoyed yourself. It was good.
If a black person does something bad, it tends to reflect poorly on all black people. Is that a racist statement, or is that a statement that acknowledges racism?
No, it's racist when you apply it to an individual and you say, I'm not going to have my black friend Eric on stream because Eric exemplifies the things that people hate about black people.
If I thought that I had a community, let's say that I wanted to go and debate Nick Fuentes, and I could bring one black partner with me to that debate, and I could choose to either bring ABBA, or I could bring, like, insert, like, the most thuggish gangster black person you could possibly imagine.
You see, you have a hesitancy about naming a specific black person.
Because I don't know very many thug black people. That's why I just don't know. I don't know. It could be Speed the Streamer, or one of the people that stream all the time and say the N-word on stream. I don't know any one of those guys. I don't know.
Damn. Hi. Okay.
Very many black people are gangsters, okay? It could be a famous rapper. I don't know Tyler Creator's like that. I don't know. Somebody that Ice Cube. Okay, there, Ice Cube.
Tyler the Creator is one of those gangster rappers. I love it, bro. This is great.
Or ABBA. Ice Cube is a well-spoken dude and is pretty chill now. I don't know. Pick any person that you want there, okay? But the reality would be, I would say, I would probably pick I would probably pick the guy that's the more white-friendly, like, black type of person, because I know that going to be really racist. I would want to put, like, my best foot forward in terms of black representation. Okay, I don't think that statement is racist, but it acknowledges the
Wait, am I wrong? Tyler the Creator is the, like, really gay rapper guy, right? Like, this dude? It's this guy. Hey, bro, he just might be one of those gangster folk, bro. Oh, that's crazy, bro. He started so strong and threw so hard. Yeah, he really fumbled the ball at the end. He probably could have just gone with Lil Wayne or something. Yeah, he really couldn't think of it off the top of his dome. Tyler the Creator was a mistake to throw out. What's up, Supreme? Supreme, I didn't know earlier that this is the thing that you were on. I look forward to getting into that part of this.
Reality of the racism that exists.
I think it is racist. I think if you say, if I was going to go talk to a community of people to try to bring a good example of a black person, I wouldn't bring I Show Speed. I think it's a racist statement.
Okay, then we just disagree. That's fine.
And I think beyond just calling that statement racist, I think it certainly increases the racism in your community if you say that.
I disagree. I think it acknowledges that they are problematic, and that's something hopefully we're working on.
Who's problematic? I Show Speed?
That my community. When people talk about why people hate women,
it's going to make them more problematic.
Yeah, yes, it probably will, because they already are. Communities that are already problematic can be made even more problematic. Yes.
Every community can be made more or less racist or misogynist.
True. What a profound statement. Yes, of course.
Well, I just think saying about a black person or about a woman, hey, you're the kind of person that really makes people hate black people and women. If you were one of the good ones like ABBA, then you know, then there wouldn't be so much racism and sexism in the community. I think that is racist and sexist.
Okay, well that's the reality. So I guess reality is racist and sexist, but sometimes that's the reality of the world.
Yeah, there's a lot of things. Most racist statements are true on some level, but it doesn't
So
make them.
statements that are true are racist?
Statements that are racist can be true. Statements that are true can be mean. Like racism is just.
Yo, bro, he bugging out. He's bugging out. He's losing it. He's losing his fucking mind, bro. I think he misheard.
True or racist?
True on some level, but it doesn't make them. Most racist statements are true on some level.
Most racist statements are true on some level.
But it doesn't make them.
Statements that are true are racist?
Statements that are true are racist? No, dumb fuck. Rewind it. Brett. Albert response? Well, we'll get there.
Statements that are racist. Statements that are racist can be true. Statements that are true can be mean. Like racism.
Is that going to be this whole segment? Is that what this was called? Bruh. Let's skip to the middle and see if it's different.
Guilty. It just seems like the process of evaluating whether something is your responsibility is pretty fraught for you. It's not an insult. It's just something I've noticed that I think is making this conversation like tense for you. As long as it's not tense for me.
Okay.
This is why I told you that I don't think me being banned from YouTube is your fault.
Booksmarts chill? Bruh, I don't like this part. It's boring.
I thought that you being banned from YouTube was my fault. That's what I thought.
I think you don't know what's your fault and what's not your fault.
All right.
And I think it is a fraud subject. So I'm trying to acknowledge that this thing I'm saying is your fault. So I'm trying to load something on you that I think you really hate it, and I've noticed that you hate this. But there's a narrative about you.
Yeah, I hate it because I disagree with what you're saying.
I think it goes beyond that.
Okay, and thankfully you've accessed those feelings, but they're still imperceivable or imperceptible to me, I guess.
It's not that we're not arguing. Obviously you hate it. We're arguing about why you hate it. We both know that you hate what's happening. The question is, do you hate it just because you disagree, or do you also hate it because it makes you feel like I'm dumping a mountain of guilt on you?
Okay, I think it's just because you disagree, but I can't convince you of that because you've mind read me, so.
It's more, I'm not mind reading you.
You mind read me, yes. I'm telling you, you're saying I don't know. You're saying I don't even have access to this, but you have reached into my innermost brain and pulled something out that
There's a pattern I've noticed in you. It's not about reading your mind. It's just that every time, usually, when you feel like someone's guilt tripping you, you really fucking hate it.
If I disagree with what they've said, but if I've done something that's genuinely like bad, if I do something and I feel like I probably fucked up, I usually own it like immediately. If I feel like so the issue isn't whether or not I'm being told to quote unquote be held accountable. It's if I feel like oh shit, this was probably too far.
No, wait, I didn't say it is. See what you wrote down. I said when you feel like someone's telling you something's your fault and you think it's not your fault, you hate that.
Oh, okay. But you mentioned that was abnormal. Wouldn't most people have that response? Wouldn't everybody feel that way?
But I think you have an extreme response to it. I think.
And most people just be like, oh, whatever.
No, I think people have a response, but you.
Well, no, that's not reasoning. You're saying that I'm having an extra special. Yes, you're saying that I'm having a more emotional response than the average person. But it feels to me like.
To what exactly? I missed that part.
And you think it's not your fault. You hate that.
Oh, okay. But you make
someone's telling you something's your fault and you think it's not your fault. You hate.
This is getting into real like weird manipulative territory. So what I've noticed is like compared to most people that I talk to, you're like really hard to convince when you know that what I'm saying is wrong and what you're saying is right. Yeah, I would hope most people would probably fight on that if you think the other person's wrong and shouldn't just follow what they say, probably. If they're a random person on the internet. My third time watching this debate, Jesus, why?
Hate that.
Oh, okay. But you mentioned that was abnormal. Wouldn't most people have that?
Oh yeah, okay. That's what I was gonna write. I don't know how to write this succinctly. We'll just put this in here. Rarely book stream when? When that motherfucker tells me he wants to stream with me. You have to realize that, like, Rally and I do two very different kinds of, or no, not very different, sorry. We do two kind of different styles of streams. I rarely ever have people on. So it's just kind of weird. Like, I feel like the onus is on him who has people on all the time, but he's also kind of hands off on that. So I don't know, bro. I wouldn't start it because I don't know what I would stream with him about. But if he wants to, he should take the first step, bro.
Response? Wouldn't everybody feel that way?
But I think you have an extreme response to it, I think.
And most people just be like, oh, whatever?
No, I think people have a response, but you...
like I brought a bunch of streaming equipment to TwitchCon and I put it out and I said, hey, if anybody wants to stream, we could stream. And I think Supreme was down to stream and talking about it a little bit. I think there was some chatter about that, but nobody ever did it. And I'm not streaming anymore, so I wasn't going to do it. So it's kind of up to everybody else. Booksmarts, could you say your stream style is more similar to Cherry? Yeah, kind of, yeah. I'd say closer to Cherry, probably. Yeah. I think both of us, like, really dive in and, like, rants are kind of the big focus, and we fight with people about that, and, yeah.
Well, no, stop reasoning. You're saying that I'm having an extra special. Yes, you're saying that I'm having a more emotional response than the average person. But it feels to me like almost all people would have an incredibly negative response to being told that they're responsible and not responsible for.
I have never seen you get upset about anything the way you get upset about this.
You haven't watched me argue with styrofoam cups, then?
I guess not.
Yeah, it's so fucking stupid.
This is probably one of the most contentious topics that comes up over and over again. It's probably one of the few things I feel like I put like the most amount of work into. So yeah, it's probably gonna be one of the things that I guess irritates me. But I don't think that would be unique to me. I think any person would feel similarly.
Okay, but look, I feel this is unfair. You're asking me to tell you why I think you're sensitive, which you're asking me to talk about what I think of how your mind works. But then you're also going to say that I'm gaslighting you and I'm mind fucking you and I'm
all right, let's move on from this topic. Move on. Move away from this.
So, without defending whether it's true or not, I think there's a dual narrative about whether or not you need emotional protection from your audience, where you don't because you're strong, you're tough, you're resilient, you're not sensitive at all. But at the same time, I'm getting tons of DMs. I'm getting DMs from people who are like, who really want us to like figure this out, and who are like, look, just don't bring up this subject. Bring up this subject in this way. Don't say this thing. Do say this thing. Don't do this thing. And they're like, it's like, why are you fucking secretly messaging me about this? It just the idea that if you step out of line, you're going to hurt Steven feels like it increases conformity, which I think.
Booksmarts, if you're not going to use it, I am going to use it. I'm just going to use it for other things. Like I love using it at work, because I look so fancy compared to everybody else on Zoom. Like my framing is good. I look skinnier. I got good lighting. Like. I know all the tricks, so I'm great in Zoom calls. When I have the mic and stuff, I don't have the mic and stuff with me because traveling with it's a bitch. I don't think it's worth it. But when I'm like at home and settled, yeah.
Increases dogpiling. A lot of the dogpiling is defensive. That's why I'm calling people white blood cells. Your perception that Lav and I ambushed you and intentionally tried to break your boundaries and that was a coordinated, manipulative attack on you, I think is a lot of why we're getting dogpiled now. Because your audience wants to protect you from.
You both had a conversation on your stream the day before where I was one of the subjects of discussion, and then the next day, Lav, and then eventually you come on to have a conversation where both of you are reiterating some of the same points.
Okay.
I guess you can argue that it's all kind of coincidental, but obviously the perception is going to be something of, like, I don't think it was like planned in advance, but like that's what it was.
Well, which is it, motherfucker? Is it planned in advance or not?
I don't think it was prepared for, but I don't know if it was planned in advance.
What's the difference?
The difference was that you were ready to have the conversation where you were both on the same page about a particular topic that you prepared for, but you didn't prepare the time and the place where the ambush would happen. So you were prepared.
You and I had plans to talk then, right?
And this isn't about our conversation. It was about you and Lav sharing a certain type of criticism of me in defense of her that you came on to bolster her for in the middle of a conversation with other people.
I came on at the time that we agreed we would talk, right? Like I said, I'll be on in 2 hours, and then I came on 2 hours later. And you said, okay, like we agreed to talk at that time. I said, the previous day I said, do you want to continue our conversation? Our conversation was about this topic.
Sure, but you hopped into the middle of like a fucking battle royale and then...
It's not my fault that at the time we agreed to talk, you had 7 people in the fucking room.
Motherfucker, you clicked join on the Discord room, okay? Stop with the,
Yes,
it's not my fault. You joined the room with 8 people in there and then you discussed the thing that you and Lav had discussed the previous night that you had prepared for. Now, you can argue that like, yeah, we did have another, I think we did agree to talk, or we had agreed, but you could have easily just been like, hey, is everybody almost done? Or hey, like, can you guys leave? Or hey, like, can we have our chat? But that wasn't. You jumped in to participate in that battle royale. You don't rob yourself of some agency. You didn't spend an entire conversation defending Lav, not talking about what we were going to talk about. Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to defend myself.
Wait, I need a soy up. Hold on. That's the age of the soy.
I won't defend myself until you get back. I will just talk to my chat.
Is that Wicked Supreme DMing everybody behind the scenes? Who knows?
The rule, no more talking about other streamers, was brutally killed, and it's now zombie revenge time. Hey.
Hi.
Okay. I'd like to defend myself against the characterization you just made.
Which, state the characterization and then do it.
That there was a preparation and some amount of coordination to ambush you, even if it was a impromptu ambush.
Okay. I'll provide the evidence since I'm making the affirmative, and then you can tell me why I'm wrong. Okay.
Well,
evidence 1.
I think
you and Lav had a conversation.
Well, you already stated your case.
No, let me say it clearly so that you can fight against it.
I don't want you to say.
He gets so mad anytime Steven takes over. Oh my goodness. What's up, Roy? Roy, you're my #1 fan. You're the one who is at near the top of my list. One of my favorite chatters.
No, I don't want you to say.
You're gonna fight against an affirmative that I don't even get to clearly. Okay, we'll go for it.
Yes.
Okay, based.
I just want to say what happened from my point of view, and then you can say it's wrong if you want.
Okay.
Lav and I talked about my first attempts to talk to you about the moderating stuff. And then the next day, she had another conversation with you on stream about the same thing. You said that we were abusive. Maybe you said I was abusive.
Probably both. I think both.
Probably both. Okay. Then I DM'd you and I said, hey, do you want to continue our conversation? You said yes. I said tomorrow. You said yes. We ballparked a time, I think. Then the next day, I said, okay, can we talk in 2 hours? You said yes. So then 2 hours later, I see that you're talking to like 7 people, and Lav is one of them. She's arguing with you, and I felt defensive of her because she was getting dogpiled. So rather than come in and say, hey, can you guys all stop talking? I'm supposed to talk to Steven now. I tried to defend her in the dogpile. That was my experience of it. I'm not trying to contradict your experience of it or say that you didn't feel like we ganged up on you or ambushed you. I'm sure you did. I'm just saying that I don't know. I just want to add my
Yeah, I don't disagree. That's exactly what happened. Yes.
Okay, great.
Cool.
And no further argumentation necessary.
Okay.
Well, I felt like if you guys had both discussed something the night prior, and you had time to like kind of like coordinate your lines of argumentation and your thoughts on the matter, and then you came in, and then you guys both started to present arguments against me, felt a little bit like an ambush, especially when like really personal stuff like the Anna stuff was getting like brought up in the middle of that, and you both already kind of like had a chance to discuss it prior before kind of like springing it on me on the stream. Felt a little bit like.
I don't think we talked about that. I don't think we talked about that prior.
Am I making this up or not? Well, I'm positive the night before I heard you mention, or Lav mentioned to you, that you had brought up that Anna hadn't been handled correctly. I'm almost positive it was brought up the night before. I might be wrong on that. Stream check if I'm wrong.
I don't know. I don't remember talking. I was surprised that she brought it up.
Okay.
I don't remember hearing about it before then.
Okay. Well, I might be wrong about that.
Did Lav talk to her? Is that, am I understanding this right?
At one point.
Okay.
Yes.
I didn't know that happened, and
Maybe she
it
was.
wasn't the night before. Yeah, I was surprised that she brought it up. It wasn't the night before. You talked to Lav the day before. Then the 8-person stream was the day after you talked to Lav, which was the day after I talked to Lav. So I didn't talk to Lav. You had talked to Lav more recently than me. That's what I'm saying.
I talked to Lav more recently than you. Had I?
You had. Yeah. You guys did a stream where you were like screaming and said you wanted to kill yourself, and it.
I thought you guys spoke that night, and then the next day that big dog pile happened.
No, you guys, that stream where you had that fight with Lav, that was about our stream the previous night.
Okay, I don't remember. Who's one of these? But okay, go for it. I guess the timeline is important. Okay. I'm assuming you're telling the truth.
I'm trying to tell the truth. I mean, I might be wrong, but my understanding was I talked to Lav Saturday night. Sunday afternoon, you guys did a stream together where you talked about our conversation, and Lav felt like you weren't listening to her, and then you felt like she was like being immature, like mindfucky, and then the group dogpile stream was the next day.
Okay.
Or the ambush stream, depending on your perspective.
Thanks. Okay, Chris, can you link me a clip of that if it did happen? Because I'm just not sure now, but okay.
It's what we talked about Anna on my stream.
Yeah, I'm just because I thought I heard it, but I could be wrong. I totally could be wrong.
We might have, but my memory is that I don't remember that at all.
Okay, where are we going now?
I don't know.
Let's say theoretically, let's macro out to the whole, really the purpose of this conversation. Let's say theoretically I unban you, because I don't really care that much about like, I'm not that invested in keeping all of your community or you ban, like 4,000 might be. Already said that. But let's say that I do that. But like, let's say my moderation style remains like largely unchanged. It feels like that would be a unacceptable outcome for you.
Okay, the 2 moderating changes I wanted were no impulse bans and no banning my community.
But depending on how things go, that could very well happen.
Depending on how things go, you'll ban people just for being fans of me, not because of anything else they do or say.
Well, it's going to probably be if there's like a bunch of stuff going on in the community, then it'll probably be like, oh, okay, we're going to ban these people.
So if we get big enough fight, then you'll ban all my fans.
Depends on what it's about, how it goes. I mean, all these things depend. I don't know if I can write like a fast and hard rule for anything like this.
Which is essentially no change, right? Like, it's exactly what the policy was before.
Well, I guess that's the point, right? Is I want you to make a rule for yourself.
I want to make a rule. I'm going to do that. I want to box myself in my own community for no reason.
It will give you a lot of credibility when things.
I think I generally have as much credibility as I need. I don't know if I want to risk my entire community.
I really feel like MrGirl is used to this stuff working, and he's very shocked it's not working. That's my read. Maybe that's hopium. Sorry, I'm fucking all this up. I dragged one monitor over the wrong way, and now the whole thing's fucked up. Hold on. There we are. Is the bridge really gonna burn? I'm waiting. I mean, he threatened it at the beginning, and it's not going his way. It's up to MrGirl to squeeze that dingleberry, you know what I mean?
Community for a little bit more credibility. Like, I don't think I need to.
You think saying that you're not going to impulse ban people risk your entire community?
Yes. I think that the moderation of my community, even though some people disagree, I think it's been probably one of the more important aspects of like maintaining my community as well as it has been. Everybody might not feel that way, but I mean, I think again the results, like if it started to like die or there was weird shit going on, maybe I would change my mind, but
my concern is that this is just going to give me ban armor.
Why would it give you ban armor? What do you mean by that?
I'm concerned there'll be an unspoken ban armor that I get that other orbiters don't get.
I don't know if I've ever banned another orbiter for my sub before. I don't know if anybody's ever posted as much as you before.
I know, but I still don't like the idea that my holy crusade turns into just me trying to get protection for myself, but doesn't actually improve conditions for anybody but me.
Well, like who else? Are you here like fighting on behalf of all? Of what?
Yeah, I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right to just say like
Well, but who cares? Like, why would I care what you think is right when it's my community?
Because I'm fucking right and you're wrong. That's why you should care.
Well, fuck me. I didn't even consider that.
Oh,
that merit-based argument. My bad.
I want there to be a policy that that you don't ban orbiters.
You agree?
I mean, unless there's like extreme, unless they're breaking the rules of the TOS. I mean, yeah, I don't think you should ban orbiters unless they break the TOS of your subreddit. If they're something bannable, then sure. But I think it should be, you know, you should try to avoid it. But you should not impulse ban orbiters. You should not emotionally ban people who work with you or who work for you, or some, you know, something in between. I want ban armor for orbiters who are actively collaborating with you. Unless they
you were making like so many exceptions.
Motherfucker, impulse ban armor. That's what I'm saying. Don't
no, impulse. I like to. They're my plan.
No, I don't want to be your orbiter if it means that if I do something, because it means that I can't push back on you in certain ways. If it upsets you too much, then you ban me and I get dogpiled. You are.
I don't have the right to like moderate my community.
So here's a note of something that I tend to do when I'm taking notes. Sometimes things naturally develop over time, and this is naturally developing. So remember how at the very beginning of this, we scroll way back up to here, we talked about how he talks in clumps, MrGirl. He has clumps of things. He tries different tactics and different points and sees what sticks, and then he goes on and then he tries a bunch more stuff and then sees what sticks. So instead of writing all those out, I've been able to just kind of summarize it with these, right? So I could remember what it was that he was talking about, but I don't really need all the details. I kind of just need the things that lead from one to the other.
If there's something that upsets me, I just want to ban it. Why
you have to write. I just don't want to be in it if you're going to set me up to get dogpiled. It's bad for me.
But it's not just about you. You want me to change the way I moderate for everybody.
Yeah, it's bad for all the orbiters. I don't want my fellow orbiters to get dogpiled either, without being able to defend themselves. I think they should be able to defend themselves if they're getting dogpiled.
Well, it's not just things about getting dogpiled. It's over specific stuff relating to like what's happening in the community. Like if there's a perception of like brigading or stuff like that, or essentially.
But in a dogpile, the perceptions are going to be warped. Like, of course, they're going to say that whoever's getting dogpiled is brigading, bad faith, terrible person, blah blah blah. They need to be able to speak about it. They need to be able to write their side of it.
How do we define orbiter, anyways? Well, if you listen to him, he explained that. You're having a bit of a Destiny X Mr. Wolf moment. He had mentioned that it's about active collaboration when they drill down to it. So you have to be actively collaborating. So like me, for instance, I wouldn't have that armor, right? I would be a second class orbiter. But MrGirl, given his active collaborations with Steven, of course, would get that ban armor.
I disagree. I don't think anybody's entitled to like a spot in my community where I have to say like, okay, well, you know what? Even if I feel like this is dead for my community, I really don't want them here. Like I'm gonna against what I even want. I'm gonna keep them here because
no. If you want to cut the tie and have them no longer be your orbiter, you want to fire them and take their Discord terms.
I completely agree with disagree with you, Pullover, but you know, such is life.
And say don't come on stream, then fine, ban them. Like if you're gonna cut them loose, then I think that's fine. I'm not saying I'm entitled, but if I'm going to be on your stream and you're going to get to reframe stuff I do as manipulative or abusive or gaslighting or just stupid or superficial or bad faith or whatever fucking shit you want to say about me in these arguments, I can't also have my hands tied behind my back on a subreddit. That's not fair.
I think it is fair. I think it's my subreddit. I think I have the right to do what I want. I don't know.
Well, then I don't want to be an orbiter. I want to be flung into the dark recesses of space with no channel, no platform, and no destiny, literally.
Okay, that's your decision. I mean, that's your decision. But I mean, you're
the one I thought we were negotiating. I'm saying I think I need you to commit to.
You're giving me your ultimatuming me with no leverage.
And he opened with the ultimatum too, so it's not like he's pulling this out as like a new thing. He's like a fucking car salesman, dude. This guy's like trying to schmooze him. Jesus Christ. What am I putting here? How does he even respond to this?
I'm not my decision, but I mean, you're the one that's your decision. I mean,
we're gonna use this copy paste again.
That's your decision, but I mean, you're
I thought we were negotiating. I'm saying I think I need you to commit to.
You're giving me your ultimatuming me with no leverage about how I moderate my community. Like, what, I don't even know. Like, there's like so many levels removed. Of, like, what the fuck?
We're ultimating each other.
No.
You banned me, motherfucker. No, you don't get to. You banned me. You're banning me, and you're saying, well, I'm banning you if you do that. That's an ultimatum. You're not stating it as one, but you clearly.
I'm not. Hold on. I'm not ultimating you at all. If I unban you, it's because I choose to unban you. There's no ultimatum or anything. That's just my choice.
Okay,
right?
well, if I return to your orbit, it's because I choose to. It's the same thing. We're both drawing lines in the sand, and we're both drawing lines in the sand.
I'm not drawing any line.
No, it's not the same. This is so cringe. Well, I guess at the end of the day, then both of us are doing ultimatums, aren't we? Well, no, bitch, we're not. I already said I was going to do this thing, and I did this thing. There was no negotiations involved. There was no ultimatum. It was enacted, and it was done. There was no consideration for anything having to do with how you would respond to that. At least nothing that is in the positive. I suppose he could prolong it by being stupid, which it sounds like he did. But yeah. But which hard disagreements on philosophy or politics are things that orbiters have to fear? I think you have to fear fucking up, because his audience is very with the fine-tooth comb, and they can interpret a joke as something like super serious, or like you're shooting the shit, or you have an undeveloped idea, and they pretend like they kind of push you in a corner where you have to try and defend that. Like, I don't know, bro. You can fuck up in a lot of different ways. I just think it's very silly to say that, oh, you only have to worry about it if you're wrong. I don't think that's how it generally works.
This is my subreddit. I'm moderator.
I mean, it works that way, sure. Some people do get, or a lot of people do get in trouble for the wrong things that they say. I will give that to you. But it's not all you worry about as a streamer, because we're humans and we fuck up, and those fuck ups get magnified because these fans are looking for things that are wrong, and they want to share those things and blow them up and like manufacture drama. And even some of the people around him, like Dan and stuff, do the same thing. So it's scary.
Drawing a line in the sand, clearly. And banning my community is drawing a line in the sand. You're saying across the line, there's something I
Because all of us make mistakes, and you could easily make a mistake that could get you in trouble.
did that I'm not allowed to do, and I'm saying there's something you're doing that you're not allowed to do to me, and we're negotiating our boundaries. I don't think it's fair to say I'm the one holding a gun to your head or something, and we're both doing it.
Okay.
Yeah, but the argument here, like, hold on. Maybe I need to communicate this point. We're also trying to be empathetic here, Pullover. We're trying to understand MrGirl. You're saying this, but you're missing the whole fucking point of this thing that he's saying, which I think you joined late, so that's totally fine. His whole point here is that he's not defending them enough. He's not doing it with the ban situation. He's not doing it in these different ways that MrGirl doesn't like, and so that's why he's upset. I'm not saying I agree with that, but that's his perspective.
Okay, so I'm saying I strongly feel that there should be a rule that anyone in a position to be dogpiled as an order should not be banned unless they break the rules of the subreddit to ensure some protection against the dogpile, and you're saying no to that.
Correct. I'm not going to change the way that I monitor writing hard rules about banning or not banning orbiters for their protection. I don't think I've ever sacrificed that level of autonomy over my community, no.
Well, it just sounds like we're back where we started, except now you've abandoned and humiliated me.
Humiliated by having a conversation?
By banning me, dude.
Okay, well.
You let your mod openly shit on me and hate me and ban me just because he hates me and ban my community.
Like, he says we're back to what we were before plus this, but there's no real like plus here. It is just the same. He was humiliated before. If the humiliation has to do with the ban, I don't know. He speaks in such strange ways.
And then say, well, yeah, I guess I don't. Of course, it's so embarrassing watching you not go to bat for me, and it's not even going to bat. You own the stadium. Yes, it's humiliating. You're treating me like shit.
Well, this is, so from my perspective, listen, you're not even the first one to complain about it. I understand the feeling. This is what I've observed. And you know what? Maybe in a few years, maybe I'll be wrong. This is what I've always observed as being one of the most horrible things that can happen in a community. And this comes up a lot with Melina. There's a lot of times when Melina's like, can I have mod, can I do this, blah, blah, blah. Something that I see happen in a community. Sometimes, it almost always happens with girlfriends, but it can happen with friends too. Mitch is a good example. Mira got ban powers in his community, and not only did it not make people like Mira, it made them fucking hate her. She became one of the most resented people ever because she had those ban powers, because she was getting special treatment. And it was atrocious for the overall health of that community. With friends, it happened in the LSF community when Nick and Melina, not my wife, but Melina, the Norwegian one, were running around banning people from other chats because of how they were being treated. That time and time again, when moderation decisions are made to protect friends or coworkers or relationship partners of the streamer, it almost always is the most detrimental shit show horrible thing that not only does it fuck with the sub, it makes those people never able to earn respect or be liked in that sub either. And I've seen this happen a million times. I've had this conversation with a million people. I've had it with Melina multiple times. I've had it with friends multiple times. And there's one of two ways that it can go. They either say, you know what, fuck you then, I'm not gonna play this game, and then they just don't engage, or they say, okay, fine, fuck it, I'll do my best, and then they earn respect in the community by earning respect in the community. But I'm never gonna etch out special rules or things for like friends or whatever, even if they're friends, because ultimately I think that type of behavior at the end of the day is more destructive to the community than anything else. And I think that based on, go ahead.
I can't earn respect in your community if it's against the rules to respect.
Depends on what that type of respect is, though.
It just doesn't make any sense.
700 comments in 1 month in my subreddit while like turning everybody against me and making hyper aggressive posts against me is probably not like, that's what I say is like, holy fuck. Like, is this about to be like a whole, like you described it as a cancer, literally. Like, is this about to be a thing where I'm literally going to be like having an anti-fan community growing within my community? At some point it's gonna get to a part where they're gonna be like, well, fuck Destiny, we're gonna make these lists of demands, and now like half my community like turned against me. Why would I allow something like that to grow? Like making an occasional post or
like, now we're finally getting into it a little bit more. I am liking this. Go ahead and mark it down. I like it when he's like a little bit more direct in like taking ownership of the decision to ban MrGirl. Because through a lot of this, it doesn't feel like he is. So it's nice to have.
Something is fine, but you're like almost like turning the community into your own kind of like personal soapbox. I was like, okay, well, fuck me. What is it? Like, I don't know how I'm supposed to like interact with that or deal with that.
What can you characterize the 700 comments or their nature?
And again, I'm somebody that's coming in without the context previously, and I'm saying from that viewing experience, like this probably should have been brought up way sooner, because we're at hour 2. We're about 2.25 hours in.
That makes you think that I'm trying to turn your community into myself?
It's a huge level of interaction. It's like you're treating the community as your own, essentially. Which is scary from my perspective then, because I wouldn't want to like lose control over my community. Or find out one day that it's like, you know, all of a sudden, you know, Max was actually persuasive enough, or through his own like stream, like turning fans and everything, that now like half my community thinks I'm like a Nazi enabler, and they're like legitimately trying to deplatform me or threatening like mass exits if I don't change my behavior. It's like, fuck me, I could have did this in the ass like so long ago, but because I had fair moderation rules or some arbitrary rules written up to keep other people happy.
See, I like this. I feel like he intentionally holds these back, where he's just real. Like, here's honestly what I would be afraid of. Like, hypothetically, based on the last interactions we had, like, you could do this, you could do that.
Now I like lost a huge section of my community and I wasn't careful enough with it, which is a mistake that I made in the past, arguably.
Yeah, directness was needed. I think Destiny had given up on this conversation before it started. Yeah, and now it feels like he's now present for it, which I wish he was from the beginning, but now we're here.
With people like Hassan and Vosh.
Okay, I can understand that feeling of what you're talking about.
Cool.
But, but from the other side, it just means only a certain level of pushback is acceptable. If I think you're doing something like truly immoral, then I can't like make my case.
That's probably true. And that probably is true. There is probably only a certain level of pushback that's acceptable. But I think that's just the nature of being in somebody else's community. And I might be like really aggressive about that, but like my child literally got mad at me the other day when I said like, if my kid got spanked in another parent's house and I found out that was their rules, I'd probably say, listen, I probably don't want you to go back there, but if you want to go back there, you can. But if they spank in that household, you're under their house and that's their rules, and that's just what you have to deal with. If you don't like it, then you don't go there. But like I'm not gonna like start making special rules just so that like you can use my community as your own, essentially, my subreddit.
I don't think I only accept a certain amount of pushback, and I'm going to have chicken and waffles with Nick Fuentes are a tenable combination. I mean, to me, like, if you're going to play with fire, you should be welcoming pushback against it.
Only to a certain extent, but some of it is just going to be detrimental. Like, arguably, there are some, like, that type of pushback would literally just be harmful to what I'm trying to do.
Yes, could be.
Well, if I determine that it is, then I told
you. You can't have both ways.
I can't have both ways.
You can't have Mr. Honesty as your integrity, Mr. Pushback, Mr. told Lex Friedman to go fuck his mother as your fucking orbiter, and have a ceiling on pushback and platform Fuentes. I feel
okay,
like
that's fine. That might be the case. And if you want to give me,
because it puts me in an impossible position where
no, you're putting me in an impossible position. You're literally.
Well, let me tell you about my position.
Okay.
I have a conscience, and I think I have a lot of integrity. That's really important to me.
Okay, I agree.
And whenever somebody is platforming you or doing you favors or offering to do you favors or helping you in some way, my radar goes up for my integrity, because I'm like, well, what am I enabling anything? Because anything I'm involved with, if we talk about Fuentes, I'm gonna have to say something. I can't just pretend that's not happening. So I'm gonna have to say something at some point about it. Am I gonna pretend I don't think that you're like doing damage with your streams? Am I gonna protect Fuentes to protect you, to protect my own career? No, I don't want to do that. So I have to push back because I want to push back, and I have to push back because I think it's my fucking job. And so you're putting me in a position where I just don't like my job, I guess.
Okay, you're putting me in the same position. You're literally telling me I can't have all the things I want to have. By definition, you've put me in an impossible position. But that's fine. I would choose it. I would be able to function in the way that I want.
This conversation is so crazy, bro. Oh man, like it's a trip when you think about it. Like, hey, I need you to like change the way that you're running your entire community, because it's making it like really difficult to build what I'm trying to build on the back of it. Like, what, bruh? This is very cringe, very cringe.
I don't think that I necessarily need to tolerate like an anti-fan group growing within my own subreddit because I think it's good criticism. I don't think I should have to tolerate those things. I don't think I have a mandate to tolerate those things. And if I have to choose between that and being able to do like other things, I'd rather choose the other things, obviously. Like, why am I acquiescing for all these reasons that are beneficial to people that aren't me, for my own community that I've spent 12 years building?
I think it is beneficial to you.
Well, yeah, of course you do.
We've had this argument before.
Yeah.
I don't think a characterization of people who think that you made a mistake by platforming Fuentes in the way you did, I don't think they're anti-fan. I think they just disagree with you.
No, but some of the behavior becomes indistinguishable to a point of an anti-fan.
I don't think so. I think they're just mad at you.
Making a post on my subreddit saying, look, I told you so, retard, is literally anti-fan behavior.
Damn, bro. You said you don't recommend watching this while high, Rem. Well, Rem and Mr. Mutant are coming. They're right on the horizon.
It might be something an anti-fan would do, but I didn't do it because I'm an anti-fan.
That's great.
Now, I do have food on the way, and once my food gets here, I think it would be a good idea to stop. I could skip ahead. Or... should I do a dono call? Should I paywall the MrGirl content? Would you guys care enough to pay to continue watching this, or will I humiliate myself? Because I think it would be logical to just stop when my food gets here in a little bit. Because it's getting late. It's fucking 12 o'clock. But I don't know, bro. What food did you order? I ordered some McDonald's, but that's all this open right now.
I need the right to have like your criticism of things I do. I think it's totally fine. I think it's well within your right to do it. You can express it to me on my stream where I can talk. You mentioned this as though it was kind of an underhanded negative. Well, he likes talking on stream because he has control over it. Yeah, of course, I'm participating in the conversation. But like, I don't post in my subreddit a ton. But when you start posting a ton in my subreddit, and I don't really participate as much in there, and you're using the subreddit to essentially like, I don't want to say throw me under the bus, but be hypercritical of me, and it's not an area that I even engage in. Like, yeah, of course I'm not just gonna let that stand. Like, okay, yeah, fine, I'm just gonna like tear me up my sub. Like, yeah, it's all good. Like, of course not. Because I'm not gonna have somebody fomenting like an anti-fan coalition inside my sub. That's just not. That's so horrible for me. Why would I do that? Why would I risk that?
Because just because people think you made a mistake doesn't mean they're anti.
It's not just a mistake. It's literally fucking bringing back Hitler from the fucking dead. That's like the level of gravity that people are like treating this as. This is like the chicken and waffles heard around the world.
I don't think so.
You literally made the argument that Papa Fuentes becomes president at some point.
That is his ambition. It is possible.
Okay, so the stakes are obviously really high. So it's not just an itty bitty incy tiny little mistake. It's like potentially people ending.
I think that you are defining people who have major problems with anything you've done as anti-fans. I think that's wrong.
No, that's not true.
Well, I think it is. I'm not an anti-fan. I'm not an anti-fan.
No, but
I have a problem with one thing you did, and I'm calling you out for it. That doesn't make me an anti-fan.
I'm okay with people having criticism of me. You've been shown that there are lots of people that have criticism of me, that have posts that stay up on the sub. That's fine. But like when they come off as like anti-fan posts, at some point it's like, okay, well, hold on, Jesus. This is like
I just don't. I think that you're requiring an overly high level of allegiance from your fans.
Okay, and I would argue that my fans give me.
Chief, we are on a Booksmarts content drought. Yeah, it'll be that way for a bit, bro.
And you're welcome to challenge me as we want. But compared to any other fan base on the internet, find me one that's as critical of me.
Although I am dedicating a little bit of time this weekend to thinking about like, how could I have help with the other stuff so that I can just limit it to like going live, and do that maybe once or twice a week. We'll see.
Or as critical of their leader as mine is, that isn't a toxic cesspool.
I'm sure they are toxic cesspools, but
but then, so what I'm saying is my moderation style has yielded the best community in terms of being able to criticize.
That may be true.
But then why would I take advice on how to do it so much differently when it seems like it's working really well?
Because it's not working for me.
That's not an argument for me.
And I don't think it's working for you either. I think it's limiting you. I honestly think it is hurting you. I think.
Why does he open up with it's not working for me? It's just so fucking silly.
You're purging people you perceive as disloyal when take your own fucking advice, man. There's highs and there's lows. People get pissed at you for a while.
There are highs and lows, and I ride those highs and lows.
No. Banning everybody who disagrees with you about a topic or banning.
You keep saying that, but it's not true. If I ban everybody who disagrees with me, there'll be nobody left my subreddit. There have been plenty. Stop what? You're the one that's saying it.
I want to stop going in a circle.
Okay.
Can I get this idea out, or should I just drop it?
Well, you can get it out. Just stop saying wrong things.
You're gonna think it's wrong.
Oh fuck.
I think your defining of anti-fan is too broad.
Okay.
I think that you are seeing threats that are not as actually threatening as you are saying they are. I think it would be, if you're going to play with fire like Platforming Fun does, I think it would be good to have a solid, healthy amount of disagreement about that decision, open disagreement about the decision, strong disagreement about the decision.
All of that has been and is still there. You're
referencing me calling you out on it, albeit harshly. You're referencing me calling you out on it as a reason.
You called me out on it. I platformed that. We had the discussion, and it was fine.
Yes. I was not satisfied with the discussion.
Because I didn't agree with you.
No, because I thought that you were not letting me speak.
We spoke for hours.
Yes. It was hours of me feeling like I can't really get what I'm trying to say across to you. At times I did, but a lot of it was me in the weeds with you, feeling like I'm trying to convince you to even let me get past a single sentence.
It was because I didn't agree with you then. You had plenty of time to speak. I think we had 2 huge discussions on it.
This is not what I think of the conversation. We have different narratives of the conversation. And your audience is going to agree with yours. They're going to say, there's going to be a meme. Talks for 12 hours. Then someone's going to make a graph of how much I talked and then say, oh, but I didn't get a chance to speak. Interruptions. 122, MrGirl. 75, Destiny. Oh, but I didn't get a chance to speak. You win. You get to win. You get to write the narrative. And this is why I need to be able to write on a subreddit.
700 comments a month.
I don't think is there actually 700 per month?
I don't know, but you've been having it for like 1 or 2 months. Maybe 350 a month then. It's not like you've been having it for a long time. It's a lot of comments.
Yeah, but I mean, how many threads have there been about me in the last 2 months?
There's been a lot of people. I'm just saying.
How many threads have been? No. How many threads have been about me?
I don't know. I haven't counted.
Hundreds.
Okay.
Literally hundreds.
Lots of people.
Okay, so I just want to point out, I could be writing. Okay, first of all, I did an AMA, and the AMA lasted hours. So if you do an AMA, and like maybe you don't want me to do an AMA, but if you do an AMA, that's probably 300 of the comments right there. The other comments, I could be writing one comment on each thread about me, and I could still end up at 700. So I don't. Like, yeah, I'm open to a discussion where you're like, hey man, I know somebody, Forethought told me that you made 700 comments in the last 2 months. I think that's too much. I think you're overstepping a bit. So can we agree on some like level of engagement that where you get to feel like you're pushing back against the dog pile, but I don't feel like you're trying to take over the fucking subreddit. Like I want you to be able to put out your narrative to counter my narrative if you feel like it's important to you, but I don't want you to spend all night writing the narrative while I'm trying to.
I don't write the narrative. I just talk on stream, which you're invited to talk on as much as you want.
Okay, do you get what I'm saying? If you came to me with like that kind of like, hey, I think this is too much. Will you stop so much, or do you have an explanation for why?
I guess I could, but I don't know if I like the idea that I explicitly need to say like, hey, listen, like you're turning my entire sub against me. And you're posting like really aggressively about my sub. That just feels like I can't believe I have to say that. Maybe I do need to say that, but. And this was like 700 comments before the ban, like, obviously.
The severity of the criticism about Fuentes matches the severity of the potential negative outcome.
You're not arguing about anything.
No, but you're saying I can't make the criticism because of how bad I think it is.
No, I just don't need you like doing it constantly and incessantly, like doing victory laps about it. It's like, Jesus.
Yeah, people do disagree with him on there. That is true. At the same time, maybe sometimes the moderation can be bad. That happens everywhere. He's obviously only particularly mad because he's particularly banned, but although at the same time, I do feel like banning all of his fans is a bit crazy, but that's not where we're at, so.
I don't think it's constant or incessant. I think I wrote one essay about it and then I did the victory lap, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you do need, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, yeah, you do, if that bothers you, then we do need to talk about it. I don't think you
No, it's not just like we need to talk about it until you agree with me. I think it has to be that.
I'm not saying you have to agree with me. I'm saying if that is bothering you and you want to like discuss that, I'll be totally open to having that conversation and probably be sympathetic to whatever you said in it. But for you to have your passive-aggressive big head.
Also, hey, like, humble moment for a second. Like, I don't have a big subreddit, right? Like, I don't manage a big subreddit. I don't even really manage a subreddit at all. Like, we have one, but it's not really used. So I could just totally not understand the moderation stuff here, which is also part of
ban me.
Why I'm not like that interested.
And then mock me and laugh at me and laugh with him at me and have him on stream shitting on me and then
like I can have an opinion, but that opinion could be changed with like 2 sentences worth of information. You know what I mean?
Be like, oh, you know, I don't control the mods. That just, I don't think that's a good way to handle conflict between us. And I think if you're going to platform fucking Nazis,
sure, I don't think it is necessarily the best way to handle conflict. I don't disagree, but the temperature on everything got yoinked up so fucking high after everything happened. I was like, holy shit. Like, if I would have unbanned you immediately, she would have gotten fucking unhinged. And then it would have been, actually, I would have been banning. Because it probably would have been like, it would have got even worse. Which you would admit. You literally said as soon as I got banned, I'm going to write a huge fucking essay. And then just like a whole other thing of like people
100%.
like. Okay.
Look, I still think you're trying to have it both ways. You can't platform somebody like Fuentes.
I can though, and I have. And I am doing it. I can have it all the ways. Yeah, okay, go ahead. You tell me I can't do something, I can't do it. Go ahead.
You can't platform Fuentes and at the same time, in the way you did, at the same time, say, I'm open to feedback about it, but only to a certain level. And then you feel like there's a cancer metastasizing your community, so you start banning people who are criticizing you too harshly for it. You're just paving the way for Fuentes in your community to have this good appearance and reputation. You're sanitizing him more because you feel like it's a threat if you don't shut it down or the criticism is too.
I mean, again, he's doing this thing where he throws a lot of things at the wall and he is trying to find something that'll stick. I think for me, this, I mean, yeah. Oops, why is that way down there? Oops. Like, yeah, necessarily so. Like, if you ban the population of people that are complaining about, you know, Fuentes and him being on the stream, if you ban those people, I would imagine that a significant portion of them are like anti-Fuentes people. And so you are going to make it easier on him by getting rid of those people, in much the same way that getting rid of the MrGirl people makes it easier on Steven because they're harsh to him.
Too harsh. By protecting your own image, you're sanitizing Fuentes.
I understand that's your feeling, but my feeling is that you sanitize Fuentes, and that's why I don't want to have a conversation anymore.
You are banning criticism of you and Fuentes jointly in your subreddit.
Yeah. No, not all of it. Just the hyper obnoxious
some of it.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
So I don't see how you can do that and then have me not call you out for it.
Because if you disagree that hardcore with decisions, then that's it. There's a disagreement. But it's not like we're going to argue until the end of time. Like, what's the show? You and I are destined to do this fight forever. Like the Joker and Batman. It doesn't have to be that way. If that means you going to Arkham Asylum or whatever, that's fine. But like, I'm not obligated to maintain that fight, especially at risk to me in my own platforms. Why would I have to do that? Why should I be made to suffer the burden in my own community?
You have to do that if you want orbiters with a conscience who believe that. I mean, if you want orbiters who strongly disagree with you, who have a conscience, and you want to platform Nazis, I think it's very likely you're going to have some of us.
I'm good. I'd rather just platform the Nazis uncontested. That would be my choice, rather than saying like I have to suffer people indefinitely using my server as a platform to attack me from.
Okay.
Okay. Well, there it is.
All right. Well.
There, that like he has to, I guess, stake a claim that's kind of crazy, so that this stops.
All right. Well.
Yeah, I'd rather just platform the Nazis uncontested. That would be my choice, rather than saying like.
As opposed to what exactly? I guess I missed that part of it. This is just the bit that kind of rang in my ear, if you know what I mean.
I have to suffer people.
It's not material to the debate here, but did you see the characterizations of Destiny that MrGirl and Lav were making prior to this combo? No. Do you want to link that? We could check that out. Take a bit of a detour if you can find me a timestamp.
Indefinitely using my server as a platform to attack me from.
Okay. I have a conscience, and you want to platform Nazis. I think it's very likely you're going to have some of us.
I'm good. I'd rather just platform the Nazis uncontested. That would be my choice, rather than saying like I have to suffer people indefinitely using my server as a platform to attack me from.
There it is.
Okay. All right. Well.
Hey Max, it's Rem here. I was wondering if you'd let me ask you a question as a fellow orbiter, what has gone through what you've experienced, as someone who's been shat on not only by Destiny many times, but also his community. But you'll notice that whenever I got like totally shat on, and even banned from the subreddit, I never went to Destiny as though like he owed me something, because if anything, you know, it's the other way around.
Yeah, you know what? Like Rem and I have had our bad stuff. I'll just throw that out there. For anybody that doesn't know, Rem and I have had drama. I won't get into it, but I'll just give a disclaimer, because if you don't know that, like that might impact the way that I interpret stuff Rem says and whatever. I also just like don't particularly like the way that Rem communicates sometimes. Sometimes he's chill, but in debates, especially about philosophy, it can get to be like a bit much. But anywho, setting all that aside, what was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, what Rem is talking about here is totally true. Like, when I've had stuff happen in the past, I don't reach out to Steven, I reach out to like our TBA. I think it's a bit weird to reach out to Steven, especially on stream directly, about like active moderation decision stuff. I think talking about stuff that had happened in the past is totally fine, but like to compel him about ongoing stuff is a bit much. But at the same time, to give the MrGirl side, you know, it's fair shake. It's a bit extraordinary. Like Peace Code, I don't believe, had an audience the size of MrGirl's with the fervor that MrGirl's audience has, and was banned like entirely. Maybe for a temporary amount of time, but they were. And then he was banned, and in the manner that MrGirl was banned. I feel like it's not entirely analogous, maybe, but I get where he's coming from. You may want to watch the entire thing, because all the orbiters come back when MrGirl leaves, and so does Lav. He went over some of those in the video you're watching now, but at the beginning, yeah, if you can put a timestamp link in the old Discord and at me, and then I can check it out.
And I think the impression that a lot of people are getting, and I've talked to a couple of other orbiters, although I'm not so much an orbiter anymore, I guess.
Oh. Really?
Yeah, well, you know, you keep talking about orbiters as a group, and I guess I consider myself as part of that group. And, you know, this idea that we absolutely need to have some, like, special exemption applied to us just because we've appeared on stream sometimes and there might be some kind of community overlap, like, I think it's completely ridiculous. If I were to go to Destiny and ask for this after we, like, disagreed over indigenous issues and I called them, like, a racist bigot or something, like...
Yeah, like, honestly, there is some consideration that I would have, because, like, I am an example of somebody that works directly with like my Discord moderation team. And maybe Steven does too with his Discord team, and it's different from his Reddit, but like I think communicating with them is good. I forgot where I was going with that. Oh, if it's a streamer and we've interacted like a bunch, I would have some like thing I would say about it, but I would also encourage my moderators to like stand firm in their position. Like, I think it's okay for me to speak to the defenses of like somebody that I know that I can vouch for. Um, and I think it's their responsibility as somebody not connected to that person to be as harsh as they think they need to be on them. And if they think they need to be harsh and they need to ban, then I want them to advocate for that. And I'll advocate for my side of things. And if I'm outnumbered and whatever, then it is what it is. You know, like I would have a lot of deference in that situation. Like if I'm outnumbered at all, I would probably just grant it, even if I thought I was right. But yeah. But I also don't ban preemptively and shit. Like when y'all wanted me to ban Anna preemptively and a bunch of other people, like that's a bit fucky, dude. Like unless I think that they're like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't do that either, and I get in trouble for that behind the scenes, with other streamers.
You would think that's fucking pathetic and stupid because I said things on stream that not only pissed off Destiny, but the people who were watching him. So of course,
so can you
hate you.
Wait, can you give me the hypothetical? I'm gonna think it's stupid if you did what? If you called Destiny a bigot and then...
Because in the past, I've come on stream and I've disagreed very adamantly with Destiny.
Yeah, you called Destiny a racist? You called him a racist bigot. Is that what happened? Okay.
Well, not Destiny, I called more than Destiny.
Okay, so you called Destiny a racist bigot, and then what's the hypothetical you're giving me? Then he banned you?
Well, I don't know if it was Destiny specifically. Actually, I think it was the mod. His mod.
Okay, so yeah, so the mod banned you. Okay, and then what would I think is pathetic?
Do you think that me coming on stream for I don't know how many hours and having the same conversation over and over again about how I am somehow owed some kind of special privilege and virtue of being an orbiter? Do you really think that if you were, for example, in my position, you would view me as being legitimate in what I'm doing?
How can you say so many words and not say a single coherent thing, Rem?
Do you
break it down into a sentence?
A little bitch to Destiny on stream like every single day, is that all going to garner you sympathy from a community who doesn't like you? That's the question.
Okay. Yeah, so usually if a community doesn't like me, I don't fold and bend over backwards to try to appease them into a spineless...
Right, instead you go to the leader to try to get special fucking privilege.
Can I finish?
You can finish, Max.
Okay. Yeah, I think that you can frame it as me being like a tattletale or trying to get special privileges. I think I was almost offered special privileges, soft offered special privileges, and I immediately turned it down and said, no, I don't think it's sufficient enough for us to have a kind of winking understanding and just move on and let temperatures cool down. I think I need you to make a commitment to not just protect me, but to protect people like Rem. So yeah, if you called Steven a bigot and you got banned for that, I think that's fucked up.
Protection?
Because you're providing content for Steven, I think, is his whole thing. His whole thing. Well, let me go.
Can I answer the question? Okay, just really quick. I think you deserve protection because the community is set up in a way so that there's highly like weaponized content and a propensity for dogpiling. And I think that if it's going to be run that way, where the streams involve people insulting each other and cutting each other down, and Steven's going to kick you from the call and make fun of you a bunch.
Well, Pullover, it's good that you checked. It's good that you checked. Now we know. Does MrGirl come off as condescending? I don't know, bro. I think I have a little bit of condescension autism, you know what I mean? I can't really perceive it. I'm a little bit color how would you say? I just don't see it a lot of the time because I'm very condescending. That's like one of the biggest complaints I get from people. And I've worked on it a long time, like ever since I was like a little boy. Like my aunt, what she used to say about me is like I'm an old man in like a little boy's body, because she's like, you just say some things that are just like you're a little old man, like an old man trapped inside a little boy's body. And like I felt like I related to that character in fucking Curb Your Enthusiasm. Like I loved him a lot. And like I think it wasn't until talking with like other people that I got the vibe like, oh, that's not, a lot of people dislike this. I think he's hilarious. I think he's right a lot of the time. I think, yeah, like people are annoying, bro. Why are you doing this to yourself? Yeah, bro, just, I was interested, and now I'm dedicated to see it through to the end.
that all that sets people up for dogpiling, which is really psychologically damaging to people, and it also damages your careers. So I think because of that, it's an unethical work environment, an unethical professional setup that you wouldn't put up with in other places. Like if you worked at a grocery store and your manager's allowed to just like tell lies about you or tell their narrative about you as soon as you leave to all your coworkers and say like, oh, they're stupid, they're a piece of shit, they're blah 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 blah, and you're not even allowed to defend yourself. And if anybody disagrees with you, they get fired too. So they can just literally twist your reputation into whatever shape they want. Wait, let me finish.
I'm next.
Okay. So if all that is the case, yeah, I think you absolutely shouldn't put up with it. And you should do what I'm doing and say, look, you got to fix this shit, or I'm out of here. Like I love you, but I can't do this. I don't think it's me sucking up to him.
My turn.
Okay.
I believe what MrGirl's saying, and he can tell me if I'm wrong, is that Orbiter should be coming in here to provide content and shouldn't be scared that they're going to get banned for having a disagreement with Steven. Is that like pretty much the whole thing you're saying?
Yeah, but on top of that, it's that would be okay if it was just like a comedy show. But we're talking about
to these people.
Well, let me
you can
finish. Okay, it's more than just a comedy show, right? We're talking about stuff that has like implication. We're talking about like platform.
I mean, Joachim, I'm at 2 hours and 42 minutes out of 3 hours and 18. Come on, in Booksmarts times, bro, I've gone through a lot, bro.
Forming fun test, like this is to me like really scary stuff that I have really strong feelings.
Also, hope you're doing well. Hope the weather hasn't gotten bad already. It was so beautiful when I was there. For those of you that don't know, Joachim was a host for me when I was over in Europe. It was very, very nice there. It was over in Denmark. Thank you, Joachim, for that, by the way. I'm super appreciative to all the hosts, because like now that I'm like back home, I can't help but like think back to all the cool stuff I've been able to do. It's really hard to like appreciate all of it in the moment. And that's always something I feel bad about for my hosts, is I want to like show that I'm appreciative and like I'm really enjoying it. I'm like trying to commit stuff to memory and whatever, and I don't know if I always do the best job. And a lot of the time I'm tired and I have to stream, and like if I don't feel good or whatever, like sometimes it can be rough. But it's so much easier to appreciate all that once you have like distance from it. You can like properly process it, and it's just a lot of cool stuff. Max viewing his status as a collaborator as analogous to some sort of workplace relationship is kind of warped. Yeah, it's an analogy that's sometimes he uses it like it's an analogy or like a metaphor, like it's, you know, clearly parallel to the conversation. And other times, Mindwaves, he just swings that shit like it's the truth, and it's like, damn, bro. It's like he's throwing snowballs and one of them has a fucking rock in it, you know? Like, bro, what are you doing? Like, I don't know. Also, there's no good Mexican food in Europe. That is also true. But they have their own version of Mexican, like Swedish tacos and shit.
It's about it. If you saw, I'm like basically on the verge of tears.
Also, Mindwaves, I hope you're doing well. Dude, honestly, Mindwaves, bruh, let me know if you ever want to, like, hang out. Like, I got a job and stuff, so I'm not really streaming a lot, but now I have, like, decent money. So, like, I do want to try and visit people. Like, fly out and go do something or meet somewhere. So if that ever sounds interesting to you, I'd love to, like, meet you. One of the few people that I don't think I've met in person yet. It won't let me post links. Yeah, you have to put it in the Discord, bud. Put it in the Discord.
Here's 12 hours screaming at Steven. This is really important to me. So it's one thing if it's like Saturday Night Live, and then it's like, yeah, sure, you can't tell the boss to go fuck themselves, but they call them a racist bigot because it's, you know.
Yeah, you know what? He is kind of mentioning. Okay, I'll memorialize your guys' comments in here. Okay, I'll put a little yellow piss cloud for y'all. Oops. Sorry, 515 is some stuff in his VOD. Anyhow, it doesn't matter that much. Okay. Well, I'll never know.
You know, it's out of line. But when we talk about such emotionally provocative stuff, like, is MrGirl abusive to his girlfriend? Yeah, that's the kind of shit where I need to be able to have more of a voice in counteracting the narrative that you're going to spin. So it's not just that we're providing content, it's that we're also providing high-stakes content.
Yeah, but if this ban is temporary and that's not happening, it's not really applicable, right? Like, he didn't do that. He didn't choose to do this temporary ban thing as like a crowd control measure on one of the biggest subreddits on Reddit. He didn't employ that tactic at a time where like you were facing that kind of thing, right? Unless I'm missing that part of it.
high
Sure.
stakes for ourselves and high stakes for the country and the audience and everything.
But it's exactly what I said. You believe that people should be able to come on here and say their shit and not get banned or fear of getting banned. And you think it's good not only for Steven, because we can come on here, provide content, and not have a fear of getting banned for it, but also for you, because then you can come on, say your shit, and not get banned for it. Yeah, that's like the whole thing.
No, you should be able to get banned. If Steven doesn't want you as an orbiter, then sure, ban. Like, if you don't want me working at your company, then fire me. Or cut ties with me. If you don't want to be in a relationship, break up with me. That's all fine and good. But if I am in the relationship, then I need to be able to push back against what I see as a overbearing narrative writing. And he's kind of agreeing to this, that he has a firm grip on the narrative about himself.
Yes.
And therefore, on the narrative about you, if you're talking to him, the grip on the narrative about himself is fine. I don't care about that. I have no investment in making his audience see something or think something about him. It's when I'm caught up in it and they're thinking something about me as a result of something that he's doing. And I guess point does too. I'm invested in that. That's what I'm saying. If you want the orbiter relationship, I need this protection.
Hey, Steven, are you going to change?
No.
That's a very succinct point. It's a bit like workers' rights. I mean, I'm memeing, but like, it does really fit with his whole vibe he's got going on of how he's explaining it. In my opinion, I lost a lot of respect for MrGirl and Lav when they brought up the Anna stuff and made it sound like it was his fault. Huh. I haven't seen that. That would be interesting if you could link it.
Oh, I already saw probably
Okay, well, then there it
really
is.
compelling argument.
We don't have to do this anymore.
That's what I
We've
don't
done
get.
it. Well, no, that's the end of it. We don't have to keep talking about it. Steven isn't going to change his opinion on it. We've heard it for the last 3 hours. I don't think there's going to be another compelling argument that Max is going to pull up. He's, respectfully, you're just saying the same things. I'm not saying that I disagree or agree with you, but Steven is absolutely not going to change his mind. So why do we keep going in circles?
You know, I think there might be something just a little beneath the surface here.
There's not. That's it. That's the end of it. Cool. Well, you guys play. I won my league game.
Good job, Newton. Wow.
Go for Diamond. I'm plat 2 right now. It's pretty good.
Are we finally killing Scoria in a couple episodes, you think?
No.
Oh, no. What do you mean? No. Jesus.
Oh, God. Okay, there it is. All right.
All right, so are we, Steven, are you allowing them to end the conversation? Is that it?
Oh, well, I mean, if you want, we can do final words, but I feel like we're kind of like, I mean, if I think of you, so we're kind of like looping on that. But is there a part you think we've missed or something we haven't?
Please respect me.
It's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of,
Why? Hello?
what?
Yeah, Destiny, we all joined because we're all celebrating DGG. We're just so happy to see the bridge burning. But I'll let you finish.
Somebody left the door open. I don't know. Or not walk through it.
Good one.
Okay, it's not over. There are things that need to be said. Okay, I'm tired of listening to this fucking shit.
Okay.
I'm tired of it. I'm sick of it. Max, you don't need to ever look at the Reddit. You don't need an account there. You don't need to post there. You have the greatest privilege to express yourself and represent yourself.
Man, there's a lot of people joining at once, bro. I'm gonna run out of shapes. Shit. But this one's supreme. Oh my goodness. It looks like a big shape, but then it doesn't fit fuck all inside. Oh wow. Let's just put this here.
You have privileges to the voice. To come on Destiny stream whatever the fuck you want.
Listen,
to say
you
what
guys,
you're thinking,
you
okay?
guys,
and correct
you
whatever
guys,
narrative.
Just link it in any channel and just at me, and then I would see that. I was upset you weren't there. Upset I wasn't where. What was your message before that? Wasn't where. Yeah, I wish you were on a PC too. It's a schizo wall. Let's dogpile him.
I don't want to.
You've spoken enough. We all know what you think. We've heard it for the last 2 weeks. Everybody knows what you think. You're a content creator. If you don't want to be criticized, come make good content.
Let him say his piece. Go ahead.
That's it.
I don't
If you don't like what people are saying about you, don't fucking look when they're saying bad things.
I need you to make it so it's you and me, like we agreed, or we should just talk after.
You need me to say what?
Oh, okay, hold on. Nobody else talk for a second.
He needs you to baby.
Stop! Shut up! No, that's not babying. That's going to finish a one-on-one conversation we agreed, then I agreed to have. Okay. Okay. Were there any other final words or thoughts you had relating to this particular topic?
Are you capable of being friends with me if we are not streaming together?
Yeah. I can't believe being friends with you if you're shitposting my server trying to turn my community against me. It's all like very separate stuff for me in my head.
Okay, is the conversation over?
Well, no, he's doing the
No,
quiet contemplative thing.
Christ almighty.
You're being mean, Steven.
No, you're doing the thing where you say something, now you're stopping to think and be quiet and contemplate.
Yeah, it's the thing I do called thinking. That's right.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You guys should try it sometime.
My bad. We can't all be as... No, sorry, I was about to be mean. My bad. Okay. Go ahead.
I don't think you're being mean.
I was. My bad.
That's a good example of like, I always, God, back when I gave debate advice, like when I was actually serious about giving debate advice, I would tell people, you can do the waiting thing and get away with it. And you can play it like with so many different kinds of like notes. Like it's a wonderful little instrument. Like Max uses it to be weird and to create tension and to put pressure. It doesn't really work with Steven, but it does with a lot of people. Like, they feel the need to fill the silence, and he takes advantage of that. But like other times, like with Dr. K, it can add a sort of profundity to whatever comes next. That's generally, I think, how it's used. And nobody can really call you out on it. Like, it's just so easy to counter that, like, if you're like reasonably witty, you're gonna be totally fine, because it's a shitty thing to make fun of. And here it plays out. I think he parries that fairly well.
Not like you in that comment, implying we don't think, but me, yes.
Oh, in the big Discord call? No, fuck that shit, bro. This is all fucking cringe. This is lame.
I was fighting back.
Okay. Nice how it always works out that way.
Honestly, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I'm gonna say this, and now every time you see me in this in the future, like if I ever, for some random reason, and am on like panels or whatever, honestly, on a panel, it no, never mind. I'm not gonna say.
Go ahead.
Not always.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's talk offline.
No, Lav, leave.
Why? How can you tell who to join and leave? You're Rem. Wait, did Rem just say that?
Yeah, Rem, you're pretty far down on the order list. I'm gonna need you to get out.
All right. Let's talk offline and
Sure. Yeah.
Bro, why don't you listen? I keep telling you guys to at me. Why give me a fucking map of how to get from point A where I am to point B where you've left my fucking link, when I told you, you just at me like a dozen times. So just keep saying you get at me, bro, and then I'll immediately know, because it'll just bring me there. Video sharing on Discord. All right, at this point I've almost lost interest in this video. Just not gonna watch it on a spite at this point. Okay, thank you, Etienne. Bro, you better say it. No, bro, I'm not gonna say it. Ugh, I'm not gonna say it, bro. Oh, now I'm getting added. 416 stream VOD with the MrGirl comp. It's not even time stamped. You lose. Rug. You lose. Not watching that one. I'll watch this one though. Here, I'll put it up in the big screen for everybody.
I'm gonna go. Lav and MrGirl talking about, oh boy.
All the complexities of it, I didn't think it was that deep.
yeah. I mean, I think the way I push back against that is just say like, I don't think she did lock you in the basement. I think it's more complicated than that. I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm saying that I think you participated more than you're right now.
I do feel that way. I don't think what Steven's where he's gonna like here. Me saying like that.
I hate these two.
He's gonna like here.
Then you're owning right now.
I do feel that way.
I know.
I don't think that Steven is in the place right now where he's gonna like hear me say something like that, and I think
I hate these two trying to tell me, please. Lav and MrGirl are literally the empath meme. I will say, oh boy.
All the complexities of it, I didn't think it was that deep.
Oh boy.
All the complexities of it, I didn't think it was that deep.
Yeah. I mean, I think the way to push back against that is to just say like, I don't think she did lock you in a basement. I think it's more complicated than that. I'm not saying it's
like this has so much more context to it. This clip doesn't help me, and I bet you most of it is him raging about it, right? Like, if I don't understand this part, why would I sit here and listen to him rage about it? What is all this? Why am I watching this? I feel like I'm already missing context. You've come too far not to see it through, I guess, whatever.
It's your fault, or anybody's fault. I'm just saying that I think you participated more in the dynamic than you're owning right now.
I do feel that way.
I know.
I don't think that Steven is in the place right now where he's gonna like hear me say something like that, and I think
I hate these two trying to tell me, please. Lav and MrGirl are literally the empath meme. I will say this to your face, Max.
I see your links. I'll try to parse through what order to watch them in, or where to go.
Sometimes I can tell how people are feeling.
Or like what's important about them.
No, this is the wrong one. Let me find the good one. Hold on.
Bro, this is so boring. I can't believe you're making me watch this.
That's what they think they are. Sometimes I can tell how people are feeling simply by observing the facial expressions, tone of voice, and how they tell me they're feeling. This is what they think they are. This is what they actually are. I'm an empath. Sometimes I can tell how people are feeling simply by deciding how I think they feel in my own mind and instantly believing it.
I wasn't talking about the clip.
He's gonna tell me that it's manipulative and sneaky, and I don't want to put myself in that trap.
So you're gonna be manipulative, not call manipulative.
Not manipulative, but I feel like
True.
all the complexities of it. I didn't think it was. I think you can see with all the friendships he's lost and had strike with and the way that he treated Anna and all that, you can probably assume that interpersonally he struggles a little bit with
most people. Bruh. Okay, that's a spicy clip, okay. That's a Booksmarts moment, bro. She had a bit of a rhetorical blunder. Sorry, bro. I was just fucking saying shit off the dome. I don't even know what I'm saying at this point. Sorry about that one. That was an unfortunate combination of words. All right, let's see how he reacts to that. All right, that's fair. That's a bad clip.
Oh, yes. Oh, God, she's edging me. Oh, yes. Hold on. 2 minutes. I'm gonna get to come by the end of this. Yes. Edge me more, please.
Him and Anna are good now. Yeah, they are good now. He was treating you like Anna, even though you're not really similar. He was treating me like Anna.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, I'm getting so close.
He was treating her like Anna. Damn, she really understands that situation. She understands that shit on a whole other level, bro.
Yes. I was treating her like Anna. Yes. Do it again. One more.
Okay, I gotta go get my Uber Eats. All right. Okay, I'm back. Whew. Sorry, my links are not timed. Jesus.
For her, she will go up again, Lav. I don't think she will. I think that Anna is actually very normal. Like, the sequence trigger her, but I think she is a very great normal girl, and I don't like the way that you guys talk about her.
Oh, that's right. That's what we left off on. It gets worse. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. I'll be honest. Compared to most orbiters, I think I could be misperceived as being pro Anna. Honestly, like compared to my peers, like I've taken positions on the Anna shit that's gotten me in trouble. I tried to treat her right when she came in, like, hey, if you don't break the rules in here, you're gonna be treated like everybody else, right? Like that caught me some flack. So, but even I'm like, that is an incorrect representation of Anna based on what we know, but maybe she knows something I don't. I don't know.
Yes.
Anna is not normal. You actually have no clue. I think that Anna is trying her best. I do not like the way that you guys dehumanize people in the worst moments of their lives. Anna doesn't normally act that unhinged. It was the situation that put her there.
Yes.
I don't know, Lav, you need to talk to Anna more to say that. Maybe.
Yes.
Time for more people to be Anna-pilled. I saw Anna's interview with Zerka. She's kind of normal. Yes. I think you gotta update yourself on Instagram before having an opinion on it. She's not a bad person, but she acted horribly in just circles. Shouldn't you try to gain at least a basic understanding of something without before forming an opinion? Yes, I have a basic understanding. How do you know how she normally acts? I had a long conversation with her.
Oh, you, of course, you had a long conversation with her. I'm so close. Oh, I'm so close.
No,
oh, I'm so close.
okay.
Please, please, one more time.
Because I opened her with the Anna situation. Okay, no more Anna stuff. No more Anna stuff.
Oh
And then you
no.
guys-
Oh, she's edge in denial now. Oh no. Ruined orgasm. Hold on. Hold on.
I just love to shit on her. I don't want to do it. It feels really icky to me because I like Anna, so you can do that somewhere else. You are clueless and dig yourself deeper every time you go live and either walk back statements or listen to your echo chamber to you and agree with them, effectively eliminating the positive introspective you can do engage in. Good luck, though. I don't think that's true. Lad, you love black people. I love black people.
Oh fuck. Okay.
Disappointing.
Okay. Just. What progress did I? Bro, the green science shit is so complicated. I feel like space exploration is defeating me. It's not going to, though. You just got to keep rebuilding. I'm gonna do it. We can.
Something not loaded, you know, again, if you want to do a movie review or something like that. I don't know. I gotta just think about what level.
How do you feel about guns?
I like guns.
Okay. I have a thing coming up. When I do my next real life event, I'll see if I can rope you into something, okay?
I have a question. Why couldn't this entire conversation have been offline?
I think that if Max and I feel like we're capable of conducting the conversation online, it's a conversation that intimately affects the entire community, and if some decision were to be made one way or another, probably healthy to have it online. Say hypothetically, I don't change anything, like I guess I kind of have. People might think like, oh my god, he's so obstinate, or he was so, you know, he probably just screwed Max all the time, blah, 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 which might become.
What food items did I get? I got a quarter pounder and some fries.
Wait a minute, I believe you've heard it. Or on the flip side, let's say that I changed everything, and I changed all my moderation style. Because of the way that I characterize Max, people might think like, oh my god, I bet Max like abused him and got him to do it, blah blah blah, and now we can see the conversation. Yeah, so it's okay to have like a public conversation about public moderation stuff. I think it's acceptable. I think it's okay.
But I wasn't asking you.
Oh, something
having offline severe. His answer is correct. Having it offline severely disadvantages me, but I don't want to.
I think having it online severely disadvantages you.
I understand that. I don't want to talk to you right now. I don't like you. I like you, and I would like to.
I'm
talk
not
to you
interested in what you care about. I think this is good advice for you.
Okay.
And there are things
I don't want your
advice.
Can we let Mr. Girl and Destiny finish their thing up? Can we let Mr. Girl and Destiny finish?
I'm done with my thing, but I don't know if Mr. Girl wants to talk about between what you guys.
I would like to say the final thing too.
Go for it. Okay.
I'll think about what amount of participation I can do.
Okay.
But as of now, I am a free agent. I must leave your orbit. If you change your mind or want to renegotiate, I'll probably come back. But for now, I must explore the galaxy on my own.
I'm gonna have to demote you if you come back.
Thank God.
We need to demote him.
Can't come back to the same position, Steve.
What position is he in right now?
He's like a head orbiter right now. He's one of the top.
I have head orbiter. Is that really a role on Discord? Is head orbiter?
No, absolutely not. But you know,
I don't know.
Shit, and I gotta make sure these guys.
You don't run anything. This is like a second time to Dan. Take him out.
Something important is happening, Max. Are you looking at DGG right now?
No.
Okay. What is the response right now? What's happening?
You're just being cruel.
I'm not. I think this needs to be.
DGG is not my community.
Fucking wicked. The older he gets, man, the more direct. Good to see you back on stream. What's up, Yo Bell? Good to hear from you, bro. I'm sure your life is exciting and full of interesting trips and things, and wishing the best for you.
Please just hear me out.
I'm looking at MGGG.
I'm only saying things that everybody's fucking thinking, but that some people that are too polite, maybe want to preserve a friendship, are maybe afraid to say. Okay?
Hold on there, Sonny.
Fine, these are my thoughts and they're mine and my own, and you're full ownership of them, okay?
There you
go. Listen. The reason you get so much criticism, Max, is because these conversations are fucking nauseating. Okay? People don't like to see them. That's all it is. You're an interesting guy. You're a funny guy. You're really but this is not it. I literally don't want to talk to you because people do not like this.
Supreme, stop. He doesn't want to talk to you. Stop.
Yeah, I
don't care if he doesn't want to talk to me.
You should. I don't want to get dogpiled in the comments. Please let my final stream about how I'm leaving because I don't want to get dogpiled anymore. Not end in a dogpile.
It's not a dogpile.
No, it's his funeral. Let him finish.
That would be ironic.
Thank you, Abba.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Steven?
Okay, I'll talk to you. I'll catch you on the flip side, okay?
Be safe. I love you.
Okay, have fun. Be careful.
The flippy floppy, as they say.
Flippity flip.
Oh my god, this was probably one of the greatest dramas online I've ever.
Shut up.
Just tell you,
How are you doing, my non-thuggish friend? How's life going for you?
Listen, you got two you call me the most white-friendly black person you ever heard. I swear to God,
listen,
the most insulting
I have met more. Okay,
you two Will Smith.
Don't tell me you've never had a conversation with a white girl where she's like, I need to introduce you to my family, and thankfully, you're one of the good ones. I know you've had that. I know you've had that talk before, Abba. I know you have.
You're moving so mad. I don't realize how disrespectful you are.
It's disrespectful, but it's true because I've known white girls that date black dudes, and I know the types of black dudes that you don't mind showing your racist white parents. I'm from Nebraska and Iowa, so I know those talks. I know exactly how those go. Maybe it doesn't happen like that in Montreal, though. But
so listen, Steve.
Yeah.
No, we're not just moving past that. Listen. Destiny just said quite possibly the most offensive thing that's ever been said to me online. I'm not even joking. Like, that actually triggered the fuck out of me when you said it. I started a Reddit account. I posted on Reddit. Like, literally, I don't even understand. Like, I don't. Because you're not even trolling. That's why it bothers me so deeply.
not.
Listen, we gotta talk about this. You think I'm a white-friendly black man?
I just think that you're like a person that could be presented to his parents who's like a chill guy. And they're like, oh, this is a cool guy.
You don't think it's your YouTube demographic stereotypes?
No, because you guys don't know black people, so you guys assume if we're not all thugging with guns out, fucking that I'm somehow like white-friendly or some shit. Or like white girls are just like, oh, yeah, my parents are gonna love you. That shit triggered the hell out of me. But you know what's
okay? You know what?
Why is the black man lecturing the white man on what's acceptable to white people? That's real uncomfortable for me, Chief. This is one of the few instances where you have to go like, all right, I'm gonna need you to sit down, bro. You sit down on this racial issue. Very interesting. I've liked Abba's contributions lately. Abba's been making fun out of a lot of this stuff lately.
Right now, I think white girl parents would fucking hate you. Okay, they would see you and they go, that man is thugging out.
No, don't try to beat me, Steven. Stop doing what you're doing right now.
Just call him an Oreo like you want to.
Oh my god!
It's MrGirls eulogy right now, so I'll let you guys go ahead. Okay. And we'll talk about this a different time.
Okay.
As the
Is that the second bridge burn of the day?
Is it about to be 3? You have something you want to add to?
Wait, who was the first?
Apparently Mr.
Wait, who's the second? Oh, Abba. I'm slow.
Thanks for catching up, Mr. Moon.
Yeah,
good one. So Steve, I'm getting a raise, right? I mean, with one band, 8 days of content. That's gotta be worth something.
Maybe. The raise is gonna come when I in 2 days tell you that we're unbanning the last like 200 people. You've rampaged on the subreddit, okay? That's what's about to happen, okay?
I didn't expect them to leave. I was about to come in and say, just fucking unban him because this is like sad. Oh god, dude. I think everyone's here to dogpile. I think it's rather unfortunate. So why don't we let Lav, MrGirl's most ardent defender, speak on his behalf?
She's probably gonna speak on her behalf.
No, she's a real friend. She would speak on his behalf. So let's give her a chance.
What's up, Lav? How you doing? Friend of the stream.
Hi.
Hi.
I just came in because I hated whatever. I hated when everyone joined in. It was like a dogpiling session, so I was here for moral support.
It's in a dog pile, not an entire pile. I'm one dog.
Okay, well when you come in and everybody's obviously a dog pile. We know it's a dog pile. What's up?
It was sad. I think the celebration. I think the celebration of the bridge burn was a little overkill. Obviously, you guys can react however you want. It's entertainment, but I'd like to be the voice of empathy and reason, and I think it's sad.
Oh god, I love empaths.
I think it's sad. I think that the last thing that political streamers or even just like what Steven does.
Okay.
The last thing that you want from that sort of person is just like an echo chamber, and I think that Max was like a very great counter in a lot of ways and very entertaining, and also pushed Steven in a lot of ways he's never been pushed before, and made it super fun for me to watch, and for a lot.
I hate this fucking over dramatic say it was and shit, bro. Like, he's still out there. He's probably watching the stream right now. Talking like he was voted off the island, bro. Like, we're never seeing him again. He's gone. Like, what are you talking about? He even explicitly left out a whole loophole where, like, yeah, but if there's something cool that's like worth doing, I'll like do it with you, but like, I can't like be vulnerable with you. Like, okay, whatever, bruh.
A lot of people to watch. Obviously, the drama is so big because people love to fucking watch it. And also for you guys to be like cheering for the deterioration of one of Steven's like personal relationships kind of sucks.
I am not cheering for that. Just to make it perfectly clear. I came in with advice that I think is honestly the best advice for Max. When Max first came to this community, people loved him. Like at least half the community, if not everyone, because he was cheeky and charming. Please, please let me get this out. This is what I wanted Max to hear. I don't need you to interrupt for it.
Oh my god.
Okay? I think Max has a brilliant community.
I love that. He just goes like a bull in a china shop. There's no stop us supreme. He's learned to hold his ground.
Mind. I think he is a good communicator. I think he's funny. He's got all the entertainment chops in the world. But like these 12-hour meta conversations where he just like demonstrates a complete lack of awareness, and like he gets criticized for what he says and his behavior. And like if he doesn't like that and if that's keeping him up at night, then he should focus on his strengths and like do the entertainment game and deliver what people want to see and deliver things that people like.
More raps, yeah.
Yes, unironically.
I think that's true. I think that you can also see that views go up when Max is on, so people do like to watch it. If you don't like to watch it, you don't have
good
to.
for Max. It's called hate watching.
Yes,
exactly.
You're not allowed to decide what is good for Max. Just like he's not allowed to
telling
decide
us it's keeping him up at night, Lav.
Okay, also hold on, wait. You can.
More info in chat. Maybe I'll consider doing a follow-up to this, but I'm gonna go to sleep. I'll talk to you guys later.